language that was our own. It was never language that we intended for ourselves. It was language put upon us to prevent the biracial and multiracial children and grandchildren of slave masters from inheriting property once slavery ended. It was never about us. It was about them denying property. Look into the claims against Thomas Jefferson's estate. This is well documented. When Thomas Jefferson's Black ancestry was able to legally claim part of his estate, look how hard them European Americans crashed out over it. They even all went on Oprah in the 2000s when Oprah was still on television. We cannot allow the language of how the oppressor places himself above all others and claim that and think it benefits us, because what we're doing is allowing our own erasure. Y'all haven't noticed in media the erasure of the Black woman from her own image.
Oh my gosh, thank you.
In media of Black women from her own image. Biracial women are 94% of actresses, models, even print models. When a Black woman is sought for, we are literally being removed from our own image. This isn't my opinion. This is well researched and documented. The language of property.
You, Tori.
We have to reject it. I am not saying that people with a white mother cannot identify with the culture. I am saying that this comes out of white supremacist control over resources, inheritance, and property. And we are allowing ourselves to be replaced by a minute version of us. Biracial people who have a Black parent and a white parent are still the minority of Black people in America.
And that's why
they're more likely to marry white. Let's call it a stack. Zendaya's, the Patrick Mahomeses, the Rashida Joneses of the world. These people are more likely to marry white, taking the wealth out of the community. Tell me why Kris Jenner has more Black grandchildren than Diana Ross and Quincy Jones do.
That's what I was going to say. I was going to say that earlier. I was literally going to say that earlier. We were...
Tori reached flow state.
Hold on 1 second, Biggest. I refuse, as a Black woman with 2 Black parents. And yes, we have Creole on my mom's side. So yes, that goes far back. Yes, I have a grandfather who passed away who looked like a white man. Absolutely. But generational, my parents are both Black. When you see them, they are both Black. I don't care about me looking the way I look. I came from 2 Black parents. So for me, I have a choice. This is what I'm saying. People can identify how they want. You can't tell people how they want to identify, right? But you also can't tell people how to accept your identity. So a biracial woman who has a white mom doesn't get to tell me that I have to accept her as a Black woman. No, I don't, bitch, and I won't. I will argue with you all day long. If you want to meet up somewhere, we can meet up too. I've had these conversations with biracial women on here, and I've tagged all their asses. Like, I'm not playing with y'all. I'm the right fucking one. We can go back and forth all day. How I see you and how you see yourself is 2 different things. I am never going to allow the erasure of Black women. Not over here. Now, y'all can do whatever the fuck y'all want to do, but over here, Black women, in my opinion, come from the womb of a Black woman. And yes, even biracials like Serena's 2 kids, Serena Williams' 2 kids, her little girls. Yes, they are biracial little girls and they will grow to be biracial women, but I will be more accepting of them saying that they're Black women because their mother is Black. If it was the other way around, I would not. My choice. So that's all I'm saying is Black women. I'm not going to allow anybody to put me and biracial women in the same category because I have 2 Black parents. I don't have one parent that's not Black. And I feel like when Black women do that, you're basically giving away your identity. It's not mean. It's just a way to save ourselves. It's no different than as a light-skinned woman. I don't sit up in dark-skinned women's faces and try to act like we have the same experience. I know I don't have the same experience as a dark-skinned woman. I've never been told that I'm pretty for a dark-skinned girl. Nobody's ever told me that. So I'm not going to sit up in a dark-skinned woman's face and be disingenuous and try to act like, oh, we're the same. And we both have 2 Black parents, but because of colorism, we're not the same. And we have to understand that there's levels to Blackness and respect it. And that's my biggest issue with a lot of biracial women with white moms, because you don't really see this happening with the ones who have Black moms. They're so busy trying to be Black and trying to, well, I'm just like you. And then they'll turn right around and say, oh, well, I'm mixed because my mama white. Like, bitch, which one is you? You biracial on Monday, but then you Black on Tuesday. Like, they don't even know what the fuck they are. So and that's not our problem, because you don't know who you are because your mama was white and she just wanted some Black dick and your father wasn't in your life. That is literally the majority of biracial women who have white fathers. I'm sorry, white mothers. That's the same story. They mama wanted some Black dick. Their mama was going against the family, and then the Black daddy left. That's not a Black woman's problem. Black women don't have anything to do with that. But what you're not finna do is come over into the Black community and in front of my face as a Black woman and tell me we're the same. I don't accept that. And that's my choice. If you're a Black woman and you cool with that, then that's you. But I'm telling you, that's my choice. I don't accept biracial women with Black fathers as Black women. If you did not come, if you did not come out of the coochie, not how you was raised. I don't care that you were raised by white Black women. I said, if you did not come out of the coochie of a Black woman, I do not see you as a Black woman. And it is that simple for me.
Y'all, we've been reaching flow state. Yo, Tari, Proud, everybody up here. We've been reaching flow state. It's crazy.
Yeah, Proud. I feel like ever since we started having our conversations about it, regarding like biracial people, like I definitely see your point now more than ever. I guess before I never really thought about it. Like, to be honest, I've never really thought to myself like a biracial woman like calling herself Black. I never really thought much about it. It was never something that I felt like I needed to put a like a, I don't know, like to put a name to it, if that makes sense. Like, because, you know, Black people, because somebody said in the chat earlier, Black people have been taught that, you know, the one drop rule was whatever your father is what you are. That's what I was raised being taught. But then, you know, as I got older and you know, did a little bit more research, it definitely isn't entirely true. Well, it's not really true at all. Genetically, I mean, we do inherit 50% of our parents' DNA, you know, 50% of the mothers, 50% of the fathers, but mitochondrial DNA is what only mothers pass down to the children, whether it's a son or daughter. And mitochondrial DNA is the DNA that has been proven that Black women, the original women, the very first, well, the oldest human being ever discovered on planet Earth is a Black woman, and she is the one who has the DNA that all human beings carry. Well, I don't think I'm wording it right. But mitochondrial DNA is the DNA that has been passed down from and it's now carried on through all human beings, but it's passed down from us. And when people say Eve gene, it's not a gene, but it's like the name given to the most recent human. So the most recent woman from whom all living humans inherited their mitochondrial DNA. And it's like a unbroken maternal line. So technically, women are the ones who hold the family tree together. Women are the ones who are the only ones that pass down DNA to both the son and the daughter, not just the daughter. So that is why we hold the championship belt, so to speak, about the Eve gene and mitochondrial DNA. So that's how it makes sense to me what you're saying, that, you know, if you were born of a Black woman, then you are deemed a Black woman, because the Black woman is the only person that can breed all, you know, walks of life of people, not the other way around. Definitely a white woman definitely can't do that. A white woman could not birth people of all races. It just wouldn't happen that way. So yeah, I do think that's interesting. I think people should read up a little bit more on that. That's like knowing that women pass mitochondrial DNA to the next generation and men inherit it from their mothers. but they don't pass it down to their children is proof that we are the anchor in the family tree, not men. So children should rightfully have the last names of the mothers. Children should, like, it's proof that nature, to me, it's proof that nature is matriarchal. And also, recent studies just found, scientists just confirmed that menstrual blood actually can help regrow heart muscle, you guys. We out here saving lives just by bleeding. Okay. And we also heal wounds 2 to 3 times faster than, I guess, wounds healing on their own. Women are magical creatures, especially Black women. So you're welcome.
Could I add in something? Because Proud was asking me what my take was on everything and what I was going to say. Yeah, I was going to say, Tari, I'm so happy that you said that because, Tari, I'm not going to lie. A few months ago, I think I told you about this, Proud. I was getting like unaliving threats over the monoracial versus biracial thing. Like I was on a panel where I was talking about how I think biracial is different from monoracially Black. I was getting like unaliving threats in my DMs. It was getting crazy. I'm used to it at this point because my panels cater towards defending monoracial Black women a lot. That's what I typically talk about. But I was getting even more like unaliving threats. It was getting crazy. But I feel like for me, this is just me personally, I feel like the issue that I have is that it leads to people like Zendaya, where they're actually becoming the face for BLK women. And they're misunderstanding that she's not even technically a light-skinned woman. She's technically biracial. She's not even technically a light-skinned woman. So they will refer to her as somebody that's similar. Like I remember I saw an award ceremony where they were calling her like one of the first Black women. And I'm like, technically biracial. So how is she one of the first Black women? And I think they're misunderstanding that, yes, but it is still a little bit different culturally and a lot of stuff versus like somebody like Beyonce, where she's a light-skinned Black woman that's monoracially Black. Both her parents are Black. She has a Black father, Black mother. It's just a very different experience. And I think it also becomes kind of like a competitive type thing. I think Black men can kind of claim that they're dating Black women, even though the Black women are mixed with 20 other different things, but they can say, I love Black women. I'm dating a Black woman. That's why I always say it's important to ask when they say, when they say what type of Black woman they're referring to, you have to ask, are you talking about Zendaya? Because that's biracial versus Kelly Rowland, Beyonce. Like those are not the same thing, different experiences.
That's why I don't accept biracial women who have non-Black moms as Black women, because Black women, when you do that and a Black man is like, yeah, Black, but he dating a whole biracial with a white mama. He's not dating a Black woman. Y'all gotta understand what you're saying when you accept biracials as yourself. They are not the same. And to be honest with y'all, the Black women that I want to represent us are the ones who look like Viola Davis, the ones who look like Kelly Rowland. I, as a light-skinned woman, I want to see dark-skinned women represent the Black woman, because at the end of the day, dark-skinned women are the real Black. They are the true Black queens. I don't give a fuck what nobody say. I said what I said. And Bianca Weathers in the comment section, girl, you can pull all the way up. I don't give a fuck about how you feel about what the fuck I said. You can pull up. It's a spot waiting right above the moderator. You can pull up, hit that hole.
What
if you got something you want to say.
Doing? What Bianca being? Hold on now.
Mad. Bianca Weathers mad though. What's up?
I've been thinking about
her face.
I've been thinking about how I would have this conversation with my daughter, because she's 8 and she'll be 9 soon. And she's at the age where she's like curious about that. Like she notices the difference of her skin tone to other people in our family. And she was like, Mommy, am I Black? And I had to break it down to her a little bit. And she's still not really at the age where she truly understands. But like y'all know my daughter is multiracial. She's Black, Italian, French, and Puerto Rican. And like the Puerto Rican in her paternal side is like Taino Indian, like dark skinned Puerto Ricans. So she is an Afro Latina. And I make it clear to say that to her so that she can understand the difference. And, naturally, like, again, growing up, women who were Afro Latinas, they always call themselves Black, unless they were Dominican and raised in a Dominican culture or whatever like that. I think it's important to make sure that if you're going to say you're Black, at least know what your culture is, at least know like what that looks like as far as just like you said, Proud, to understand that your walk is not going to be the same as a dark-skinned woman's. And because my daughter is you've seen my daughter before, she's very, very light, bright. And so is my mom. She's the same complexion as my mother. So I'm trying to find the most age appropriate way to have that conversation with her, because, as she gets older, that's going to come up. Those conversations are going to be had. They're going to be sitting around at a table having the same conversation we have right now. And I don't want there to be any confusion that, yes, your mom is Black. Yes, your grandmother and your great grandmother are Black, and you were raised in a Black family. But there is another part of you that you have to acknowledge as well, especially in spaces where, you're around Black women who are monoracial Black women. But yeah, that conversation will happen eventually.
Just talking to you, baby girl, do you understand what I, first of all, your daughter has every right to call herself, I'm sorry, in my opinion, that's why y'all heard me say my opinion, because her mother is Black. You're a Black woman, so she wants to grow up and call herself I do feel like she should know both her sides, like you and her father's side, and just the culture, and just love herself in her entirety, right? Mm-hmm. But her having a Black mom, I don't see the issue there at all.
Well, yeah, for sure. I mean, I think what my concern is going to be when she gets older is that, like, because I know what it's like me having 2 Black parents and 2 Black grandparents, my Blackness being questioned growing up, I know hers is going to be, because she's noticeably, like, phenotypically not just monoracially Black. Like, what Black women are going to look at her and know, you got a little other side, So I don't want there to be that issue of, like, her questioning her Blackness. You know what I'm saying? Like, that I will make sure that doesn't happen. But I also want there to be an understanding that, you can't claim like a walk that's not really yours. She will not understand what it's like to be talked to and viewed as, as I was growing up. You know what I'm saying? Like, people could tell that I was Black, but they couldn't tell that I guess some people didn't think that I was entirely Black. So, like, that experience will be very different than hers. My mom growing up, because they the same skin tone, my mom's Blackness was always challenged. They always used to call my mom white girl and all kinds of shit. My mom used to have to fight bitches all the time because they would be, coming at her crazy just because she was lighter, and I know that that's going to be something that she's going to have to experience as well if she hasn't already. But, like I said, that thing is complicated, and maybe things will be different by the time she gets into high school. Maybe that won't be as much as a problem in her generation than it was, when we were growing up. So who knows? But I'll be ready to have that conversation with her when we get closer to that time.
And Bianca, you can come up, and she can come up too. I see you want to hold her hand, so both of y'all can come up. Like, the fact that y'all are sitting up here acting like y'all are getting bullied, nobody's bullying you. I literally said that you can see yourself. Did y'all not hear me did you hear me when I said you can see yourself however you want? I simply said I don't have to see you that way. So if you have a mom that is not Black, but you have a Black father, and you see yourself as a Black woman, that is your choice. Nobody can tell you how to see yourself when you go to bed at night. What I'm saying is, don't expect every other Black woman to see you that way, because I'm not going to see you that way. I'm going to call you a biracial to your face. So come up here and do something about it. What you gonna do? That's the problem with you bitches. That's exactly why I don't fuck with y'all. This is exactly why, because of your fucking entitlement. Your entitlement is exactly why I don't respect biracials with white tea moms. Your fucking entitlement. I even gave an example of dark-skinned women. I would never disrespect my dark-skinned women by saying that I've gone through, I know what it's like. I know what it's like for somebody to call me. No, I don't. Nobody's ever said I was too dark. Nobody's ever told me that. Nobody called me Blackie growing up. I've never experienced that. So why would I be disingenuous and act like I don't? act like I have. What is the issue? And ain't now one of y'all pulling up. We can have the conversation. I'm just saying, you can't make me see you how if I don't see you the same way you see yourself, you can't make that. You can't make me see you any kind of way than how I see you. And y'all have to respect that. I don't understand what the problem is and how we got here. Y'all are making a big deal out of it.
When I was on the panel, they were trying to gas up me into saying like, well, they were like, how do you determine blackness, or how can you determine who's black and who's not? And I'm like, by both their parents being black. It's just, I feel like everybody's perception is going to be different, Bianca. I wasn't trying to come for you, but I'm just saying everyone's perception on blackness is going to be a little bit different, I guess. My perception is that if you have two black parents, if you're monoracially black, two black parents, you're black. If you're biracial, it's one black parent, another one, then you're biracial. That's just my personal perception.
I just keep thinking, probably cracking me up because I just feel like, come into the light, Bianca. Come into the light, Bianca. You be scaring the hoes away.
I mean, it's like, I'm not understanding like what they're so butthurt. And then the other one is like, I saw the comment. She's like, if you go up, I'll go with you. Like, y'all so fucking scared of what? Y'all could actually come up and just state your point. One of them literally was like, I'll go up and you go up. Like, y'all got a tag, which y'all finna tag team? You bitches ain't I'm gonna tell you right now, you're not gonna win. Whatever you think you're gonna win, you're not gonna win it on this panel. I promise you it's not. I have no problem letting y'all speak or say whatever y'all want. The moment y'all get disrespectful, you're gonna get your ass handed to you. But you're not finna come up here and tone police not a motherfucking thing over here. Let's be very clear about that. I'm just saying I don't accept that. I don't care about what other black women accept. Even Jazz, I love her with everything in me, but if she accepts that, then that's her. That's on her. I'm telling y'all that I don't. I only see black women who came from a black woman as black women, period. And I'm gonna stand by that shit.
Fucking
every time you on that patio, you be fighting for your fucking life.
I ain't even on the patio right
take
now.
Your ass out there.
Yo, this motherfucking wasp just came right into the crib, bro.
Oh my God.
You always running from something out there.
I love you, proud. I love your personality so much. Seriously.
I don't understand these people. It's so weird. Des, do you understand what I'm trying to say?
Yeah, and I mean, it's really just a matter of like, if it don't apply to you. I think what I'm seeing happening is she has experienced people telling her, "Oh, you're not black enough," whatever, which is the case for a lot of mixed race people. It just is what it is, and you just kind of got to see it for what it is. But you didn't even touch on that. You're not saying she can't identify as black. You're saying you can. I just don't have to. And also, I think I saw her say, "My mom is mixed, and her mom, her great grandma was black." So technically speaking,
she's black then. Hold up.
Thank you. So
is her dad black? So if her mom is biracial and her dad is black,
so technically speaking,
she's black.
She's black. So I don't even know. 75%
black. So what are we?
I don't know why it doesn't necessarily apply to her. So I don't know. Yes, my dad is. So your mom is what we would say mixed, right? But through she had interracial. She's an interracial baby, but her mom was black. So your grandma was black. So your mama was mixed, or what we're talking about here, black, and your daddy is black. So guess what? You black.
You're the product. You are the product. I said biracial women. If your mother is I'm not talking about your. That's what I'm saying. Y'all not paying attention. Bianca.
Yeah, here's the thing.
If your mother is biracial and your father is black, you are a product of them. You are 75% black. I see you as a black woman. You're arguing for nothing. Like you starting all this for nothing. I'm talking about biracial women. Hi, Jessica. Were you the buddy that was gonna hold her hand? Y'all profile pictures look the same, actually. I thought y'all were the same person. Look at their profile pic.
Same person. Very similar.
Their profile pic look the same. Like y'all twins or what? Like that's pretty neat.
First of all,
what's up, Jessica? What's going on?
Can you guys hear me?
We can hear you. What's going on, sis?
Okay. I'm black. I'm fully black. I'm just saying I can understand what she's saying because since elementary school, I just turned 38 yesterday. Since elementary school, I have always been told, "Oh, you talk too white. You don't look black," because of my features, and I have curly hair. And I have never been accepted as black. I've even had guys tell me, oh, you're pretty for a Black girl, or they will talk to me because they think I'm biracial, but I'm not.
Okay,
And
so what
so
you
I'm just saying I understand what she's saying, because the Black community does do that to women who look like me.
do y'all okay, but here's I've gotten that too as a light.
I'm sorry, bro. I have to make sense of this real quick. Y'all do realize we're not having a conversation of necessarily looks, right?
We're talking about biology, Jessica.
We're talking about just point blank. Is your mama Black? Is your daddy Black? Who's Black?
Yes, my mom is light skinned. And that doesn't make it any better, because I've had to argue with people. They try to tell me that,
is your mom light skinned?
Yeah, she's light skinned, and my daddy's dark skinned.
Okay, so we're not talking about you. That's what I'm saying. I don't want to waste any time going, because I don't want to go off on you, and there's no need to. We're not talking about you. We're not talking about you. You're getting offended for no reason. We're not talking about you. You good? So are we good?
Yeah, we're good.
Okay, I don't want to cuss you out if I don't have to. We're not talking about you. You can drop. You're good.
I don't want to cuss you out if I don't have to.
I don't, because it's like, I don't. I thought if you're not a real biracial woman, then we're not talking about you. I'm not talking about what your experiences are and you can't fit in. I'm talking about women who are biologically biracial. If that doesn't apply to you,
I think that
you are a Black woman.
I think a part of the problem is some of them are lighter complexion, and they're taking what you're saying as if
exactly, and that's not what I'm talking about. Jessica, you Black, baby.
I heard Black people my whole life say I'm not Black enough. So now here comes another person telling me I'm not Black. Well, actually, like, it don't apply to you because your parents are Black.
Bianca too. Bianca, I want you to know, I'm not talking about you. If your mother would have been who I would have been talking about. I'm not talking about you. You're 75% Black. I see you as a Black woman. You can't help with we're not talking about y'all. Oh my gosh. It's okay. It's all right. It's all right.
Hey, all the mixed people in the chat done left, boy. Well, hey, drop one in the chat if you biracial. Them niggas long gone, boy.
I'm gonna trickle down on what I said though. I'm gonna say it. I feel like in our community with women, I keep hearing some women say they feel like they're not accepted when they're biracial. I feel like biracials are too accepted. I'm not gonna, in our community, look at the women that we have in our media. Specifically the women, they're typically biracial women. They're not even technically, they always say paper bag tests or like light skin privilege. They're not technically even light skinned. They're biracial. So I'm like, even in media, like Zendaya, I'm like,
yeah, that shit. I'm gonna be real. The conversation could go real left. Let me see. My great grandma, she was a she white. She was white as hell. Caucus, straight caucus. When I trace back my my matriarchal DNA, it goes literally back to a European white woman. Now my father, I have not done. I've done a little bit, but I ain't done too deep on that yet. But y'all just gotta just think, slow down, don't take it. Listen, let me give y'all this advice. You're not that important on any of these lives. Yourself is not that important. Your entire, like, it's not. I love that y'all come on and give your personal experience. I appreciate all y'all that come on and tell me exactly what you got going on, how you was raised. I love that. But sometimes we have to take ourselves out of the conversation, because if you put yourself in the center of what we be talking about, you're going to be a hit dog hollering every time. You know what I'm saying? And even sometimes people be on my pet, they be talking and I'll be like, damn, I don't even agree with that. And now I have to ask myself, why don't I agree with that? Because Des, you dealt with da-da-da-da. Oh, Des, you know what? It ain't even about you. What they're saying has nothing to do with you. So that'd be the big, not you saying exactly, Ash.
We got bigger issues. Chill out.
Y'all don't.
Thank you, Ashley. I love you.
Love you too. I think people come in with their offenses from life, And people in this lab are not trying to attack you, and I'm sorry you dealt with that, and that has been your experience. Please, let's focus on the bigger topic, and everyone's entitled to their own opinion. You cannot pull everyone over to your side, and they are not going to see it your way. Them seeing you differently does not affect how you see yourself. Let's you can learn that in one therapy session. Let's learn that don't take everything so personally. That's one of the 4 agreements. Don't take everything personally. It literally says just because someone else sees you one way, it does not take away from how you see yourself.
You said that so perfectly, Des. That's exactly what I was trying to say.
She be talking to me when I be fucking up.
And you bet be listening, goddammit. Don't you make that lady yell.
I be in timeout.
Ashley and Jazz are the only 2 women. Ashley and Jazz literally are the only 2 women on this app that can get me to shut the fuck up. They both have when they start speaking, I'll just shut the fuck up, bro.
Oh.
You know what's ironic? I get, and here's why we're saying don't take it personal. Because the simple fact is, although you're saying, oh my gosh, I'm a light skin or I'm lighter than everybody, the dark skinned people were telling me this, and that's my trauma. The dark skinned people was getting told a whole worse. They were getting let's just call a spade a spade. You would have been in the house, and we would have been in the field. It's worse. So I get it. I feel you. That's why we can't put ourselves in the center of the conversation. You know how many times growing up, people looking at, I'm gonna be honest, white people, black, you're dark, you're this, you're that. They have all these beliefs. You can't center yourself in that conversation. It's not ever gonna get you anywhere, especially when there's nothing but black people in this live. So you just gotta it's all right, y'all good. We good.
I ain't gonna argue with you either. You right. I'd be in that bitch making lemonade in the shade.
That's crazy. That's crazy.
You want another glass, Big Daddy?
Oh, you're wild.
Let me stop. I'm fucking with y'all. I'm sorry. I had to.
That's what it's about. You know, we now it is fucked up how y'all did us. Y'all could have snuck us some lemonade out in that bitch. God damn, that's why we mad at y'all niggas.
Like them niggas just move so grimy, yo. Like there was nothing stopping you. You could have thrown.
How the hell y'all? This why we mad at y'all light skinned motherfuckers. Nah, how the hell y'all was sleeping next to them people? They sleep good, and y'all ain't do nothing. That's fucked up. It's fucked up, man. Radical lunatic, what's up?
Yo, what's up?
What's happening? What you got? Welcome to the conference. Welcome to the live. We all over the place. We talking about everything. You can talk about what you want to talk about.
Yeah, I wanted to address the whole like biracial thing.
All right. Are you biracial?
No.
Oh, I ain't look at your picture. My bad. But go ahead.
You are either black if you have 2 black parents, or you are black if your father is black. Because if you put a chicken in the oven, it still comes out as chicken.
Man,
sorry, you fucking lost me.
Are you African? Did he say he was African?
My nigga. Chicken in the oven.
I don't like what I say, but it's the truth.
So you're talking about the 1 drop rule, right? The problem with what you're saying is that you're now telling me that if I were to go sleep with which again, I'm just playing devil's advocate. I have not stated my position here. I will tell y'all how I feel about what we're saying. However, what you're telling me right now is that if I go have a baby with a YT woman, the baby is black because I'm black.
If you want to say that biracial people are black, then yes.
So a white woman can have a black child.
Logically, neither a black woman or a white woman can have a black child if they mate with other races.
So basically, you saying the black man's sperm is powerful? Is that what you're saying?
You can only have black children with black women. Black on black.
So you're saying,
not
are you
white
saying
on white.
every, wait, you're now going back to what you said, because you're going back on what you said. If your original position was only black people can have black babies and that's it, you're not going to view any as black, then that would be one thing. But you originally said that a black man can have a black baby with someone outside a race because of the one drop rule.
Yeah. Like if we say biracial, more sense that a biracial child is black if the father is black.
The biracial child would wait. So let's just get into it, because I see what this is. I see my ability to see what's going on. So you inherently just think, right, based off of that line, sperm has more dominance than a woman's womb.
Yes, that's what I'm saying.
There it goes. See, and I know how y'all motherfucking Africans think. That is ridiculous. If the baby is developing inside of a black, I think your sperm has more power than her womb.
Because we are the sperm.
Oh my God!
Wait, y'all see us? Wait, everyone.
That's
some other really problematic comments.
If you look at
like, want to ask about
surrogatories.
You coming up here with that African booty scratcher shit? I want you to stop.
You just don't like what I say.
What do y'all think told me to say that? Just hey, you're somebody who is clearly African. We know that y'all have a lot of fucking misogyny. We know this. Y'all operate like this. Y'all think like this. We see y'all do this. And then you come up in here with this one drop rule BS because you inherently think the righteousness of the world is manhood. And you just because you bust a nut 9 months ago, now a baby popped out, luckily, because we're gonna say luckily because we see what happens in our healthcare system. Hell, we see how y'all don't take care. Never mind, I'm not even gonna get into that. So, anyways, luckily a baby is popped out 9 months later, assuming that the baby is carried term, but y'all don't want to have that discussion. And you think that because all you did was give her 30 seconds of non-pleasure, because we know there's an orgasm gap in the world, that has precedence over a woman who has to feed this baby for 9 months? Surely you see the non-logic there.
No, even if you use a surrogate mother, you still get the race of the man.
No. Surely you don't think sperm sets precedent over a womb. Why do you think that?
As I said, you come directly from the source.
The source is the woman. Why do you think with the womb is the thing holding the baby?
The womb is what's create the baby, but the sperm is what does
the sperm do? Can you tell us what the sperm's job is?
Hold on.
You need to Google it.
The sperm is the living being.
Says who?
It's not.
I love it because he about to use religion. Let's. Why do you say that?
That's biology.
That's biology.
That's not biology, sweetheart. It's not.
The sperm,
the sperm does nothing but no, it is not. No, it is not. It's not a human being, because when you nut in a sock, this shit is unalived in 72 fucking hours. It is not a human being.
Exactly.
That is just the fertilizer.
What do you say?
That is it. It is just a fertilizer. Women do the rest of the work. Women grow the bones, the fingernails, the brain, the spine, all of that. We are the makers. We are. You
Wait, hold
understand?
on, hold on, hold on, hold on. Don't say it like that, because
Don't tell me what to fucking say. And nobody introduced your ass, so be
The
quiet. I'm
womb
talking to
grows.
him. So do you understand
The,
now that that's
the
not how
womb
biology
grows the
works?
sperm.
but
Excuse me?
Sperm
you're
is already
wrong.
alive.
The womb
No, I'm not
grows the
wrong.
sperm. That's about the dumbest thing I have heard on this live. The womb grows the sperm? Sir,
Child.
what the hell do you think? What? I'm going to ask one time, and I just want to ask one time. Or please don't skate around this question. Please do not deflect from my question. Are you actually educated enough to give an opinion on the topic that we are talking about? Yes or no?
Yes.
You do realize that there are 220 people in this room that hear you talking, and you sound stupid. I'm not being mean. I am literally just telling you how you sound. So when you say to me, you know enough to talk about this topic in a room full of majority women who know exactly how wombs work and know their own bodies, you're telling me that you're educated enough to have this conversation.
Absolutely.
Can you give me what factual data you have to present to me that sperm is life? We're waiting.
I got you.
You're trying to search. Yeah,
That's
y'all
that
are
dumb shit.
y'all are struggling.
And I'm sorry, Jazz. I'm gonna let you search it. You can come off mute whenever you have it. Go ahead, Jazz.
Yeah, y'all are struggling. And just like Ash said, that's exactly why y'all know where the clit is, because y'all niggas don't even know how basic conception works. You don't. You have no clue. It's clear that y'all have been molded. I mean, and this is the fault of society, right? Patriarchy has done this. It made y'all overstate your role in the circle of life, and you fell for it. You didn't bother to research it. You didn't bother. You didn't bother at all. Literally in every other state of the animal kingdom, your purpose is literally just to fertilize. Sorry to say, but it's the truth, because women are capable of doing everything else. We're capable of providing, protecting, nurturing, teaching. We're capable of all of it. And once you fertilize the egg, which is the living being, the egg literally it chooses the sperm that can enter. The sperm doesn't hunt down an egg and then barge its way through. No, the egg has to allow that sperm in. So the egg is alive in that situation. The egg is something that is born with a woman. Did you know that? A woman is born with her eggs and is passed down by the woman before her and the woman before her and the woman before her and the woman before her. We are the only beings, women, that pass down mitochondrial DNA to both the son and the daughter. Men can only pass down the Y chromosome to their sons, meaning you guys do not complete shit. You don't complete shit. I'm not downplaying your role. That is simply your role. It is naturally downplayed. Mother Nature said it was inferior, not me. Okay? And it is so inferior that in other stages of the animal kingdom, once you fertilize, your ass is lucky to see another motherfucking day. Because Mother Nature said, all right, nigga, your job is done. Outside of that, a lot of times the male is a threat to the animal kingdom. They're not going to contribute much else that's worth a damn. So they get yeeted. And that's if you're even chosen to mate. Okay, it's a privilege for you guys to be able to mate. Like the female grasshopper, praying mantis. She has to like the male praying mantis first. If she don't like him, he gets yeeted. If she likes him, he gets to mate with her. And after he mates with her, she chooses whether he lives or unalives. And 9 times out of 10, she unalives the nigga. Why? Because his purpose was served. So I'm not downplaying your role. That is your fucking role. And it's proven every day in how you guys interact with women. You've proven that you can't be relied upon. You've proven that you can't be trusted with the damn kids. You've proven that you've made it women's ultimate job to be the nurturers, to be the teachers, to be the protectors, to be the providers. So what else are you really here for at this point than to fertilize? If you guys want your purpose to be proven otherwise, you should probably collectively talk to each other about that and see to it that you prove to us why you have a purpose outside of fertilizing. But outside that, I mean, and again, this clearly applies to the men who don't offer shit else but fertilizer. There are certain men who possess the qualities of being a protector, a provider, a nurturer, a teacher, who have definitely earned their rightful place in the gene pool. But the rest of you niggas, yeah, no. So yeah, that's it for now.
Oh, okay. Anyways,
Don't anyways
you
me,
not-
bitch. Don't anyways me, okay? Because you didn't even fucking know that sperm is not really alive. So don't anyway me. You should say fucking thank you because I just taught your ass something. You probably twice my fucking age. Don't anyways me. Go and look up what the fuck you were supposed to look up before you speak. Okay?
So
Next.
let's try this.
I'm not twice your age.
What is the information that you have provided for us that sperm is life?
Does sperm die?
No. I asked you before Jazz started talking. I asked you to go get me some evidence that sperm is life because that's what you said.
Does sperm die?
Yo, this nigga's trolling, bro.
This is why some of you niggas should not be
This nigga's
procreating.
trolling.
Sir,
If sperm dies, obviously it has to be alive before.
sir.
right?
We're not talking about the death of fucking sperm. We're talking about the life of sperm because that was your claim. Do you have evidence to support your claim? Yes or no?
Sperms are human cells.
Nigga.
They might not be living beings.
Sperm is human cells. Okay. So, remember when I asked you, 5 minutes ago, when I said, hey, are you educated enough to have this conversation? And you said yes. Remember when you said that?
There might be a little language barrier.
No, this ain't a
I'm
language
definitely
barrier. You don't get to go on the
educated
dumb
enough.
shit. You don't get to. I'm being very concise and with you. This is not a language barrier. You're speaking English. I am speaking English because I asked you, could you provide me with evidence? And you said yes. I said fine. Come back when you have it. Do you have it that sperm is life? Because your original claim here.
Are you saying life as in humans?
Have a good one.
Yeah, like
I get dumber, right? I get dumber. These are the men that want to be close to y'all and have babies with y'all. Why the fuck would any woman listen to y'all? Y'all sound stupid. And I asked, do you know better? No. I mean, yes, I know. I know what I'm talking about. No, you don't. And he's clearly trolling, so let's block him. D Rose, what's up? What's you know what? Let's start here before we get into this. Can you answer the prompt for me?
All right, so I'll answer that. I think that was a tragic situation. I do say that he was wrong, but he was also mentally challenged. So, I mean,
You can't.
I do feel like the mom was wrong too.
What the hell are we? What the fuck?
This whole situation was tragic.
I'm gonna say this and I'm gonna say it again because I said it on my other lives. First, I'm gonna say this: the person that's above you, she works as an ABA therapist with kids on the spectrum. Okay, I have also done that work with children who have learning disabilities and children who are on the spectrum. Okay, my older sister, she's on spectrum. My little cousin growing up next door on the spectrum. What is happening right now is y'all don't actually understand autism or the spectrum, right? Y'all literally open y'all's mouth to try to justify everything based off of things you do not know. You know not a damn thing about the spectrum because that was the original claim. I'm sorry. The claim was that he has autism. We found out that he didn't have autism. He had a learning disability. He had dyslexia in high school, which was something that his high school teacher spoke on. He'd been out of high school for 3 years. Next point I want to make. If he had such a disability, why did he hide under the bed? Knowing that he shouldn't have been there, why did he lie about his age? Why? I want you to answer the question.
I can answer, but if you're gonna be putting me on mute, it's gonna be hard. So
don't worry about how I run my live. Just answer the questions that I ask.
I'm just saying, bro, you're gonna be putting me on mute. It's gonna be hard.
Don't tell me how to run my live. Just answer the questions that I ask.
You getting upset, bro?
Just answer the question, nigga.
Nah, you sound bad. What you bad for? Little bitch ass nigga.
You ain't gotta worry about it.
Slow, nigga. You sound like you got a sock now.
Stupid. It's gonna be kind of hard to like answer the question if you keep. Motherfucker, if I just unmuted you and asked you a question, can you not assume I'm probably not gonna keep muting you? Is that not a fair? The inability to think, motherfucker, doesn't it make sense? Oh, they just asked me a question. Clearly, I can now speak. Y'all be wanting to talk so much. Y'all be wanting to talk so much. And then when it's time to speak, y'all be so concerned about, oh, the chat's being mean to me. The host is being mean to me. This ain't that, bro. Like, you can talk. Stop trying to worry about how I'm running the live or how my mods are muting you. It's stupid.
What'd you say earlier? Niggas want to talk about everything and don't want to understand anything.
Don't want to understand nothing. And I can't really see his picture, but what the hell is he wearing?
Probably bedazzled skinny jeans. You know that nigga sat in the back of the class and there was only 6 motherfuckers in that class. You want to come up here and act like he teaching somebody something. Shut your ass up.
Somebody say a YN attire. Goddamn.
Use olive oil to slide up in them fucking tight ass jeans.
I think he been on my live before too. He has
several times. And it never says anything any of the times. Yep.
So he don't even come up in here to make no type of point. He just like looking at me.
He's just like on some Ryan shit type shit.
Oh, bro.
He said that's a sweatsuit, not bedazzled jeans. Nigga, that sweatsuit tighter than a bitch. That sweatsuit, them some nut hugging sweatpants. Why the fuck would you wear sweatpants that tight? I'm confused. You got. I'm so confused. None.
The scheme top. Oh, she dropped. Let's see here.
He said he wanted to be put on the big screen. I bet you do, bitch.
Oh, see, so he know how we work over here. See, I want to be put on the big screen. So he come over here knowing there's a bunch of women in here and want to be put on the big screen to see if any of the women are interested. That's what that is. I peek through y'all niggas. Y'all. Come on, man. You think that even if they wanted to see you on that big screen, you think they want to actually be with you if you over here talking how you talking?
If I wanted to see a moose knuckle, I'd make sure it's attached to somebody a lot prettier than you, nigga.
Oh, wow.
Not the roast beef. You like laughing. What you cooking? What you making?
He came up just he said, oh,
I'm gonna go get pizza in a minute. Let's try. Let's try one more time now. I don't got, look, you done.
You what you want me to answer, bro?
Yeah, cam up, nigga.
Put me on the big screen. You can see the picture.
You did
Put
say
me
you
on
wanted
the
to be on
big screen. You can see the picture.
Oh,
You
no,
talking wild bullshit,
cam
bro.
up,
Put
nigga.
yourself on the. Put
That's
yourself on.
$1,000 sweatsuit. That sound crazy.
We don't care about the price of
You
that
sound
shit.
crazy to spend $1,000 on a fucking tight ass
Bro, that
sweatsuit.
sound
That
dumb.
just
It's
sounds
not even
crazy. You
tight.
thought that shit was cute? You thought that was proving something? You spent $1,000 on a piece of floss, nigga?
You don't even know what that is. You broke.
Put your hold on. You know what? We can solve all that. Hold on. You ain't gotta worry about it. You ain't gotta
No,
worry about
I
it.
think I'm just more financially sound than you. I would never spend $1,000 on a fucking sweatsuit.
Bro,
You
I'm
nigga,
not
you're
gonna lie.
standing outside.
Hold
You're
on,
standing
hold on,
out.
hold
What
on.
are you standing? Sweatsuit?
Damn, I can't see your picture.
Cam up, nigga.
He talking about some. Hold on. He about to go fix his hair and put his makeup on for y'all.
Yeah. I'm not. I don't need to cam up, bro. What the fuck I'm keeping up for?
I thought you wanted to be on
y'all
the big screen, nigga.
Matter of fact, I'm gonna put the picture up so y'all can see it.
No, we ain't
fuck
put
that
no
picture.
picture.
Cam up.
You're trying. Bitch, you broke.
Why you
Nigga,
calling
I
up?
bet you. I bet you the fuck I got more money than you.
This what I'm. Nah, he don't get to stay up here with that. Hey, I've been on live all day. I ain't got time for that shit. Y'all niggas.
You niggas always trying to go band for band with a bitch. I guarantee you, you ain't never seen money like I've seen money. I can make money in 1 fucking hour over a fucking band just sitting down and talking to somebody, selling them some fucking life insurance. You probably had to sell your ass to get that $1,000 sweatsuit, nigga. Open wide for another nigga for that crusty ass sweatsuit. The difference between me and you. You saw so much value in that crusty ass $1,000 sweatsuit. What else do you have to show for it? Probably don't own your fucking vehicle. You're probably living with your niggas or your mother. Please.
There's another account.
That was
JT
embarrassing. The way that he spoke to her, just all of that. All I heard was misogyny from the moment he opened his mouth.
Yep. That's all you hear out of him. Oh, and hold on. Let me see. Real talk. I see your fuck ass in my live, and something I'm never gonna tolerate is some hoe ass nigga who like to sit and watch my lives, but then he'll send me a message that I see in my request talking about what's up, bitch. Cause I saw you in here talking, but now it's kind of ironic you don't want to come up on my panel and have a discussion. I don't like how you and then looking how the fuck you look, you talking to me. That better be your request, I see.
Isn't that old chunky man that like to talk about younger women that don't want him? Oh yeah, that's right. I did a video on him. He's
yeah, this
an
nigga
interesting
weird.
spectacle.
Answer the prompt.
First of all, I do not want to talk to a wannabe man. You got an earring in your nose. Okay.
There goes that. You like my earring, don't you? You like my earring, don't you? Do it turn you on?
You know what? No, it just
do it turn you on?
I see how you talk.
It turn you on,
but
it turn you on.
You don't see no real.
It turn you on, don't it?
Hold on, wait. You wanted me to ask you. You
know what's crazy? Right? No other man that's come up here today talk about my nose ring. It's just you. You must be turned on by it. What you want to do to it? Huh? I'm gonna put it in the screen closer for you. What you want to do to it? You got to come off mute. He do like it. He weird.
I say, where you live at?
Why you worry about where I live? You trying to pull up?
Bitch. No, where you live at?
Now you asking a grown man where he live. You like a grown man. You like
what city you live at? All right, what city you live in?
You like a grown man nose ring? You trying to see my nose ring?
Nigga, what city do you live in?
My nigga,
what city do you live in?
Nigga, I'm in Colombia, nigga. I'm in Colombia, nigga. I'm in Colombia.
You're Colombia, right? All right.
I'm in Colombia.
You know how far you is? You're a long way.
Do you have Medicare? I can sell you some Medicare. I'm about to be licensed in a couple months, and I feel like you just might need it. You sound like you a couple cigarettes away from saying hello to the devil or whatever the fuck you're doing. I really want to, and I need to understand why are you so dehydrated? There has to be something going on with you. You look dry. And you see how them glasses sitting up on that
nigga got bifocals on.
You see them fucking glasses sitting up
You
on that
talking about my nose?
nose.
This nigga got bifocals on.
I could sit on that bitch if you turn it upside down. That's a lot of space. That's a lot of space. You could park a Mack truck on that bitch. And
he broke his
that
uncle.
nigga can see what's gonna happen at work tomorrow.
Is you gonna shut the fuck up?
No,
who are you talking to?
You are though.
Who are you talking to? Why are you so mad? Why are you angry?
Yeah, you want me to be mad because you a faggy with an earring in your nose. You like a bitch. See, that's why.
He mad.
Why you muting me?
To be this old and to be this angry, knowing that you could send yourself into a fucking stroke and unalive on the toilet alone, like I'm pretty sure you would, is insane to me. Do you have life insurance, real talk? I can help you with that too. We got to make sure that, because you got better things to worry about. You should be planning your homegoing right now. That's what you should be preoccupied
crashing out for. Like, nigga,
you should be making sure that your grandchildren, if you have any, I sure hope to fucking God you have not procreated. But if you did, if some poor, lonely soul let you hunch on her and they produced children, I would hope that you have life insurance to at least make their suffering worthwhile. Probably not, though.
Yo, stop teasing him.
Because I can, and I'm tired of hearing your fucking voice.
How y'all? Here's
because
my problem.
Bitches don't want nobody.
How do y'all come up in here claiming to be straight, claiming to be anything, bro? You're literally talking to a man. You're talking to a man who is married to a woman. You're talking to a man who is married to a woman, bro. I ain't with all. You can yell all you want to.
He's definitely lonely.
Why you come up on here and you sending me messages talking about what's up, bitch? Nigga, you disrespectful, nigga. Ain't nobody, and you come up on here talking about my nose ring, nigga. I ain't never did shit to you. What the fuck is wrong with you, nigga?
He was actually in the chat the other day too, but we ignored him though. But he was
trying to talk to me and shit. This nigga weird. He said, "What's up?"
Lonely. I'm Mr. Lonely. I have nobody.
Hold on. Hey, y'all, don't mute him. Let him talk. Go ahead. What you want to say?
All on my own.
Huh? He gay.
First of all,
people so gay.
Let me say what I got to say. First of all, reason why I said that to you, right? Because you totally disrespect me when you said something about my wife, right? When she said when I show her your picture. Half of these women that you entertain, they wouldn't give your ass a time of day, man.
I'm married. They don't have to.
Look,
I'm married.
Look, and guess what?
I'm married.
But see what? Guess what? I don't know your wife. Listen, wait a minute. I don't know your wife. I don't even know you. But one thing I wouldn't have never did, I wouldn't have never attacked your wife. It was between.
I didn't attack your wife. I didn't attack your wife. I remember. Hold on. I remember exactly what I said because you was talking slimy. And I said, I'm the nigga your woman need. That's what I said. Because the type of man that you are is you a shitty man. Because I can hear how you talk.
Shitty?
You a shitty man.
What makes me shitty? What makes me shitty?
Listen to how you talking, nigga.
What?
Probably sitting in shit right now, to be honest. It is giving depends. If we
Let's
be
put
honest.
this full screen real quick. This is him.
It's giving on myself whenever my blood pressure goes up.
What happened?
I'm really surprised that you're married. There ain't no fucking way. Like, ill. Somebody put.
Why you was in the hospital? What you was in the hospital?
And that's why you don't got a man.
What you was in the hospital?
Listen, I could have you and your daddy, bitch.
What you was in the hospital for?
Bitch, that wasn't me. Fuck you mean? While I was in the hospital, that wasn't me. That was your grandfather. That wasn't me. Stop muting me though.
What the fuck you gonna do? What the fuck you gonna do if we don't, bitch? Fuck you gonna do? Keep on raising. Your blood pressure is going up, not mine. I love this shit. You know what? That would be the greatest gift in the world if your ass tapped the fuck out right now.
And that's how I know he's emotionally unregulated, because I remember the conversation and I never talked ill about his wife because that's not some shit I'm gonna do. He listened to be angry. He didn't listen to hear. because he's triggered, and he's consistently comes in here triggered.
You would never talk about
I don't
Your
talk
wife
about no
is
man. I don't
desperate
talk about
as
no man.
fuck.
I don't talk about no man wife or no man woman or whatever, unless you talk and you talking too crazy. I didn't say anything about her. What I spoke on was the dynamic between you and her and how you need to be a better man. That's what I told you. You
I'm
just
a
didn't.
punk ass. Ain't no motherfucking way she is of sound mind being with you. There is no way. I refuse to believe that woman is mentally there.
Shut up.
There's no fuck. Make me, bitch. Make me.
Now, real
You
talk.
have no power here. I'm
Now, real
not
talk.
your sorry ass wife. I don't have to fucking listen to you.
Stop
Fuck you
me.
and your opinion. Make me, nigga. Stop muting me.
Let me
Bro,
ask
the
you a
cutting,
question.
You
the
need
cutting
to
in and out
Real
is
talk.
killing
Let me ask
me.
you a question. Are you gay?
Stop muting me, bitch.
Shut up. Are you gay?
I know you ain't asking like that.
How you gonna ask me a question like that?
You got an earring in your nose.
So you just letting men bend you over.
My
Ain't
nigga.
nobody bending me over.
It
Oh,
don't
so
matter.
you doing the
Hey,
bending.
it don't matter. It don't matter if you talk about my nose. I don't
You
give a
got
fuck.
an earring in your nose, yo.
I don't care. Are you gay?
You asking me, am I gay? And you got an earring in your nose?
How you gonna ask me a
Body
question like
jewelry.
that?
Hold on. Body jewelry doesn't make a man gay or not. That's not what makes a man gay. Are you aware of what?
And because I'm making you and making just because I'm talking, saying what I'm saying to you, don't make me gay either, stupid motherfucker.
Yeah, but you notice. I didn't point out how I didn't talk. I didn't talk about how you look.
Shut the fuck up. You laughing and you look like Bradley.
You talking about my nigga. You are talking about how a grown man look. I didn't talk about how you look. You talking
Hey,
to
yes,
me.
you know what? You a contradicting ass bitch ass nigga, man. You contradict yourself a lot. Why?
I do. You know what? I sure
I
do.
think you like that
I
word.
sure do.
You're contradicting. You're contradicting it.
You look.
I look like what, man? What do I look
Real,
like?
don't you have a diaper to change? Change your diaper.
You got this nigga on
Let me
AI.
see who this bitch ass nigga
This
is. Who is
nigga.
Who is you?
Sir, where is your wife? Where is your wife? She hear you right now?
Look, check me out. Stop
She
it.
probably fucking a neighbor.
Do she
Because I know
hear,
that's what I would be doing.
real talk. Do she hear you right now?
Stop putting me on mute.
I cheat on your
Stop
ass
putting me
every
on
fucking
mute.
day. Every day. For sport, bitch. I hope you cheating on your ass right the fuck now.
Hold on.
Uncle.
Hold on, y'all. Hold on.
Shut up, you dumb bitch.
Stop putting me on mute.
Hey, you don't have to call the women a bitch. That's you're taking stuff too far,
Hey,
dude.
listen.
It's not a new word.
Where is your wife? Do she hear how you talking?
Stop putting me on. Do your wife hear how you talk?
Yes. The one muting you is my wife, yo dumb ass. The one that is muting you. Hold on, and now I'm gonna mute you. The one muting you is my wife, stupid.
Actually, I think it's been me. But yeah, she wants to mute you. So.
Even if Ash is Ash can mute you, so it don't matter. The one that is muting you is my wife. What is the problem? Do your wife hear how you talking?
Can you stop putting me on mute?
My wife cannot put you on mute.
That was nicer. That's more like it.
All right. So where is your wife? Why are you talking like this? She must be out running errands.
Oh, can I tell you where she at?
She right next to you?
No.
Where's she at?
Where
the fuck is she?
Who is this? Who's this hide behind his profile?
Sir, answer the question. Where is your wife? Is she working? Is she working? Is she working?
Why this nigga didn't
pay all
answer
the
the
bills?
question, bro? Real talk. Where is your wife?
She at a cookout.
Why you ain't at the cookout? Wait a minute. It's Sunday. Why you ain't at the cookout?
Your ass wasn't invited.
Because I ain't want to be at the cookout.
You wasn't invited, nigga.
I'm sick.
Nobody.
We know.
That's why he's up here. He's lonely. He just needs somebody to talk to.
Oh, I don't need nobody to talk to you. Y'all funny.
You
as
do,
shit,
nigga.
You do.
You
This
do.
nigga, this nigga angry grandpa. I'm gonna go on this TikTok.
No. Look, come on. I ain't nothing old, but how old is you, brother?
I'm 32.
All right, so you consider the young people think you old too, then. So you think I'm old. They think you old. So we all old.
I guess
Young, I
we
don't
all
think he's
old.
not old. He's in his 30s. It's not old. I'm 21, and I
So
don't think he's old.
oh, so they
We're
got somebody.
we're
How old are
newly
you?
able to rent a car on our own. Oh, you're freshly about to be hitting the AARP age.
Yeah.
Oh, those are two different kind of olds.
All right, well, look, we laughing and giggling now. So let's not mute me no more.
We've been laughing and giggling. You've been on
Right.
one spitting on your phone and screaming and shit.
Keep muting me then.
Y'all just spit your fucking teeth out and shit.
Look,
It wasn't even that fucking
oh,
serious.
you already know. You already know. I already told you about yourself, right?
You ain't never
You know, I
told me
already
about
told you
shit.
about you, right?
You ain't never told me
Raggedy
shit.
Ann.
I don't talk to you,
You
bitch.
already told you.
I don't talk to you, old nigga. I
That's
don't even
some
be.
old nigga shit
I
to
don't
say.
even remember. I don't
Wait a
even.
minute. Wait a minute. That's some old nigga shit to say. Don't no young
No,
nigga call no woman a Raggedy Ann doll. That's some
That's
old
what she
nigga
look
shit to say.
She talking to me, right? She talking shit to me, right?
Yeah,
So
and,
she
and
look
guess
like a
what?
rag.
And guess what? I bet your wife would rather look at me than you any fucking day. Okay, that's the difference. She tired of you and your old ass titties and your dry, crusty ass chest hair. I would be tired of looking at that shit too. She would love a new sight to see. Not you though. Okay. And clearly you like to look at it too, bitch. That's why you keep coming up here and thinking that I remember who the fuck you are. The only reason why we remember who you are is because you keep fucking showing up here and you're trying to be seen and heard. Nobody gives a fuck. You at home by yourself while your wife is out there being social,
I'm trying to talk to
being
my
young
man,
in her
but I
life.
just-
What my man? That ain't your fucking man, nigga. He don't even like you. He don't like you.
Yeah, Jazz. He looked like he one cornbread slice away from a diabetic stroke.
God, that's very fucking specific. God damn.
And I make some damn
that
good
nigga like, I
cornbread.
wonder if this gonna be the one today.
I make some damn good cornbread. They call my cornbread cake. I can give you a
That's
slice.
why
I'll
you
help
don't-
your ass. I'll help your ass on up to the upper room.
That's why he
Nigga.
didn't go to the cookout. That nigga can't have nothing sweet to eat.
Real talk. Get off your ventilator. Real talk.
That's why you
Here's
don't
where I'm
look at
confused.
your profile.
How do you have 25K followers?
There's 25K niggas that follow
You
him.
bought 25.
Some Chinese people.
Some Russians, some Indians.
On my other one, I got almost 100,000. So what's the difference?
How? What do you? Why? Why do you? How? What you be on there talking
Because
about?
I speak real shit. The shit that you don't got nothing to talk about. You don't have nothing to talk about.
You know what? Great. You think
You don't have nothing. Matter of fact,
Great.
I like what you talk about. You talk about the world. But why you just can't talk about the world?
I do.
You know what's so crazy? It ain't you that I got a problem with. I got the problem with the one that called other black people monkeys. I don't got a problem with you, brother. I ain't gonna lie.
Who called black people monkeys?
Who said that?
The other one, what's his name? The one that got the panda bear.
I do not agree
Oh,
with
you
Cole.
talking about Shannon?
Controversial
Wait a
Shannon?
Yeah.
minute. So I'm
That's
now
the only thing.
because of Shannon. I love it.
That's the only thing I don't like about him. Now,
I do
I
not
don't have
agree.
no
You know
problem
what,
with
brother?
you, man.
He
No,
has
but
not
brother,
even said
Wait a
that.
minute.
Why
Wait a
the
minute.
fuck
Real
you
talk.
make it
He's
that?
not calling black people monkeys. He's literally just saying that from the perspective of white supremacy because we don't be fucking listening to nothing. Shannon, my dog. I just got off the phone with Shannon last night. No, the night before last.
I'll be hearing.
And that's my bro, so watch your fucking mouth.
Girl, shut the fuck up.
Oh
Make
my
me,
God.
bitch. I already told you. I don't give a fuck how you feel. Shut your ass up and wait for your wife to bring you that fucking plate.
You ain't gonna be up here disrespecting black women, bro. That's what you're not about to be doing.
This just spawned in my brain. I really just have to ask this question.
Shut your Viagra
Real talk.
swallowing ass
Real
up.
talk. Do you talk to when you and your wife argue? Do you talk to her how you talking to Jazz? Come off mute. When you and your wife argue, do you talk to her how you talk to Jazz?
My wife don't talk to me how Jazz talking to me.
I know she don't. She need to be knocking your ass upside your fucking head. That's what she need to be.
Wait, real? Is your gun
Knock
ping?
your ass
Bring
upside.
home
Real,
that
is your gun
fucking
ping? Because
skillet and
you
go to
said on
town
your
on
own
your goofy
page.
ass.
That's why you came up here. You're attracted to him. You said that on your own page. You said, if you say so, GAY.
Stupid.
Like what? That's why you came up here. You have a crush on Dez. That's what it is.
No, I just
He
came.
said I wanted to come up here and talk. man.
What did I say? What did I say?
When you said about my wife, and I was like, I really didn't appreciate it. It didn't really make a difference, right? What you said. I mean, it don't really make a difference. It's just like, as a man, and you supposed to be for women, like you say, you know. So I'm trying to figure out, like, why, if me and you talking as men, why you gonna throw my wife in it? So
what did I say? What did I say?
It don't matter. You shouldn't have never put her in it. It don't matter what you said. You know what you said.
I was actually addressing you.
I wouldn't have never said nothing about your wife.
I didn't say anything about your wife.
Even though you don't know my wife, it ain't really matter. It ain't matter. But it's just for you to be on here trying to, you know, help women. There's nothing wrong with that.
I didn't say nothing about your wife. All I said was your behaviors towards women and maybe potentially towards your wife are harmful. That's what I said.
All right, answer this question. So what's wrong with me not wanting my sisters not to be doing the things that they do to show themselves?
Shut your ass up. You can't even get the
act the way that.
So you talking?
Man, shut your bitch ass
you're
up.
talking about the conversation.
Let me talk to you. I'm talking to the host. I'm not talking to you.
You're talking about the conversation in regards to revealing clothes, right?
Exactly. So that's the only thing that I tell them I don't like when they do.
Why not?
Because they don't because they don't have to. You see Muslim women that wear dashikis? They still have a husband, don't they?
Yeah, they're getting abused and controlled at extremely high rates. Is that what you want for black women?
So
Muslim women wear what?
It's okay for now. We already at the bottom of the fucking food chain, right? We don't have shit. Our women is just women, men, our kids. Everybody just got a problem with black people, right?
What does that say about the men's leadership, though? What does that say about our leadership?
First of all, you already know goddamn well men don't even lead. They help. They making women lead. Men don't even have no fucking lead. So you need to worry about that. It ain't so many men. It ain't too many men out here, especially like you. You the ones that allow a woman to lead you. What your name is, brother? The host. You the host. What's your name? Dez.
I really do think he like you, Dez. Hold the fuck on.
Hey, no. See. The thing is, you the gay one. That's why you keep talking that gay shit. Every man that keep talking gay shit. Now look. I was fucking when I said something about him with the earring. Okay, boom. That's it. Look, exactly. Check it out. When I said something to him about him with the earring, he was talking shit to me. You feel me? Say, but you still on that gay shit.
You said something about his nose ring, nigga. You the one that started fixating on his features. You're weird.
He was the only nigga to point
You're
that
weird.
out. The only nigga, first and last.
Like we paying attention to the way you speak. Ooh, move, groove. Like
don't we all live in different cities?
Oh gosh.
Yeah, listen. You sound like you downtown Atlanta.
You're such a joke.
No, you from Baltimore.
You're such a fucking joke.
Right, man, I know you got a nerve to call somebody a joke the way you
using that old nigga ass insult.
Hey, but playing, look.
Shut your ass up.
Galaxy, gotta go.
True blue flew do.
Get your ass get on out that closet.
He has so much stuff to say about other people's sexuality, but this was him the other day.
Stop it.
Yeah, his titties are just.
Where the hell you got this? This nigga got quick AI photos. Oh boy, what are we gonna do, man? Between him and y'all know why, realistically, y'all know, like, y'all ain't gonna like this, but the reason why I keep letting him and HD up here is because there's worse that could be happening on my panel. I'm gonna be real. We see it all the time. Not him, they reporting you. We see it all the time. It is what it is. They can take shots at me. I don't give a fuck. Because I've heard how some of these men be talking. We done heard it. Jazz done heard it. Prowls heard it. By all means, definitely done heard it. I'll be popping into your lives early in the morning. These niggas be talking stupid. Yeah, man. And poor Tari, she over there She all educated and shit, all goddamn philosophical and shit. Just listening to us, goddamn.
No, I don't. I decided while y'all was roasting this man back to when he was in his own 20s, I decided to peruse his content, and now I see how he got 25,000 followers. It's because in his videos that tend to have the most views and comments, he's tagging Kevin Samuels. He's hashtag chasing. He's clout chasing through hashtags, and a lot of his content is focused on Black women, bashing Black women, talking about money. And again, what I'm confused about is a man of his age range, you would think that he would have a more dignified approach if he believes he has a solution to the problem. However, I have several allergies. I'm allergic to cats. I'm also allergic to stupidity. So once I saw his content, that's why I just stayed muted, because I don't want to start itching. Because just listening at some of the things on his own, that's what I was doing the whole time y'all was roasting, going back and forth, was looking at his content. This is why we are where we are, because men in his age group have failed to lead, guide, mentor, and be the example. I'm sorry.
Does anybody know how old
that's
he
exactly
is?
what I was
Because
talking about with Crown.
Old enough to know better.
he definitely looked like
These are
he
the
in his
loser niggas that
60s.
I'm talking about.
But I guarantee you, if you asked him how old he would say he's under 50. And if you look like that under the age of 50, that says a lot. That it's always dudes that look like they retirement age that claim to be younger, and you just miserable. Like all that evil you carry around. That's why you look dry, sir.
Was very likely lying about having a wife, because when you asked him, well, where is she? The stammering,
He never
I
gave
believe that
location.
he has a wife the way that I believe that Trump didn't know Jeffrey Epstein. Okay, that he's divorced. He's divorced, or he's shacking up with a woman slightly younger than him because he needs a nurse with a purse. Black men have the lowest life expectancy of any group of Americans. For those that don't know, the life expectancy for Black males is 59. 59, the lowest life expectancy by race and gender. And if that man was a solution to the problems that are on his own content, I don't see evidence that that's what he cares about. He is simply a soundboard.
Eating y'all asses up too.
For men in his age group. I used to work in a hospice about a decade ago. There were disproportionately men in the hospice, and those men were also disproportionately Black. A lot of y'all talking about Kevin Samuels said buy a dog and unalive alone. A lot of y'all will actually be alone because you don't keep community. You weren't fathers. You weren't active grandfathers. You were predatory to younger girls. You didn't get good enough. You intentionally underworked to not have to pay child support. Let's talk about it. That a lot of Black men starting in the 80s intentionally went into jobs that did not have unions, that were not paying more because you did not want to provide for the children that you produced. It is millennial Black men that are changing what it means to be a Black father and a Black husband. It is millennial Black men who watched you Gen X Negroes traumatize everybody else. Y'all were the ones with the rope chains that we saw getting locked up. Y'all were the reason that we had stranger danger commercials. Y'all were the ones getting strung out. Look at his content. Not that I'm suggesting that y'all give him views, but look at some of his content. That is coming from someone who is discontent, who has failed in their own life. Because there is no way in hell a man of his age, who is the man he believes himself to be, should have the kind of content that he does, on top of not drinking enough water because of how dry his lips are. I'm sorry.
That's what you want us to do. You want us to go look at his damn content.
You have the lowest life expectancy in America. And you have no as a matter of fact, I didn't notice any content of him suggesting Black men go to the doctor. So I learned something recently. Sepsis is in one of the top 10 causes of unaliving for Black males. Sepsis. Y'all will be out here doing your little barbecue wars, cut yourself. Oh, I'll put some peroxide on it. Now we got to plan your funeral a week later. Sepsis is now in the top 10 for unaliving Black men because y'all are out here cutting yourselves on your barbecue wars in the summer. Y'all are out here hopping fences to get away from the police. Y'all are out here doing a lot of stuff you should not be doing. And if this man was part of the solution, where's his content encouraging Black men to go to the doctor?
Somebody in the chat said, I feel like I'm okay with that.
Not even, there has to be a level of education there too, or like a certain level of understanding, right? So when I ruptured my Achilles tendon, the wound, it got infected and I ended up getting staph in it. And what happens is the wound won't heal properly. And that's a concern because you can get fucking sepsis. And to not know that your wound that you just cut yourself from hopping this fence or whatever the fuck you were doing to get this wound is not healing properly, that's a you problem. You know you should go to the fucking doctor. That's you just being stupid. Y'all just being stupid. This is an education problem.
And be the same ones that are upset about a Black woman having acrylic nails or a Black woman having a wig. But when a Black woman has her natural hair as it is, with maybe her edge slicked down, maybe if she wants to in a headband, y'all, why'd you leave the house unkempt? Why isn't your hair done? They don't know which way they're going or coming. And it's ridiculous of a man his age being part of the problem, because they are the ones that are on this app, on Instagram, on Facebook, lashing out. They're the ones also who aren't prepared for retirement. They are the fastest leading group of men getting married for the first time over 50, because Gen X Black men are ill prepared compared to other races of the same age for retirement. Ladies, be aware. Be aware, a lot of these men are marrying at 45 and 50 and 55 for the first time because they could not even qualify for the nursing home taking care of them, and were it not for her income. It's time to be real.
It's
time to be real.
It's very much I guess I'll settle down now. Like that
Well, it definitely is that. It's that, but it's also the hark reality that they're the generation that lost pensions, right? World War II boomers had pensions. So this is the generation of men that were getting swindled and going into at-will jobs, that sat back and didn't vote when they started making at-will under Reagan. Y'all was too busy wearing rope chains, trying to look like Rakim, getting jerry curls in your hair, wearing cross colors, and running around and being promiscuous. You weren't trying to build wealth, and you surely weren't trying to build community, even with other Black men. You have the lowest life expectancy in America. These are Gen X Black men that are unaliving, not because they bandanaed up in the street, but because you're not taking care of yourselves. Also, hypertension. A lot of y'all are getting your blood pressure up and thinking, oh, I got a headache. No, it's actually not a headache. And then you drop. Let's talk about it. Let's talk about also that many Black men in his age group don't have whole life insurance. So y'all drop and your own family has to cremate you because you did nothing to help prepare them in case you left. This is what I'm saying about people. This is how you know when someone is solution-based and when they're not. His generation is literally the face of not living long enough for your own grandchildren to remember you. Let's be real. The life expectancy is fine. So Gen X Black men are becoming grandfathers from their millennial-aged sons and daughters, and their own grandchildren remember the mailman more than they remember you, because y'all aren't even living old enough to be the old grandpa with the gray hair. Y'all aren't living long enough for that. You're not adequately prepared for retirement. You don't understand the symptoms of not only sepsis, right, but COPD, which is rampant among Black men.
Yes, a
Because
whole lot of y'all with that. That's a fact.
correct. A lot of y'all are out here wheezing as you walk to get Black and Miles, knowing damn well that you need a nebulizer and need to stop. This is ridiculous.
It's actually number 7 in the top 10 reasons, or the top 10 causes of unalivement for Black men. COPD is very common amongst Black men, even in their 40s and 50s. As somebody who has to take the pre-qualifying screenings for their life insurance, yeah, a lot of y'all can't get approved because y'all got heart disease, COPD, cancer, then suffer multiple strokes, kidney disease, chronic liver disease, cirrhosis, all kinds of shit.
Cirrhosis from y'all was throwing them MDG to, MDGs back. Y'all was, Crown Royal. It's Crown Royal. And again, cirrhosis is also another major issue, which will have you denied for organ transplant because of your alcohol history, that they can deny you an organ transplant because they look at your history as a smoker, as a drinker, and have decided that someone who was healthier, who went into organ failure for another reason, let's be real. We know this is real because if you do life insurance, you used to, do life insurance. I used to work in hospitals. I was in a hospice for a long time. I was in an ICU for a little bit doing medical administration. None of this is a joke. These are all things that are unaliving Black men in his age group, but y'all are angry about wigs. So that when a Black woman does wear her hair as it naturally grows, you have an issue. When a Black woman decides to put locks in her hair, you're complaining about that. We can't win with y'all. All you have to listen to this as you wheeze.
Bless you.
As you wheeze.
Oh, and let's not forget the HIV, y'all. We can't forget the HIV. Black men are diagnosed with the HIV roughly like 3 times more than Black women. Let's think about that for a second.
And unaliving from it as well. And
Yes.
unaliving from it as well.
Yes,
So
exactly. And they say, like, I think they in recent numbers, because before the rates were a little bit higher, but I guess since more, sexual health knowledge has been spread, people are more aware now. I mean, it's still spreading like wildfire out this motherfucker, but I guess that's why the numbers have slightly declined. But it says that 63.2 per 100,000 Black men have been diagnosed. And that's just who's been diagnosed. A whole lot of y'all don't go to the motherfucking doctor. So I'm willing to double those numbers, to be honest with you, but whatever. I'm not a doctor. And 21.6 per 100,000 Black women have HIV. And 9 times out of 10, they're getting that from their male partners whom they're married to. Let's just throw that out there too.
that's also true. Philadelphia and Houston are 2 cities where, like she said, HIV is a problem. Also late diagnosis, where people are developing other issues with their lungs, their, respiratory system, or another issue, and comes to find out it's as a result of AIDS actually taking over, that they're not diagnosed. So
like they literally looked at, like, if y'all, or so in case y'all want to call somebody a liar, it literally says, there's a little clause that says it's also important to distinguish rates from transmission routes. Among Black women, the majority of HIV infections are attributed to heterosexual contact. Among Black men, transmission patterns differ, with male-to-male contact, male-to-male sexual contact accounting for the majority of new diagnoses. So y'all be out here lying, saying that y'all out here playing ball with your boys, and you really bending your buddies over. That's what's happening. That's what's happening. It's UDLs. That's what that tells me, that you niggas be on the low and then be bringing it home to your girlfriends and your wives. That's what that says to me.
Isn't it prevalent among?
You say?
He breaking up.
Oh, I'm sorry. I said, isn't it prevalent among heterosexual men as well, though?
That's what
Yeah,
she's
it
saying.
is. It's saying that, but it's saying that when it comes to the transmission routes, it says the majority of new diagnosis is from male to male sexual contact. But if it's also saying that Black women are getting it from so-called
Oh, okay.
heterosexual contact, that's just, it says heterosexual contact. That don't mean the person that she having the heterosexual contact with is not GAY on the low. Cause like
Yeah.
when you think of it like
Yeah.
that,
Okay.
that's basic math at that point to me, because where else these niggas getting it from? If they
Yeah. Right.
hold the highest cases and women are contracting it in heterosexual relationships or contact, and men are mostly getting it from other men, that is proving that they are sleeping with other men on the low and bringing the disease home to women. That's what's happening right now.
Right. Or contracting it voluntarily or involuntarily while incarcerated, because we also have to factor in jail, county jail, right?
Can't do
Prison,
felons.
and unfortunately, while the prison transmission rates, the data is there, but it's also, it could be better researched, because a lot of late diagnosis typically happens after they've been paroled, whether they've done 2 years or 3. Unfortunately, because again, a lot of Black men don't go to the doctor, but also a lot of them get diagnosed because they actually now have full-blown AIDS, which is another issue, that when the symptoms arise, it can affect your skin. For example, the rashes that come. I'm in my 40s, so I'm old enough to remember the epidemic. I'm old enough to remember in the early 90s the AIDS wards that we had. So a lot of times they get diagnosed because they're having the symptoms of the syndrome itself. So I just don't understand of a man his age not wanting to use his platform to encourage men, not only in his age group, but younger Black men, to take their health seriously, to consider therapy and counseling. Because that whole crash out that was happening between just all of you, between him and the host, him and you, Jazz, like all of that acting up, that sounds like someone that really has not been to therapy and done the work. I don't understand how he was that hysterical. It sounds like someone who's not well. Why not? And the self-unaliving rate for Black men has tripled in the last 15 years. So I don't understand how y'all want to make content riding on the coattails of a man who's deceased, but not actually putting out content that would benefit men that look like you. Nobody wants to commit to a man that doesn't take his health seriously. Let's be real. I recommend any woman that's listening to this, that dates, you're a straight woman, when you meet a Black man, if you're interested in him and you think you may want to date him, from my mouth to your ears, before you even consider being monogamous, ask him 3 simple questions. When was the last time you went to your doctor? How do you feel about men who get therapy? And also ask him, do you have a life insurance policy? These are all valid things to ask. You don't want to align yourself with someone who, because of their neglect of their own health, is now a burden. Let's talk about the fact that there are people who can't even get a house because of the debt that they're in, right? So I don't understand that.
Yep.
I don't understand that at all.
And unfortunately, a lot of Black women, from what I've, noticed when doing these screenings with the number one, they don't be having a damn clue. When I ask them these pre-qualification questions, they don't be knowing shit. They be looking at their wife, looking at her to answer all the damn questions. I asked this nigga if he had a stroke 2 years ago. He
that was a stroke I had. That was a stroke I had.
Like,
What did I believe that was a stroke I had? Was it a
like,
that
babe,
is crazy.
did I have a stroke, babe? I don't remember. Like, what the fuck? Like, what's the name of your doctor? The nigga don't know. Like, they just don't be knowing shit. It's crazy. And I'm like, damn, how does this nigga function on a daily basis? She
Because
clearly
they need
looks
us
like
to
she does
function,
everything.
Jazz.
And then on top of that, They wait until they old as shit and got all these conditions to all of a sudden want life insurance. And 9 times out of 10, that's only because their wife is the one that brought it up. 9 times out of 10, she had a policy long before she reached this age. She took the initiative to do it. She ain't wait for nobody to fucking do it. But now she don't want to be stuck with a financial burden for when he passes away. So she's like, hey, time to get a life insurance policy. So his shit way more expensive. Now they can't afford the damn insurance because he waited till he was 60, 70 damn years old with 3 prior strokes and COPD and all kinds of other shit to finally get one. And, you know, the financial, and then they still just be hesitating and waiting. Oh, I want to find something cheaper. Nigga, you're not going to find nothing cheaper. I promise you, you ain't. You ain't going to find nothing cheaper. This is what happens when you wait till the last minute. You know, it's really, really sad. And Black women, because we mostly date and marry and procreate with them, we are the ones that we end up with that burden of having the financial responsibility to bury them. And that's another reason why it's so important to get life insurance on them. Make sure that you have life insurance on the children as well.
And not just as husbands. I had that experience with my own father. We had to cremate him because he refused to listen to me. And same thing, when he finally decided to go to get health insurance, he was denied. So one of the problems is it isn't just the burden on the woman he's in a relationship with. It's the burden on any children, adult children that he has relationships with that may have to care for him. And it doesn't make sense, you know, to be honest about how poorly some of our men are adulting. Because I would agree with you that they don't know the name of their doctor. It's the wives scheduling the appointments, the wives taking down all the notes. And if it's not their wife, it's their home attendant. I've seen that as well. That if they have a home attendant or a medical nurse that's assigned to them, they have a caseworker, there's someone else managing their medications, their doctor's appointments, all of these things. Because all they've been told is get up and go to work. Because they watched their mother that they kept around that they did not marry, who did all of these things.
Shit, I'm glad my stepdad, he stayed at the damn doctor. Anything wrong, I'm going to the ER. They know his ass by name. He ain't fucking
That
around.
part.
And he made sure he overinsured him and my mom. My
That
kids
part.
gonna be scraped, more than scraped between them and my grandmother.
No,
They
you
gonna
have
be
to.
good.
One of the things that I think that really turned me off, even with talking to men in my age group, is hearing how so few of them are actually prepared for aging and that they don't take their health seriously. I wasn't joking, because what I say that women should ask this, because I ask this. If I ask a man, right, what these questions, or ask him, how do you feel about therapy? If I'm hearing things that don't sound like a mature adult, then no, that's a no for me. I'm not signing up to be a nurse, a maid, a caregiver, a CNA, your financial manager, an alarm clock, because you don't have responsibility over your life. And it's frustrating to hear how Black women are disrespected by so many men, especially men in that age group, when the reality is, if it wasn't for us, there would be no community. Let's be real. If it wasn't for us, there would be no community. If every Black woman in America that was responsible for helping an adult man manage his life, either as a relationship or even as an adult child, if every woman that was doing that stopped, what would happen to these men? What would happen to them? And these are the men upset over that the white man's daughter and niece are better options for them.
A nigga
These are
could
those same
never
men.
convince me to feel any kind of way about him preferring a group of women whose ancestors normalized cannibalism. The nigga could never make me feel a way about that. He can never make me feel a way about preferring a group of women whose granddaddies, just as recent as they granddaddies, be strange fruit in they fuck asses. They could never make me feel a way about that ever. I don't give a shit when these niggas talk about white tea women.
Nor do
I
I,
don't
but
feel
for a
that way.
different reason, because like I said, I almost married a white man. So when a lot of these things, these conversations are projection. It really is projection, because I've not had the collective experience these things without evidence. I know that it's not all roses, because notice that white supremacy is a problem as long as it's denying them. But the moment black women enter the discussion and that they care more about nails and wigs than they care about how about showing up to vote. Roughly 28% of black men that are eligible to vote have not voted since 2012 when Barack Obama ran for office. And if you want to know what my source is, Google Pew a document looking at the voting patterns of the 2024 election. So you could type in Pew Research, PEW Research, and type in 2024 election data. It should come up. 28% of eligible black males that can vote have not since Barack Obama ran for president. 28% of them have not voted in over a decade. But y'all talk about wig and weave and nails, but you won't talk about how Moms for Liberty is the reason that they're taking our history out of public schools because they're going on school boards. This is the issue. These are men that are not politically engaged the way that they need to be. They're not going to college the way that they need to be or should be. They're not even reading as they should be. They're not even reading as they should when the average reading level for them is estimated at between 5th to 7th grade, depending on what data you look at. I'm super confused. I'm super confused that they don't see the harm that that's causing. But we'll be crashing out about wigs and high value men. I don't understand it.
I see he finally ran. I thought he was gonna try to come back, but I see he ran. Let's see. Got Tony up here.
Hey, how's everybody doing?
What's up, Tony?
Oh man, I'm good. I just been looking here for the past hour and a half. This is you go through this every single time, huh?
Every day I'm dealing with stupid ass people. I won't even say, I'm not saying men today, because a lot of what we've been seeing with this topic in particular has actually been a lot of women.
That's the surprising thing for me. How the fuck in this day and age are we still saying, oh, she fast at preteen years? Like, it boggles my fucking mind. But Jazz, how you doing? Hi, Tari.
Hello, Tony. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you. You guys have been talking about the way that black men don't go to the hospital or go to their normal doctor or anything like that like they should. And not only do I agree with it, but my wife recently scalded me on this. And it hits home. Like, my understanding was like, hey, I got to continue work. Somebody got to work. But she was like, I would rather have you if you had nothing, right? Just your health. Your health is concerning. Like, no. And then, so I schedule an appointment. I go tomorrow. She's right. But thank you guys for really bringing that home.
Owe it to yourself. You owe it to yourself to be as healthy as you possibly can. And what I don't understand is how any man could sit here, and I'm talking specifically about the men that use this rhetoric, angry about, well, y'all don't want to submit and y'all are too aggressive and y'all aren't this and that. Why should I submit to a man that would cut himself on the gate at his grandmother's house? And I go, honey, that doesn't look right. Oh, I'll put some peroxide on it. And then the second day, sweetheart, oh, it'll get better. This isn't, why should any woman submit to a man who does not carry himself in a way that lets her know he's worthy of even roughly submitting to? I'm not here to speak for all women, but if you're demanding submission, what is it that I'm submitting to exactly? What is it that a woman would submit to when you won't even put your health first? If you are unhealthy, there is no relationship. There is no career. There is no household if you are too ill to work and to participate in your own life. It's just, it's too much, because this is a problem. I saw it when I was working in a hospice. I saw it. How many of those men, like I said, COPD, cancer, other issues, prostate cancer. And then, of course, I'm on my lunch break and you'll see them on the courtyard, sneaking, smoking a cigarette. You'll see them sneaking. And it's like, Mr. Jenkins, what are you doing? Don't snitch on me, girl. Don't snitch on me. This, I'm somewhat joking, but I'm not. That why should any woman submit to a man if you won't take care of yourself so that you can be a prosperous, healthy individual? Why should I submit to you? Why?
Yeah, I know you asked that question before I went on mute, Tony. So this is a conversation that obviously a lot of y'all know I'm in the gym 5-6 times a week. I drink my water, I take my vitamins, I go on my walks, I do my cardio, and I kind of preach it to Ash very often. I say, hey, like, the reason why this is important to me is not to have the best body or, it's none of that. It's the fact that whenever we're 70, Ash, when we're 80, Ash, and I drop something on the ground, I don't want to struggle to pick it up. And I owe it to you and the family that we're going to build to be around. Going to the doctor is super important. Taking care of your body in all ways. Taking care of your mind in all ways. You got stress out here unaliving people faster than most things. The problem with most of us, especially as men, is a lot of us have figured out how to be physically in shape. A lot of us understand it. Go lift some weights, go for a walk. Like, that part of the conversation is something that most men, or a lot of men, have always understood. But telling ourselves, hey, we need to actually understand and listen to what the doctor is telling us. You know how many men in my family just refused to take the medicine the doctor gave them? Why are you not listening? Why are you not listening? It don't make any sense. I have people in my family who the doctor has told them repeatedly, hey, if you don't put that bottle down, if you don't put it down, you're gonna die. That's what's gonna happen. I have this talk with Ash a lot too as well. I'm like, her parents are getting older. My mom's getting older. And I'm a very direct person. I don't sugarcoat it. They know, hey, like, Mom, if you don't go get life insurance, like, I don't want to have to, like, no, I'm very direct in my language at all times. Somebody they don't want to take their medicine. Hey, you gonna die. Ain't no passing away. Ain't no, hey, you going unalive. I call it exactly what it is. And had that hard conversation. There is no in between. Just had a conversation. Tony, you had something to say?
Yeah, I said it's my own stubbornness. Like, it's my own stubbornness and thinking, you know what? Because what's happening with me is stress. Like, I don't drink. I'm big, but I work out. I do all the right things, I think. But it's just stress. And namely, when I get stressed out lately, it's like my arm hurts. Like, my left arm is like killing me. And she's like, you need to go to your primary doctor. I'm like,
gotta go.
And I know she right. My hard-headed ass is like, babe, I'm looking at these bills and I don't know, I can't afford to do it. And that's when she raged out. And rightfully so. Because I was on some bullshit when I said that. I was straight on some straight bullshit when I said that.
Yep.
So I thought it was like, hey, I'll put it off. She was like, you can't put off something that severe. She said the cough that you don't body, sir. Yep. So I was like, you know what? This is my wife. This is my best friend. This is my better half. Hey, I'm gonna trust the judgment.
And something you got, you stressing about them bills? A dead man can't pay them.
Yeah.
Dead man can't pay them.
Yeah.
So, it's a tough conversation, but again, like I said, we just gotta be better and not be hard-headed. Like, I got an uncle who this man, he done had 2 strokes. I mean, the doctor done, hey, stop drinking. Now, he's older than my mom. I think he's like going on 70, I want to say. But he been drinking since he was 12, 11. Like, bro, if you don't stop drinking, you're going to die.
Right.
Stop. The doctor told you, stop drinking.
Alexandria said she has some words for me that might help. How you doing, Alexandria?
Go ahead, Alex.
Hey, Dennis. Hey, everyone. So I just thought about something. So I'm 43. My ex-husband's 46. When my kids were about 2.5 years old, I remember, how old would he be? 33, 34, doesn't matter. And he'd never gone for checkups or anything, right? He was not obese, he was not really overweight, just had a bit of a tummy. Not a very tall man, 180. And then there was one night, I remember very clearly, and his arm was sore, right? And he just wasn't feeling himself. And normally he doesn't really take ibuprofen or anything like that, occasional headache. And I said, because he doesn't complain, he's very much a get on with it type of person. I said, look, just go to the nearest, we have like a GP. He went there, and then I get a message from him. He goes, hey, I'm just in the ambulance. I'm just going to the hospital. He's like I said, he's a very calm, he doesn't scream. I've never seen him crash out, cry, to his own detriment. Because like we're Balkan, so Balkan people are they're not very emotional people. Men do complain, but he's not a complainer. Anyways, long story short, I got the message. He goes, yeah, they give him the aspirin to stop the heart attack. And then I was like freaked out, but I was almost like a bit like in shock, and I didn't know what to do. So he's like, it's all fine. We're just going to the hospital. So I wasn't actually aware of what was going on because, like I said, my dad never had a heart attack. None of my family members, I've never been through it, so I don't know what the process is. So he got there, and I get a call at about 10:30 at night from one of the nurses. Go, hey, we've just put a stent, in your husband. You may want to come down. She was very lovely. And then I just like freaked out. But I was very in shock, and I had my 2 little toddler. I have twins, and they were toddlers at the time. So I got my mother-in-law at the time. She came over. Then I went there by myself. And when I tell you, like, this is what I mean about men. He's the type of person where he can't process his emotions. He doesn't know how to. And he's just sitting in the bed, and he's like, "Hey, I'm fine." And you know what was interesting? I was more upset at his reaction. I was like, "This is serious, And she's like, "Yeah, if you waited any longer, he wouldn't be here, by the way." So I didn't. I'm the type of person when I get in shock, I can't cry. I'm a very strange human. Like I cry later on, and I didn't want to cry in front of him. Then his mum and dad got to the hospital, and I feel so horrible about this. His dad broke down in tears. His mum did, and I think because I felt so, like, in my culture, it's very much like the woman, you have to be the strong one, it's very, it's pretty misogynistic, our culture that we grow up in, which I'm well aware of. But what was interesting is his reaction. Like, he was like, "Yeah, I just had a, I don't know, blood checkup." And then his dad was crying, and I was very, I actually screamed at his mum, which I feel bad about. I was like, "Why are you crying?" Because I felt alone, I wanted someone to go, "Are you okay?" Because I'm there with 2 kids, and my parents are in another city. So I was like, I was just so annoyed at her at the time. And then obviously, like, he got home, he's okay now. Now he's 46, he has to take medication for the rest of his life. But what I'm trying to say is, and that's another example of men just not checking themselves, and he doesn't even like to go clean his teeth once a year. That's the type of man he is. But what I'm happy, I'm not happy it happened, but I'm happy that it was a wake-up call for him. And even his own son, yeah. Even the bad part is, I really want men, and I understand men don't feel comfortable expressing their emotions, and I get that. And I've always said to him now, and I'm not trying to make this about me, but even that we're not together, like, I've encouraged therapy, like, I've been the one to, just get him to, I check up on him. He checks up on me, though, because we've had this co-parenting relationship. We broke up about 9 years ago. So we've got teenage daughters now. But what I want to say is, I will be honest, I don't coddle men, but I will look out for the health of my ex-husband, because we have daughters, yeah, and I do still care about him. He's the father of my kids, but at the same time, yeah, it's just an example of how, what was fascinating about it was his reaction. You know what I mean? He's very avoidant, and he just kind of passed it off as, "Yeah, I'm fine. And to this day, he still has that "I'm fine" attitude. But I do check up on him every occasion, once in a while. "How's everything going? You want to have a chat?" We have regular chats just about the kids and things like that. So yeah, like I said, he's lucky he's still here. But yeah, he takes other medication now as well, and I've encouraged him to, dumb down the drinking. He does have an occasional drink, but that is very embedded into our Eastern European culture, which I don't like. But yeah, I just wanted to add that, Tony, to you, because you were talking. So yeah, please, like, just do a checkup and just see, because I'm not saying that's going to happen to you, but yeah, it'll make. I know it's scary when you go there. It's so scary because you don't know what the results will be like. But please do it. Like, if not for you, for your wife. I don't know if you have kids or
Right.
anything, but yeah. So
Thank you so much for that. Now I do say, like, in the last year, I have not got a checkup. Prior to this, I had a checkup once every 3 months. I was real diligent on it. But in the last year, a lot of BS happened. And like her husband, like, I ain't want to bitch and complain, you know what I'm saying? Like, that part of my growth is still in its infancy as far as telling somebody when I need help. You know what I mean? Because it's like, growing up around your grandparents and all that stuff, you taught, all right, what you feel and what you need and all that stuff don't matter. It's about everybody else in your house. What they feel and what they need. And then looking back at it, I really had to meditate on it. And I'm like, all right, so they live their life a certain way. However, all of these motherfuckers that live their life a certain way either checked out early, or they had a long life, but it was in misery because they didn't go out and get help. And to be honest, like, that's what drove me to seek therapy about 6 or 7 years ago. And I still do that religiously. So I gotta be more content on the physical thing. Like I gotta spear myself towards going to a doctor. So thank you guys for having this conversation, man. You don't realize how much you save people, Des.
Say that again, Tony.
He really does. He does.
I said you don't realize how some of these conversations be saving people, Des.
I do not actually. You're right. I have no idea what I'd be saying on here.
Yeah,
I really do be talking.
Yeah, man, but you like these conversations, especially when Jazz says something, Tori, I think this is the first time I've seen her on here in Alexandria. Like when y'all break things down, like I'm like, damn. Now they done made me have to do homework.
Tony, like, props to you to go to therapy. Like I said, I'm personalizing it. My dad's like in his 70s, and my dad has diabetes later on in life. And he lives by himself, and he still drinks at night. And I have to, like, I'm worried. I'm not gonna lie. I'm worried about him because he's in another city, and he's a very emotional person, and because my parents are divorced. So, and my brother, I love him, but he doesn't take things seriously. I've tried to have conversations. So there's only so much I can do because I've got my own children. There comes to a point where we have to, like, kind of go, not that we're done, but 75-year-old man, it's just really hard to change. So, it's sad, but it is what it is. But it's good that you're going to therapy. That's a lot better than a lot of men. Most men have not stepped in the therapist office. So
I had to. The motherfucker I was before therapy, I don't know how I survived up to that point. Like I was in my mid-20s, and like it was constant. Nobody talks about how much the PTSD has effect on people that haven't even served. Like PTSD in the hood, you don't know how much that affects the way you view the world, how much you interact, what your thought process of the hood, of the world is, because you grow up in a rough part of the United States. But I was looking at certain behaviors that I had. I'm like, nigga, this is horrible. Like, you got to talk to somebody about this. And so that's what I was saying. Like last time you had this conversation, I was like, yeah, it took until like the 6th or 7th therapist for me to find like a board of therapists every time I have a therapy session. Like, I literally have 3 different people at all times. Like, hey, so this is what this could be. This is what that could be. And I'm like, damn, am I that fucked up? It was like, yeah.
I wanted to just interject something really fast because I think, just to correct it, there's a difference between combat-related post-traumatic stress disorder. You can get post-traumatic stress disorder from a combat situation, as if someone who has served in a war zone. You can have post-traumatic stress disorder from being SA'd. You also can have post-traumatic stress disorder from experiencing a natural disaster or some other traumatic incident, right? It doesn't always have to be, revolving around vets, though veterans and active duty obviously are more likely to have it, right? And I say this as a veteran myself, more likely to have it. There's a difference between combat trauma and other types of PTSD because the research is clear. They can describe it, but they don't know why some people get it and some people don't, right? Why some people get it and some people don't. I'm happy to hear that you got help. I'm happy to hear that you decided to seek therapy, but it is something that needs to happen among more men in general. There needs to be more of a push for Black men to go into social work, for Black men to go into mental health, because let's be honest, it is difficult dating any man who has not done the work on himself. And I'm not here to disparage anyone for their journey. I'm simply saying that when a person has experienced trauma and they've made no attempt to acknowledge it, address it, and get help to process it so that they can learn and grow from it, it's just not. I have simple rules. Some women care how tall you are. Some women don't want a man if he can't dance. I'm the kind of woman that if you have experienced something in your life and don't see the value in therapy and have not sought it out, that's not someone I want to align myself with. There are just too many men, especially in our community, that don't see the value in not just going to the doctor, but going to see a therapist and addressing mental health issues. Because I agree with you. I like to joke and call it hood PTSD, but it's real, especially if you grew up in the 80s during the booger sugar epidemic. If you remember what it was like when, and I know we joke about it now when the block is hot, but trust me, in the 80s, when gang culture was rampant, block is hot meant something different then. Okay. And so it's about getting the help that you need to process and also starting to unpack internalized racism, internalized anti-Blackness, internalized misogyny. These are also important to do. These are also important because it's not good enough to go to therapy if you still have harmful, negative views, not only about Black people in general, but specifically about Black women. It's too much. We are the only women in the US that if we see a Black man we like, we have a thought just for a moment. Does he even like Black women? We're the only women that have to stop and ask, will he even date me because I'm Black? Because so few Black men have actually started to work on their internalized misogyny and internalized racism. That there is a man that will reject you when you likely look like his own mother or a woman in his family. And that's something that needs to be addressed.
Yeah, it's all too often we joke about, like you said, joke about hood PTSD, but through like therapy, you find out that there's something called CPTSD. This is the type that you don't lash out when stuff is happening, but God forbid if you spill water, oh, now all of that is spilled out. And people are like, where the hell are you getting that from? It's from the shit that you tried to bury mentally, and it just keeps coming up, and you try to hit this motherfucker with a shovel, and you try to put some more dirt on it. You try and bury it because you don't want to seem weak. You want to seem like you got it together, and you don't. And it's okay to not have it together. You got to admit that before you can fix that.
To clarify though, Tony, CPTSD is when someone has post-traumatic stress disorder from two different stressors. Just to clarify, post-traumatic stress, CPTSD comes when you have developed post-traumatic stress disorder from two unrelated traumatic events. That you have what compounded post-traumatic stress disorder, which requires a diagnosis from a qualified mental health professional. Typically, it takes two of them minimum to diagnose you. Yeah. I just say this because I have it as a veteran for do for right, but CPTSD is a result of having post-traumatic stress disorder from two, they don't always have to be related, but often two unrelated traumatic events. However, the process of going through it, I compare it to literally playing roulette. That if Black 35 is your number, you might hit. And then you might it's literally roulette. It's emotional roulette. It can be small things that can set you off. But either way, before that is a serious diagnosis, right? That doesn't have a cure. You can only manage post-traumatic stress disorder. The issue is before we can even get to the diagnosis and the treatment and living with these issues, you have to first admit that you have a problem and seek help from a qualified professional, which not enough Black men in general, but Black men are doing.
I'll tell you something that's kind of funny to me. It's not going to be funny to anybody else. It's going to be funny to me. When I was diagnosed with that, I rejected it. And I was like, ain't nothing wrong with me. I'm cool. Later on in life, this was like 2 years after they diagnosed me, by the way. Go back. I was like, all right, so how can we fix this? He was like, there's no fixing anything. You got to manage this. I'm like, okay, the different wording. Okay, white man, how do we manage? Because I ain't taking no pills. He was like, no, this is a lot of mental work. You're going to have to work harder at this than you have at anything in your life. And I'm like, well, that sucks. So no cure, huh? He was like, no cure. Because it's a thing you manage. It's like a lot of meditating and a lot of just getting yourself away from situations that bring it up. And unfortunately, you can't get away from the entire world, but you can learn how to manage it a little better, you know? So it's a humbling experience. But God, you know. Yeah. But once again, lives like this make me meditate on a lot of things. So thanks, man. Appreciate it.
I appreciate you taking the time to share your story, Tony, and hopefully some of the men that are in here, you know, and just anyone in general will be there to encourage, you know, to seek help because it's so necessary.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you for sharing with me too. I appreciate that. It was a good thing that old guy wasn't up here because I was about to roast his ass. I ain't even gonna lie to you. You know.
What are you talking about? You talking about real talk?
Oh man, talking about the senior citizen boy. Woof.
Golly.
I'm like, you deal with that shit every live.
Rarely closed. Damn. I guess I'm going through the drive-through.
What?
I'm getting food for me and Ash. Yeah, man, I like that conversation y'all just had because I think a lot of people don't understand it. So I have family members, right, who served in Vietnam. And they won't come around during certain holidays, obviously, right? Because y'all obviously know, right? Like people shooting fireworks that might trigger them. And, you know, growing up, I never really understood. They're like, yeah, you know, so-and-so act crazy if we setting off fireworks and whatever. So a part of what y'all were just talking about, like understanding like what may trigger it, managing it, it just all resonated with me just now because I never really thought about it like that. I was like, I understand that the PTSD is a real thing. It's not something that you can just get medicine for. It's really a matter of understanding yourself.
And it grows and it changes over time. You know, I was having a conversation with a friend who's also a vet, and this person does not have PTSD, but they're a veteran, and I serve with them. And I tried to explain that I compare it to weeds. Imagine having healthy soil that's green and lush. Maybe it's got flowers. And then all of a sudden, it starts developing weeds. You can either neglect it and let it spread, the same way you have to tend and water and fertilize a garden to be healthy. The same thing goes when you have, because one of the problems is the language from the therapy process, even the word trigger, that is language directly out of trauma-based therapy, right? The modules for trauma-based therapy. So when you have people overusing words like triggered, you know, and certain things that people, or even another thing that I can't stand is when people overuse the word trauma bonding, which comes out of the therapies for people who experience abuse, kidnapping victims who go through, Stockholm syndrome. It's frustrating because often people hear these words, but they don't actually know what they mean. They don't necessarily use them correctly, and they don't have the bandwidth to remove their own ego. One of the things that I think is so important is I didn't get diagnosed until I was 30. But the crazy thing was that when I got diagnosed with CPTSD, it was for 4 distinct different things. I had basically developed coping skills. Right now, we tell people, oh, cope harder. But again, language that comes out of trauma-based counseling, coping mechanism, coping skills. I had basically changed my entire life to adapt because I didn't understand that the way that I was processing what was happening around me was reactive because I was undiagnosed. And when you don't know you have a problem, you often don't have the correct tools to address it and to deal with it. And what's so interesting for me is I have actually learned to be more empathetic, more understanding, and more patient because I first had to do that for myself. You mentioned your uncles going to Vietnam. Firstly, because I'm when it comes for Black people, I'm always 10 toes for us. I want to remind everyone that they sent Black men to Vietnam 5 times their population size. Again, they sent Black males to Vietnam 5 times their population size. Black males are nearly 48% of all the names on the Vietnam Memorial. Believe it or not, once upon a time, Black men outnumbered Black women. What changed that? Vietnam. Because not only did they send Black men 5 times their population size, roughly 2/3 of Black men that served in Vietnam had not yet fathered children. So they not only sent our men to war overseas, they sent young men who never fathered children, decimated entire communities. So when it comes to Vietnam and a lot of the language of this, right, I'm sure many of us are familiar with the term shell shocked, which was originally what it was called, right, before the research, the medicine, the science all caught up to call it post-traumatic stress disorder. This is just my personal opinion that Black people, specifically African Americans, have post-traumatic slave syndrome. That's also a book. It's also a book, but that we also have post-traumatic slave syndrome. And I would argue that Black men is particularly, we should go to therapy just for that reason. Because a lot of the topics that we talked about today, because we talked about a lot, I know not everybody was here. First of all, shout out to anybody that's been here in this live, at least especially since I have requested of. Shout out to you if you still here tapping and liking. Shout out to you. But we talked about so many different things today. But one thing that I think is relevant is that post-traumatic slave syndrome is something we all have to start unpacking. I'm on my own journey, and it is difficult when you think about all of the ways in which we are still carrying the language and the tone of our own oppression of our ancestors. That no, we were not sold on an auction block, but many of us are carrying the language and the tone, and to an extent, the behaviors of that time period. Because when you traumatize a group of people in the way that they traumatized us during chattel slavery, and then you release 4 million traumatized individuals, it's to be expected that harmful coping skills and behaviors out of that experience would carry on generationally. And it's really important, I think, for Black people, but especially Black men, to start working on that, because the harm to Black women, I said this hours ago when you first allowed me up, Des, I'm going to say it again. Wisconsin is the unaliving capital for Black women in the country. They have a rate of being unalived 20 times that of white women in the state of Wisconsin. And now, since 2020, Black females are now unalived by Black males more than Black males are unaliving each other. So it's important for us to look at how all of these behaviors are impacting us all, especially within the community, because a lot of women, myself included, are checking out. You said this earlier, Dev, and that's why I requested up, because I was just listening, Des, but you said a lot of women are choosing peace. I got there. I didn't know that's what was happening, but that's where I wound up going. That at this point, it's not about your hair, your car, how tall you are, how all the stuff that I wanted in a guy when I was 20, I would argue the stuff that I wanted in a man when I was 30, irrelevant. What I want now more than anything else is, does having this man in my life, does being aligned with this man, does sharing a bed with this man, does giving my body to this man, not to be crass, but if having an orgasm from a man, it's still got to be more powerful than the peace I get on my own. I hold myself accountable, right? I take responsibility for myself in my own life. When you merge yourself with another individual, the two of you have to have good communication. I do not want to align myself with the man emotionally, spiritually, sexually, financially, or otherwise when you haven't been to your primary care doctor since Bush was in office. Okay. I'm sorry. And yes, that was towards somebody specific, but there was someone I was interested in a few years ago that I had to walk away from him respectfully, because he was like, man, I don't even know if I have health insurance anymore. I mean, I'm paying for it. I thought he was joking, so I laughed. He wasn't joking. And I said, wait a minute, you when was the last time you were at the doctor? And he was like, man, I don't know, like 06, 07. And I looked at him and was like, you haven't been to the doctor since Bush was in office? I couldn't. I couldn't. So a lot of times we get caught up in people clout chasing on this app, but I literally have a simple request. No matter who this man is, if being alone is more attractive to me than being with you, it's not worth it. It's not worth it, because too many of our brothers are not in therapy. They're not going to the doctor, and they haven't even started to unpack their misogyny. I don't want to be in a relationship with a man where I have to nudge you under the table because you joked about grape at a luncheon with some friends of mine. The days of having to say, sweetheart, no, we don't joke about that. I don't want to
That happened?
Yes, it did.
Golly, golly.
He made a joke. He made a joke about, and I won't even refer to the joke. It's in poor taste. He made a joke, not knowing that the people that we were dining with, who had welcomed us into their home, that the wife had experienced. I was in the service with her. She had experienced SA. And having to nudge him like, come on, bro, is a few reasons that relationship collapsed. But the days of having to explain to a man, even during a date, that interrupting me when I'm speaking to correct me, let me say what I have to say, give me an opportunity to get it out and we can talk about it. Men have a terrible tendency of mansplaining, where You think you know us better than we know ourselves, even when the topic we're discussing is ourself. I no longer want to have to tell a man, please let me finish when I'm telling you about something I'm experiencing as a woman. Some of the most invalidating conversations I've had as a Black woman have sadly been while attempting to date Black men. I know, Des, you don't, please don't crash, but I have not had a Black man as my boyfriend since Bush was in office. He was the last one because I decided that I'm not going to be loyal to culture or to skin color. I'm going to be loyal to a man that aligns with my ideals and my values. And I had to do it that way because I was seeing a trend that oftentimes Black men don't even hear their misogyny. They don't even hear it. That they think that, yes, we're both Black, but I'm also female. Don't interrupt me and say, well, maybe the real reason why that they said that to you was work was because, well, if the project was due at 3 and it was, 2:30, of course they was going to send an email because they can't fathom that my Black experience it's inextractable. It's inseparable from my femaleness. I am as Black as I am female. I am as female as I am Black. And often I have been disappointed and disheartened in just trying to align and get to know Black men over the years because they don't actually understand misogyny. It's not just calling a woman out of her name. It's when you make a suggestion at work and every guy around you goes, oh, that doesn't make sense, Tori. And then 6 weeks later, one of the guys that was there telling you that you don't make sense gets Sailor of the Quarter, which happened to me when I was in the military. They took an idea that I had, him specifically, took an idea that I had, got a NAM, which is a Navy Achievement Medal. It's a big deal. Got a NAM off of my idea and also got Sailor of the Quarter. That the same people was like, nah, that don't make sense. Only to take my idea and use it, right? So it's a struggle. We can understand racism from their lens. They are unwilling to even consider that I am a woman and that my Black experience differs. I don't want to be in a relationship with a man, and I'm certainly not giving my body to a man that I have to explain to you what misogynoir is, that I have to explain to you that maybe you shouldn't minimize my experiences because while we may both have darker skin, we may both be descendants of slaves, we may both have English surnames. My feminine reality, my female reality cannot be taken away from my Blackness. And it's you would expect this from white men. You would expect this from but it's sad when it comes from Black men because Black men have Black mothers, Black grandmothers. It here yet, but I've said it other places and it's upset people. Black men don't actually love Black women. Black men maybe love their mothers and grandmothers. Grandmother does not equate to at least acknowledge
I have a hot take.
reality.
Black men don't love their mothers either. They like what their mothers do for them. They know nothing about their mothers.
I second that.
They know nothing about their mothers. They know nothing about what interests her. They know nothing.
You have the 5 chocolate cream filled in the 7 glaze, right?
Yeah. They know nothing about how she got to where she is. They know nothing about the woman that they call mom at all. They like what mom does for them. They like how mom cooked for them, how mom used to clean. How
1316 off your card, you just owe me 754.
On that card?
Yeah, that's the only thing it took off was 1316. All right.
They never took their moms out of the title of mom and put her in the title of woman in their mind. So I knew early what not to do, what to do to kind of ensure some level of peace.
Thank you.
And sadly, not many people, not many men actually had that talk. And my mom made it her business to talk to me like that at least 2 or 3 times a week. And I'm like, even the shit that I thought was, I didn't even think about. I would think about those conversations and I'm like, damn. Okay. I didn't even know I was doing half of this shit. Now I was in my teens when I had this realization. So it shocks me now in my 30s that men could go their whole lives without even examining themselves. And that is the majority of men.
My bad, y'all. Let me say this, because Tori, you touched on this, and I just want to say it because you were speaking on language, right, and how we overuse like terms PTSD and trauma bonding. And I'll never forget the first time I learned about like language mattering and how actually we as a society overuse specific terms. And this is why the big reason why I agree with you on that is the word love, right? We have overused that word so much that we don't know, we're so disconnected from the root of what it should be and how it should look. So I'm sorry, respectfully, like I got pizza right now. I like pizza, you know? I'm not going to be having a conversation with you telling you how much I love pizza. I'm just not. I'm not going to tell you about how much I just love all these great things that go on in my life. Like, I like all of those things. You know what I mean? And because we're so willing to say, ooh, I love pizza. Ooh, I love going to the movies. Ooh, I love getting on TikTok. What we've done is we have displaced the true meaning of what it actually. I think because a lot of us have overused it, a lot of people don't know what real love even looks like. And I remember, I think it was one of my high school teachers giving me that example, and I never forgot it. I still to this day never forgot it. And I don't say that word because that's not a word we should be taking lightly. If I say I love you, there is a lot that I'm willing to do for you. There's a lot, right? So if y'all have noticed, right, at the end of my lives, I always say, good night, y'all. I love y'all. Because I treat y'all and I view y'all as family when y'all are on my lives. I wouldn't have these lives or run these lives without most of the people that continue to contribute to these lives. If I met half of y'all in person, I feel like I would be talking to one of my own. I would protect you if y'all were around me. I don't take that word lightly. Most of us do. A lot of us do. We literally take it so lightly. And even, you know, to you, Tony, and a lot of the men that are maybe watching, this is why it's important for you to use that word in the right way at the right times. For instance, a lot of men never even told their homies they loved them. Because you don't view the word in its proper way. You only think that's something you tell a woman. That's only something you tell your mama. That's not what that word means. It's not what it means at all. And y'all, I might break up, so y'all gonna have to bear with me. Y'all bear with me for like literally 2 minutes.
Oh, you going through a tunnel. I see that. you're using that word. And that's not the lesson that many people get at all. That words like love, hate, like, dislike share its own spiritual vibe, its own energy. And when you assign energy to things that don't belong there, that's when you open a new version of your own hell. Like, you don't have to die to experience heaven or hell. Like, you don't have to expire, rather, to visit heaven or hell. You got that right here on earth. There's a lot of niggas going through hell that they furnished. Like, they host their own party of hell by using words, using meanings that they don't understand. Bouncing in
Did I hear you say? Did I hear somebody say that a man told them love is just a word?
Yes, that was me. That was when I was, and growing up, and especially now, you'll hear some men like, man, I'd do anything to get that coochie. I'm like, you'll sell yourself out for, oh, okay. So you have no meaning. I can't be around you. Fuck off. But some dudes will actually tell a woman they love them, give them that energy, and not have the energy behind what they gave them, and then wonder why all hell went loose because you lied. And in lying, you have just introduced yourself to your own hell. Like, you know what she did to me? No, you know what you did to yourself first? You opened that shit up. While you could have had heaven and been 100% honest and be like, hey, I'm just looking to get my thing off. I don't recommend that. But you could have been honest. Be like, hey, I just want to get my thing off. And whether she went with it or didn't go for it, at least you were a man in that point. An actual man. Like, you stood on your beliefs. That's why I have no problem saying what comes out of my mouth, because it's already been in my heart first. And people understand that. So I say, you motherfucker, you. I really felt that. I really felt that motion. I really hate you. But, unfortunately, not a lot of people have that lesson, and especially y'all black men. And if you're going to be the leader of something, know that leadership means servitude. You must serve those who are in your household. And in serving those who are in your household, it is one of your duties to maintain some type of peace. And you do that by what comes out of your mouth. Not only your actions, but what comes out of your mouth. Sit down with a man, have a conversation with him for 30 seconds. I can tell you what type of man he is.
Yep.
God damn, that looks good. I gotta eat these greens, bro, because my wife said you better eat these greens. So
listen to your wife.
Hey. Oh, hell yeah. She the leader in this one.
I'm about to get out of here. I love y'all. I appreciate all y'all for coming in here. But I done been on here. Somebody asked me how long I was on here. I have been on live for 9 hours and 28 minutes.
Damn.
I'm out of here. I am out of here.
All right, man.
I ain't gonna lie. I might jump into some other people's rooms, but I've been online for almost 10 hours the way I see it.
Damn, you done worked a double shift, bro.
Yeah. I will see y'all tomorrow. I don't know what I'm gonna be talking about tomorrow because I'm done talking about this. I cannot talk to no more men. I can't talk to no more stupid men. about this topic right here because they nasty. I'm gonna be honest. They nasty. They don't like women. They don't care about advancing the community. They don't care about working with black women. They want to work against black women. They want to punish this little girl. I can't. I ain't built like that. I'm never gonna be built like that. So I appreciate y'all for coming in. I'm gonna see y'all tomorrow.
Oh, Des.
Yeah.
Can I recommend something?
Yeah, what's up?
Emotional regulation is a topic all by itself.
Yeah, they ain't gonna want to hear that.
Fuck them. Hold on, let me say that right. Fuck them. There we go. I had to pop that F off.
Thank you for having me up.
For sure.
Enlightening. It's always great to be, a mom, to know that men like you exist. Because it was interesting, but definitely I'll check you out tomorrow. I appreciate you giving a platform, not just for me, but for everyone that got a chance to speak and to say their piece. So that means a lot. Thank you.
For sure. I appreciate y'all. Y'all have a good night.
All right. See y'all later.
All right.
You're kicking people out because they're immigrants. Mind you, you thought it ended. It didn't end. It was still going on. We're fellow people. Where y'all at? I got time today. I'm the red man. I got time today. These lenses changes color too. They don't just see what you see. Where they at, though? Nowhere. Island? Nowhere. Disappeared. Nobody talking. So you see how our ancestors stuck with trauma memories? They're stuck with the memories they gotta block. So who's suffering more? I could get over trauma. You can't get over the fact that you remember something, nigga. That's something you will never forget, bro. You will never forget your Nephilim and animal genetics. You'll never forget that. So you gotta hide the facts that you are. So you beat down everybody else. So they can't. So you don't have no time to look at yourself. Now let's take a mirror and put it on you. Let's put a mirror on you. I'm very good at mirroring people's energy. So when I mirror them, whenever I see the media pushing racist narrative, I'll mirror them like, okay, you want to push net racism? Do you want to know why you push it? Okay. And it makes sense. Because the original blueprint, we're not built like this. We're taught to do what we're doing today. Black crime is taught. It is taught by an animalistic hybrid. So don't look at me talking about, oh, y'all are black on black crime. Look how much hoods, da 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 da. Well, go to the hood and be racist. Go to the hood and be racist then. You dislike them so much, they're hoodlums. Go tell them today. White man, go find the nearest hood and go there and be like, y'all are hoodlums. I don't like you fucking niggers. Go do that. You cannot. You'll get everything reiterated. Matter of fact, they won't even waste nothing on you. They'll just tell you get the fuck out the hood, bro. And probably jump you. Just let you live. Don't worth nothing. But for you'll take us, sell this, sell that, sell all types of shit, but we don't need nothing to sell from you. You don't got nothing worth selling. So I know why. But anyways, yeah. When we put up the mirror, it's a problem. Cancel this black man. Y'all don't get it. Ellis Island descendants, where y'all at? Y'all want to call us niggers? Where you racist Ellis Island motherfuckers at? Not talking about the one that know they're from Ellis Island. They're cool with everybody. I'm talking about the ones that's racist as fuck. Where are y'all at? I can't run into them. Frequency don't line, bro. So it's hard to even find them. It's hard to find them. Ellis Island grandkids, cops, judges, lawyers, company owners, fucking corporation owners, they own the fucking, they just come here and own everything, bro. How the fuck the Jews got more land in Miami than people that actually came and raised and born and live in fucking Miami? Tell me that. Explain that shit to me. Niggas don't speak no English, we got more land than niggas with that speak English in an English speaking country. Huh? Where they do that at? Immigrants. How about everybody return to their original country? I return to Jamaica. You return to your fucking European place. Whatever the fuck, wherever over there, as long as you go over there, I'm okay. I'm going to stay in the West. I go to Jamaica. You, that way. We're going to have to pack y'all up in ships and get y'all that way. Meaning the whole government is gone. The police force is gone. Everything that y'all got us suppressed by is gone if we tell everybody go to fuck home and stand on that. Think about it. If every melanated people stand on going back home to where they from, these people going to have to go back to the caves. They have no location to go to. The Asians got China. The Russians not even from Russia, but they're named Russians. Go back to where y'all from and be yourselves. No, we need to be next to everybody and hate everybody. What the fuck is y'all problem? If you dislike black people so much and we're everywhere in America, do not unalive us. Just go home. Go home. Go back to the caves. Honestly, bro. Honestly, if you're that racist, go to the caves where there's nobody else but you and your pale-skinned partners because it's so dark in there. Go back there. Oh, that's too honest and truth and digging. You too intelligent for the white man. You talking to the white man with no respect. You don't have no respect for me, nigga. The fuck am I have respect for you? How y'all want us to be censored and can't say what we want, but want us to have respect for y'all? Think. It is all orchestrated this way. When y'all see melanated people being pro-black, y'all hate the fact that we're pro-black. Even black people hate the fact that a black person will be pro-black. Oh, it's unity. It is fucking unity, asshole. The whole point is I'm pointing out the ones that do not like the facts, the racist ones, the ones who sit there, playing all this shit, mimicking us. That's the ones I'm talking to. I'm not talking to no other body that's cool and doing all this cool stuff. I'm talking to these people that wake up every day and be hurt to the fact that we're surviving and living. Those beings have a mental problem, and I'm not here to help them. I'm here to just hear it. I'm just here to see and have y'all see the mental fuckery that's going on. But no, they won't expose it because I will pick a nerve and make them speak their true self. All of them does. And if they're not, they actually shade away from it. Ellis Island. Ellis Island. Orphan trains, all that stuff is all of them, bro. Nothing is, yo, bro, they didn't hide nothing from y'all. amount of pan goofies that don't know about Ellis Island and the SS Patricia needs to be studied. Yes, bro, that ass. They need to be studied on a microscopical level, bro. Like no bap. They need to be studied indefinitely, fam. Like indefinitely studied. But in all whole, they gonna sit here and make me look like I'm tripping. I'm not tripping, folks. I'm not tripping, folks. Y'all wanna sit here and push everything else but what y'all are. Y'all push violence, y'all push crimes, y'all push everything. But y'all don't want to push the fact that y'all not indigenous to nowhere on the planet. So where are y'all from? Y'all can't explain because y'all never thought. So who's really dumb and unintelligent? Really the one with no intelligence. Let's read something real quick. Let me fix the screen like this. Let's read. Because, I like to read. They said reading expand your vocabularies. But reading does more than vocabulary expansion. Reading open up your eyes to different parts of the reality you didn't really, you feel me, see. Mark well then that the first contact of the Portuguese and the Spanish with a dark-skinned people. Whoa. Back up. Portuguese and Spanish with the dark-skinned people was the contact of the with their brown-skinned conquerors. And the darker man was the more cultured and more learned and autistic. Sounds like what we are today still. He lived in the castles and occupied the towns. I treat my house like a castle, and I occupy my whole neighborhood. That's right. He was the rich man. The Portuguese became the serfs upon his land. They became the serf upon his land. Who's his? Who's his? Everybody go home. If everybody return home, the earth will only be melanated people, honestly. You know why? Because all the cave people and all the cave descendants will have to go back to the cave. And you know what? Since you won't do it willingly, the sun is coming closer. And I've been warning y'all. And I'm going to look like a fool until it happens, right? Yeah, they said you got to really be hypnotized and fooled to make stuff happen. I guess I'm going to be hypnotized until the sun comes closer. I guess I'm going to be hypnotized. The Slavic. That hat this so-called Arabs wear today comes from black people. The dress they wear today comes from black people. So they do have a lot of reasons to be upset. But why still be racist if we're all being suppressed? That's where I got a problem. You're so racist. I got a lot of advice to you if you're racist. My first advice is find the nearest neighborhood with melanated people and go to the most hoodest parts of it. And get out your vehicle, no weapons. Because I'm sure if you have no weapons on you, they will give it to you with no weapons. They don't need them. Okay. So go out there, call them all the words you want to call them. And state that you're not armed. And you won't be armed. You will not. You'll be safe. But you won't do that because you know it is not natural for us to do that to each other, and it will be an unnatural result. They don't comprehend. The brain shrinks by the day. The brain shrinks by the day for people that think like this. I still haven't been able to pull through on them coming up on me with this shenanigans. All my lives this whole week, I've been pro-black 2, 3 weeks, 4 weeks now. And people are always proud of white people being racist. Black people never proud of black people being pro-black. It's weird. Weird. But pro-black doesn't mean I don't like everybody else. I just want everybody to know I'm standing with my people and my people's first, because we're the ones who are separated the most. We don't stand with our people first. Everybody else do. You go outside right now, you could punch on a black guy, black on black punching on each other. No one will give a fuck. The moment you punch on a Spanish or a white guy, guess who will see it? A Spanish or a white guy. And what they will do? Call the police on your black ass. Everybody stand together, but it's not racist. But when we stand together, oh, you don't think you're separating us? You still vote. So who's really separating us? You still vote. At the end of every results, you're going to have the behaviors that you possess, which is based off genetics. Based off your genetics, it's conquer, divide, and lie. The 3 combinations that you never failed to show. But if you manage to fight through those 3, kudos to you. Welcome to the party. You know how many Caucasian generation is trying their best to not be like this? So, I'm not an ape. I didn't come from a monkey. I am a earthling. I'm not an animal walking on 4s. Stand on 2 legs like you do. And I have the 2 eyes like you do. And the 2 ears like you do. I got it all like you do. So what's going on here? Oh, the location is off. Earth. What if I tell y'all people that the locations that everybody is what's causing the earth to have what we call natural disasters. Natural disaster is not natural. Natural disasters happen because the earth is in an imbalanced state. The moment the earth gets out of that, it's blue. It's beautiful skies every day. That's why earth is able to do whatever the earth needed to be done, because there was no conflicts and, it's the blueprint around. The blueprint is just getting along. Source gets along with source. Now, when source decide to, recreate itself, self didn't like that. It's just free will. At the end of the story, self has to know where self needs to be. So yeah, nature will return everything to where it needs to be. Yeah, I was wondering, 2 pages, well, my last page, I showed y'all the map from North America in the 1400s. The map showed you that no one was living in the Northwest, the mid-Northwest. No one. Because there were beings and things happening there. And those beings still live there today. So those things still happen that you see today. Same with every other part of the planet. And they know this. So they give us the fight. And we gotta thump through that. Why? Just tell us what's going on. Tell us straight to our face. There'll be no issues, but nah. A lot of issues. I can't get over this photo right here, y'all. Look at this. I can't get over this photo. This is an immaculate photo, y'all. I'm talking about masterpiece. The video itself is touching because, you know, I always see sharks every time I go fishing. And for some reason, they always just come up to me, chill where I am, and just hang out. They never really like come up, see me there, and run away. They come, see me, just chill, just stare. I know they're staring at me out the water. Like, who? They're like, yo, that's one of them that created us. That's one of the scientists that made us swim in the ocean. Creation speak to creation. Co-creation destroy creation. It doesn't like creation because it was created by creation. So we're having a whole battle on Earth, bro. Back and forth with these beings, bro. They never get it. It's like AI trying to be real human. So AI would destroy humanity. You'll never be human. Facts. You'll never be the true blueprint. You'll just won't. So AI is similar to what is happening to the beings. Why do you think they had gyro chambers? It's called gyro something chambers, where they freeze people. Talk about they gonna freeze them away to a time where they can put their heads back on. Who you lying to? You ain't lying to me. I know exactly what I know. Responding chambers, in case the sun comes down close and they don't have enough time to make it to their bunkers and hide, get out of the caves. When the sun decide that the coast is clear, the sun ease up, and then they regenerate again, come out the caves once again. Wonder why they build underground and everything. People don't understand what's happening, bro. The ant people is them. The ant people is them. They could bang on all they want.
Man. Coated canvas. Very, very cute. Oh, I dropped the... There we go. Like, if you had to run from the cops, you're not going to lose this. Like, this is a good one. Yeah, you ain't losing this. Yeah, for $649, it's fantastic. That's a really good price. You guys know I'm always having to run from the cops. When it comes to the shoes that I'm going to wear each day, I'll be like, oh, I can't wear these because I'm not going to be able to run from anything and everything that I put on. I always have to refer to, oh my God, am I going to be able to run from the cops in this? What else do we have? We have a ton. Like, there's so many things, you guys. We literally have less than 5 minutes left in this live stream. There's 79 items in the shopping cart for you to look at. We'd love to be able to show you guys, like, we could be here for hours going through because not everybody is going to be here at the same time that wants to see the same number. So the best way is to actually look at your shopping cart that's down below.
Okay, there's 5 people added this one.
Five.
5 minutes, you guys won't see the same price.
Yeah, the flash sales, the pricing for this is going to go away, and so is the coupon, okay? I have better flash sale pricing today than Shannon had yesterday, all right? So, unfortunately, it's not going to be, you know how a lot of live streams, they're like, oh my God, they say that all the time, and then for like 24 hours, you still get the flash sale pricing. For these ones, it literally does end when the live stream ends. 5 people have added this to their carts. You also have the option of doing split payment between, I think it's Klarna, Afterpay, Affirm, I'm not sure, but you could split your payments up over time to make it more affordable, so it's not hitting the bank account in one lump sum if that's what you want to do also. All right? Super cute.
Okay, 6 people added to cart.
6 people have added this to cart.
First come, first serve. And also, you see what happened in the earlier life. There's only one stock for this Gucci backpack.
Yeah, there's only one of everything that's been in here. So when they're gone, they're gone. And that's why we still...
Do you have luck with gambling?
Do I have luck with gambling? No, I don't.
This is why a lot of us still saying, man, how come that, white people been doing a bunch of shit and they never get karma? Their karma is nowhere near to be vanished yet because of their condition to power is survival. They survived to get where they at. We getting punished because of what we allowed. You got to know the truth. No man should take advantage out of another man. If a man have breath, if a man have the feelings, if a man have the right to know the good or wrong, it all should be treated with honor and respect. A lot of our corrupt, moral ancestors did not do that. They were using these people as nothing. These women were treated the worst kind. Black women don't go through shit like white women went through. Let me say it again. Black women don't go to half of misery that white women went through. You might not want to hear what I said here. I know it might hurt your feelings, but I'm telling you the truth. Because these women were trafficked, bro. They were known for nothing but a sex toy. And these are corrupt, Moorish ancestors. That's what they were using as blackmail. They were using these women for blackmailing. A lot of these kings, when they go to these brothels, they make sure these women tell them dirts, and they were using that as blackmail. Same shit that's happening right now. A lot of your politicians got blackmail because they are dealing with kids. That's exactly almost the same shit that's been happening for eons of time. That's why the Moors they own all the brothels, because that's how they amass power. They got these women to do favors with these, kings, with these dukes, and that dirt. They like, yo, if you don't do this for me, I'm gonna tell what you do. I'm gonna tell you have a kid with the help. I'm gonna tell that you got a bastard. And all of this were what they use eventually destroy the empire. Oh, you're not ready for this conversation. A lot of y'all don't ready for this. Yeah, it still happens exactly like nowadays. It's still happening. It's still happening right now. Black women were queens. Black women were empresses. They were pampered. Today, you got a different reality. It's called balance. What goes up must come down. So yes, black women is suffering more than any other group on the planet right now. But that's the orders of life. You went so high, you got to fall so low. That is the orders of life. But your magic never left. The world imitates you because you were the first teachers. In your will self, you were teaching the world. The world was following. You still doing it today. Even you don't have nothing, they still follow you because that's what you were. Nothing changed. Truth is truth. So we lost power not because of war. It's because of assimilation, and it's because of forbidden practice. Okay? We were forbidding.
to have children with people they cultivate. Okay? That's our mistake right here. You see this? It's our great mistake. This is the farm. They were farming people. Today you call incubators. This is against the law of nature. No man should create a being and take advantage out of them. It's how corrupt we was. It's how corrupt our ancestors was. If they have a spirit, it can be taught. That means love can be cultivated in them. They having babies as slaves, bro. And have them doing free labor. You don't think Mother Nature gonna strike? Of course it will. Yeah. That's how sick our ancestors was. I gotta be honest with you, man. It's called truth. And when I mean ancestors what? I'm not talking about here only. Ancestors is globally. That was an era in human history that we were really low, bro. Because ancestors was everywhere. If you were a human, that's an ancestors to me. So the Moors was my ancestors too. See this? There's the Ottoman. See, Ottoman Empire. There's them right there. They were selling whitey men. You see this dude? This dude is a slave. Yes, now we suffer because they fucked up. Real talk. Real talk. They were doing shit like this. They were trafficking humans. But you just don't understand. Let me try to show you. And I wish I could find this. But I don't think I might. Oh, it's going to take some time. Let me be very optimistic. I think I did have it a few places. Who you think these people were? This is Boyer. He was a biracial. These were mulattoes. That was imports. That was the beginning of the end. But they were all mulattoes. Because the empire was like that. The empire was low. That was no such thing as racism at that time. You understand? People didn't care. That shit was not being used until some of our ancestors used this as an opportunity to destroy, as an opportunity to rule. That's it. Remember, an empire is many kingdoms. An empire have many kings. So all it takes is a few kings, a few barons to rise against us. And that's what they did. And they flipped the culture ever since. Let me show you something. Let me cross my fingers. I found it. Because this will help. It will help big time. raining hard. The rain is coming strong out here. Maybe optimistic. If I could have find this picture, it would all make sense. Uh-oh. I don't think I'll find it, but I'm going to bring it next time. I would have showed you, because it's hard. I don't think I have it here. But I would about to show you a bunch of people working under the empire before 1915. Okay? We talk about a bunch of whitey people with Haitian uniforms, military uniforms, and everything. I mean, I did show that last year. I've been doing live like this last year, showing you all the stuff from back then. I think I'm going to get these pictures next time. So I'm going to focus on why and how. I'm going to bring the evidence. I'm going to bring the timeline. I will explain it a bit more details next time around, because I did not expect that questions. But I'm going to make it a priority tomorrow. I got this. Okay? I definitely got this for tomorrow. Did I? I don't know. I don't know if I can make it tomorrow, but I'm hoping. Yeah, tomorrow I'll be there. I couldn't find the picture, man. Forgave me, bruh. I got you next time. Definitely next time. Next time gonna be fun. See this. This is like you said, Dominican Republic story. Yeah, I'll build on Dominican tomorrow. This is the King of France. This is the King of France. That's what they don't tell you. So you really think the French is what history tells you? You think the French is you think what they said is what it is? No, they're liars. It can tell you. That's why they're putting wig. They're putting wig on, trying to show you the curl. This is what Black Americans, the original Black Americans, that's what they be doing with their hair. Today you call it pimp. That is the pimp hairstyle. They trying to emulate that. This is genetics. They're not doing it because they just no, it's genetics. Yes, fresh curls. And today Hollywood showing you whitey people putting up wigs, trying to emulate this. This is regular press. Press curls. These are the shit the pimp still do today. Why you think the pimp got the cups of the royalty cups? This is ancient royalty culture that is in the DNA. Now they perverted it to take advantage out of women and all that shit, but it's still genetic walking. Why do you think the pimp got what? Rims in their car? These were chariots. The chariots got what? Rims. This is ancient culture that's still embedded in their DNA. That's why I be laughing every time when I'm hearing niggas be like, yo, my tribe. What? You come from this and you wanna yo, do you know how sick this shit is? You come from this and niggas wanna claim tribe, nigga running around in the wild like hunter gatherer. Nigga wanna fight to be hunter gatherer. Yo, this is absurd, man. This is beyond me. This is what they're mad at me for. I'm trying to say, nah, dog, you beyond that shit. You ain't no hunter gatherer. You got the finest. I mean, do you see the exquisite, how exquisite the brother look? Do you see the sophistication? This dude smell good, though. You can tell he smell good. This is where we can't. This is the level of excellence. This is why our buildings was looking like this. We look like the construction of our living style. You think you can create these style of Tartarian buildings looking with your butt cheeks out? Because I've seen y'all niggas doing this shit. I've seen niggas doing AI, showing you the tribe indigenous people walking around with the butt cheeks and shit, and they are walking around inside of these buildings. Are y'all serious? I mean, this is some oxymoronic ass shit. You think you'll be able to create these buildings with your butt cheeks out? Seriously? Bruh, I mean, disappointment ain't even like, sometimes I don't even know how these folks be sometimes think, man. No, it's not Jacques. It's not Jacques. That's Louis. That's Louis. That's where you get St. Louis. So that's the lineage of the Louis. That is King Louis. That's where you get Louis St. Louis. Here. That is the Louis family right there. So that's fresh right there, man. He said, looks kind of African. Now, African don't look like, that's a Creole face, bro. Are you serious? That's a Creole face. That's the same face that got the lady I showed you before. Let me, you want to see African? Let me show you an African face. Let me show you the difference. That is Creole. Uh-oh. They report the live, y'all. Shit. Oh, hell no. Oh, man. Yo, I got stuck. They report the live, y'all. You know what to do, y'all. Drop a rose, drop whatever. But they report the live. So again, this is sad. This is sad. You see the face that you're looking at? This is an indigenous face. This is the face you were looking at. This is what you were looking at. See that? The same exact stuff. Now, what you see here is, this is the difference. Let me show you something. Man, everything is hiding today. I thought I had that goddamn picture and that thing disappeared. You know what? I couldn't find the picture again. Yeah, I'm a tap out. Everything want to hide today. Everything that's so easy is no longer want to be easy out here in the streets. Shit, look at what picture I found. The good old days. Music. Okay? I'm all plugged up, something and shit, and I'm ready like, yo, I'm about to make the, man, good old days. Man, look at my ass. you couldn't tell me nothing like, yo, I'm about to be the biggest shit ever, man. Shit. What a talk back in the days, man. I thought I was, you know what's so funny? That scene right there, I have that scene on my animation, man. You see, this is like how the universe works. As I'm making the animation, I have a scene of these elders. They're trying to transfer their consciousness to become more than what, they trying to live forever. So they transfer their consciousness into a machine, a body. And this is where my inspiration to do it actually came from. It came from that little picture I did long time ago. And I replicated it into the animation. And I have it for this. Oh, man, listen. Part 4, when I came out with part 4, this will blow your mind out, yo. I swear to God, this is going to blow your socks off, man. Part 4, I'm not bragging. Part 4 going to be something special. It's going to be about 40 minutes long. But my goodness, it's going to be, yo, you guys going to be glue in front of it. Look at this fuckery, y'all. This is a fuckery right there. Bruh, I was so pissed. I'm not watching that shit. I'm not watching it. I'm not. It's disrespectful. Because they love doing that. You know what they do? Infeminize alpha male when it comes to our people. They do not want the alpha male. They don't want the dominant male. They don't like that for us. They always want the feminine, the scrungy, like they don't want alpha male. The real masculinity, they don't want that. That's why they cancel Blade. That's why the Blade movie got canceled. See this shit? Now, for people to wonder, this dude is so small. Letitia White, the girl that played Shuri, the T'Challa's sister, this dude is shorter than her. This dude is smaller than her. Do you ever see, appreciate you, Wow. Did you ever see Letitia? This woman, she definitely probably 95 pounds. She don't look a day over 100 pounds. It's how small and skinny that she is. And somehow this dude, this is crazy. For this dude to be the Black Panther? But guess what? When it first happened, I automatically know. I'm like, nah, dog, that's a booty bandit right there. Only a booty bandit can get this job. It got to be the couch. To me, it was like, yo, this is old school Hollywood casting couch shit. He gave away something. He gave away the buns to get it. Because there's no way in hell this dude get casted before Aldous. guys know what I'm talking about? You know Aldous? Aldous Hodge. This is the Black Panther. He's 6'2.5", well built, and he got that alpha male. That it would have been Aldous Hodge's job. And then you went from Aldous to this? It's an insult. This is a slap to the fucking face. It's an insult to have the most alpha male. The Black Panther is the most alpha male in the entire what you call Avengers. Because he is the richest, and nah, dog. Let me show you again. This is what, like, I was on the money. The moment I've seen, I said, nah, this dude that definitely give away some cheeks. And bruh, behold, I said that shit, man, I was in the goddamn money. I was on the money. I just say this shit, and man, I was right. I was right all along. There you have it. There you have it. They ain't gonna get a dime from me. I ain't watching that bull crap. I'm good. I'm good. That's how you get the job. And people are like, oh, he's a good actor. I don't give a fuck. I don't care. He don't look like the Black Panther. He's too small for the Black Panther. Now, let me be real, y'all. I don't care about his sexual orientation. I don't care. But he don't look the part. That's my only problem. There's plenty of people that is gay, that is like, they built, they big, they got themselves fit and all that. I would not care if he was, I don't care. But he don't fit to be the goddamn Black Panther. This dude is 5'6.5". Are you kidding me? A small human being. Somebody said I'm hating. Top Flight, are you serious? You call that hating, dog? Are you in the same reality? Or you feel like you're getting represented? To me, it sounds like you feel this is like, oh, he's one of you, and you feel you're going to get represented. To me, that's how it feels. So you think we all blind? T'Challa is 6'2". Do you even read the manga? His height is 6'2". And he's built. And he's an alpha male. He's dominated. He's the leader. What kind of manga not manga, comics. Do you even read comics, bro? So somehow you forget about how the Black Panther is. So you don't know what the Black Panther is. And you said I'm hating? Man, you can deal with these folks, man. It's unbelievable to me, man. It's unbelievable to me. I'm not watching this shit. That shit is done to me. You said he's playing Toussaint's son. Let me say it again. Right? His father was 6'2". His mother is 5'9". His mother is a warrior. We talking about his mother. His father was a warrior. His mother was a warrior. This is more reason for him to be built. If your father is 6'2", a warrior, your mother is 5'9", a warrior, what are you going to be? He's most likely would have been 6'6", 6'5". He will be bigger, stronger than his father, right? How T'Challa give birth to this? Let me say it again. How his father give birth to this? This is what I'm saying. It's not adding up, dog. They're not. Of course he got butt plugged. It's all plugged. We get it, bro. That's what I'm saying. It's not fair, or it's not following suit. It's just the typical shit. It was given to him because of his orientation. Okay? He giving it up, they give it to him. So to me, it's disrespectful for the audience, for the fan, because they not really care about what the source materials is all about. Yes, he is the son, But the son of a 6'2" warrior and the mother of a warrior, he's supposed to be bigger and stronger, not lower. This dude is, man, this is crazy, man. Of course, it's always an agenda. That's what it comes down to. It's an agenda. Nothing more, nothing less. You said you 6'5" and muscle 290, wife 5'8", 150. Shit, your kid gonna be something else, brother. If you 6'5", 290, and your wife 5'8", 150, I don't know what you about to give birth to, man. But I can guarantee your ass, he ain't gonna be small. Shit, he might be 7 foot. At least he's gonna be 6'6". There's a guarantee. He will be 6'6". Guarantee 6'6". So, Baby Shaq, right? Shit. I mean, that's too big bone. 5'8", 150? That's a big boned woman. He got strong bones. And your ass 6'5", 290? Hell nah, man. You definitely one step away. You gotta go out there and get on the lab, man. Go work the middle. Get on the lab, cause that child gonna be somebody. Okay? So you better go work something. Go do something. Out here watching my ass online. You need to get busy on them sheets, bruh. You need to get between them sheets and play Ronald Isley in the back. Between them sheets. Na 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 na. Baby. Bang, bang, bang. That's what you need to listen right now. Let that motherfucker play in the background and get in between them sheets. You playing too much, bruh. Talking about you 6'5", 290, you fucking around watching my bitch ass online, all that shit. Nigga, you need to have a bunch of kids. You heard? If one don't make it, one of their ass gonna do. If I was you, I'd start working hard right now. I need 3 or 4 of their asses. I know out of that 4, somebody gonna be somebody. God damn it. Someone gonna hit. Oh my goodness, man. Folks, I gotta get out of here, man. But it's a shame. A whole squad. You already know. It's a shame, man. I gotta dip. But I didn't see this shit coming. It's sad. But you know, I ain't gonna support that shit. I ain't gonna support it. Hell no. This ain't for me. So folks, peace. I'm out of here. Thank you everybody that show love. I'm gonna catch y'all again. Beware. Be square. A lot of scammers gonna start asking you for money. It's not me. Block them automatically. Whoever asks you for anything, block them, please. If you need something from me, you reach out to me. If you don't reach out to me, then you won't hear from me. That's how it goes down. You heard? Big love, men. Appreciate ya. Big love, every single one of y'all, man. Appreciate the audience. Keep the God. Appreciate you, brother. Cody. Wild Eye. Sarah Marie Dombala. Just know my passion sometimes can make your insecurity feel lesser than you are. But just know it's all love. It's all empowerment. I want you to exuberate excellence. I want you to see yourself as a children. Example, I don't want you to be a byproduct of constantly remind you that you're nothing but a culture of degradation. That's not what I'm doing here. I'm just trying to make you remember your greatness. Remember what you're supposed to do, because the future is at stake. The future is at hand. So once again, this is what I do here. So we know the real truth, my brother. Appreciate you all the time, every time, bro. And next time, folks, it seems nobody want to get to the panel. You know, FBA will never come here. So always remind them, all that talk, bring them to the court. All right? Come to the court of education. Come improve your talking point and come improve what you believe in. That's what we do here. And also shout out to my gorgeous sister Sunlight and the admin, always there, strong, always says day one. Appreciate you, gorgeous. I'm gonna catch y'all again. Okay.
Shit.
Sing off with nature. Yeah, you could go to nature around singing. The birds will join. If there's a deer in the sight, they're gonna come up and look and join by watching you.
Lane 2. Y'all ready for this? Uh-oh, they say lane 2 for the runner. Let's find out. Light them up. Oh, brother. Oh, that's Ford. Boy, walk something down. Ah. Come on, Ford. That's how you moving forward? Yeah. Hey, that Ford was more. That Ford jetted out on that left. Come on, Ford. Come on, Ford. Ford GT. Is this a 2-0 knockout? Y'all ready? Light them up. Oh, my God. Oh, my goodness. Man, that Lambo got walked. Golly. Ford GT. Ford GT for the win. Shout out to that Ford GT. God, we.
Have you ever experienced that with your dreams, like where you've like just about to nod off, and then next minute you're getting all the symbols?
Yes, I've seen the symbols. I've seen math, fractal things I don't have any comprehension for, and it's going like so fast, super fast. And then I would like hear like whispering, like this language, and then I would see these like letters like floating in the air, like some kind of language. And sometimes I would see it in red, and sometimes I would see it in blue. And
purple?
I haven't seen it in purple, but I've seen like purple orbs or purple lights, things like that. Yeah.
Yeah. Honestly, it's absolutely amazing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm like every time I wake up and I think about this, it's just like there were times where I was literally like pinching myself because like when I was seeing this stuff, I'm like, am I dreaming? And I'm like, no, I'm awake. And then
you start questioning. I see.
Okay, Spider, I'm going to have you hold off. Spider, I'm going to have you hold off on the questions. We have a new guest that's been very, very patient. So sit tight for just a second. Murphy, hi, welcome to the panel. How are you?
Hi, I'm good.
Good to have you here. What would you like to share, my friend?
I've had reactions with spirits. My husband, he served in Afghanistan, and he was stationed in Hawaii, and so me and my daughter went to Hawaii with him, and they was talking about the spirits of the night marchers, and we're like, what's that? Well, Hawaii didn't always used to be part of the U.S. They had their own system, and when we went down there, they unalived all the guards that was the king and queen, and then they put those king and queen in a dungeon to just be unalived. And so the night marchers, they walked the island, and so they would say, if you see the night marcher and you're not native, you're supposed to strip your clothes off, get down and bow on your knees. And I'm like, yeah, they're just trying to get you to get naked, So we did not believe them. And then on the last year we were there, we were told from some natives that we made friends with that the night marchers was marching. And so we went to this dock somewhere, and there were all kinds of people there. We get out, and my daughter's like having a full-blown panic attack. And we're sitting there, and way up in the mountains, we can hear them chanting. I don't know Hawaiian, so I don't know what they were saying. You could see their torches. You could hear the bongos. And they said when they stop playing, they're going to come down the hillside, and we have to leave. But we have to go, don't act like they're there, or they will chase you. And when we were there, I went down to the SSI building because my daughter, she receives SSI, and they have thousands and thousands and thousands of pictures of missing people from that island. And so anyways, if you witness them, something bad happens to you. And if you look them in the eye, you just disappear. So when we got back home, me and my daughter both had something bad happen to us, so I don't mess around with spirits anymore.
Wow. I have
My-
never heard anything like this. This is wow, interesting. Go
yeah,
ahead.
you can look it up, but like a lot of times they don't want to talk about it.
Yeah. What should I look up because I'm interested in this? What term?
The night marchers.
The night marchers. Okay.
Mhm.
I'm on it.
Yeah, they march on Oahu, which is the one Honolulu's on.
Yeah, somebody down below said if you talk about it, you'll get hospitalized.
That's scary because you're not supposed to bring nothing home with you either. You're not supposed to bring nothing back from the island. And we brought a cat home. And so we don't know if, all that happened. We really love that cat, so too bad. Yeah, my fingers accidentally got almost completely cut off, 3 of them. So that was my something bad. And then my daughter, she went through 2 cancers. So she don't mess around no more with spirits either. She's like, I don't want nothing to do with that.
Yeah. So you think that it was spirits then that was affecting you?
Yeah, for sure.
Wow. Okay. The night marchers. Thank you for sharing, Murphy. I'm glad that you're okay.
Oh yeah, we're good. Yeah, we're good. We're back on solid ground.
Yes.
She got bit by a poisonous spider down there, and the hospital dug like 3 inches into her back before they even let the Novocaine medicine set in. I was like, oh my God, you guys. Yeah, that's a horrible place. I'll never go back to Hawaii, just so you know. And it stinks, by the way. It smells awful.
Oh, okay. Goodness. Okay. All right. Noted. I will steer clear. The vacation from hell is what you're saying.
It very much so. If you want to go vacation there, you want to stay right on the outside. You don't want to even go in about a block in. Not safe.
Okay. All right. Noted. No Hawaii for Wendy. All right. And somebody down below is saying, what island were you on again?
On Oahu. We were stationed on the Kaneohe Marine Corps base. Hawaii smells like rotten pineapple burning in the hot sun.
Oh, how pleasant. Okay.
That's what it smells like.
Interesting. All right. Never been there, but I will note that. Thanks, Murphy. All right. Stick around.
All right.
All right, you guys, if you've had sleep paralysis or an out-of-body experience or any type of ET contact or a UAP sighting in the sky, maybe you've had a near-death experience or a paranormal experience, go ahead and request a panel. I'd love to talk to you. Luke, is there anything that you want to weigh in on before I go back to Bree?
No, I think everyone was on the right track and similar-minded to their responses about that. No, I don't really have much to add to that.
All right, thanks, Luke. Bree, when was the last time that you had an experience?
Today.
You want to talk about it?
They're just a part of my life, like the orbs. Like when I wake up, I see them. I go to bed. In the beginning, like in 2023, there were so many different beings visiting me, like every night, like so many. I almost felt like a little wombat at the zoo, like a zoo exhibit. Like, and I was just like, I could feel the presence of so many different beings. And I was just thinking like, what do they want with me? What do they want with me? And then I heard one of them talking about me and they're saying nice things about me. And I was just like, oh, I'm like, well, I guess they're not bad, but it was kind of funny because, I was just like, I don't know, what's going on. Like, why is this happening? But so many experiences, I can't really like recall all of them right now, but I would just see images of different beings. I've had like UFOs parked outside of my place for like days at a time. And then I've had like owls like parked in trees around my place, like different animals and things like that. and the owls were there, I want to say for like 3 weeks. And then my neighbor, because we would go and like look at UFOs and stuff, and she told me that the owls were pretty common with contactees. And then I was just like, oh no, I don't want to get abducted. But at that point, I don't know, I probably was. I think I was, because I do have like missing time sometimes. But one night I went to sleep, and I remember seeing this like flash of this being, and it was a beautiful, beautiful, like multicolored owl. And I remember thinking, oh, this is it. They're abducting me. And I don't remember anything else. But it wasn't a bad experience. It was just, it felt like you knew something that was bigger and smarter than you was just observing you, and they were just there. And then there was one point where I was having like a panic attack. I was like, it was unrelated. I was scared of something, and I started to have a panic attack. And then I look over, and I see this little tiny white light, and it just kind of hovered next to me. And then I closed my eyes, and I could see what it looked like in the astral. And it was this beautiful, like rainbow colored being, and it just kind of wrapped itself around my hand. It was like this delicate, beautiful, like a little angel. That's the closest thing I could describe it. But it was trying to comfort me. It was just like, hey, you're okay, like we're here. Like, they didn't like stop all my fears, but just to know, like, okay, you're not by yourself, like, you're okay. And I felt okay for like a little bit. And then I started thinking about all the things I was anxious about, and I started freaking out again. But yeah, just things like that. Like, I'm trying to think of another one. There was a time where I went to my friend's house, and I was just sitting on the couch, and I started to see my spirit kind of peel away from my body. I guess like my astral body was kind of like loosened up, and that apparently that happens before you start astral traveling. And I saw my hand, like my astral hand, reach over my hand, and I'm like sitting there, I'm not sleeping. And then I saw this little being. It looked almost like glitter, like it was like this gold, like sparkly kind of like being, and it was just really tiny, and it was just kind of hovering around my hand. And nothing bad. It was just like this calm, like presence. And all these little beings that I think they've probably been around me, but it was just like everybody that was already present with me was just kind of introducing themselves. And I was just in shock, like, I can't believe this is happening. And I looked at my friend, I'm like, do you see this? Do you see this? And my other friend, she doesn't have like her third eye open or anything like that. And she was just like, she's like, what? And I'm like, it's like right there. And it was like, now my other friend, the one that my neighbor, if I point to her and I'm like, do you see that? She will see it. Like, she's like, oh yeah, I see that. Yeah, it looks like this. And I've brought other people over to see the phenomenon, and some people, they see it right away. And then I've had other people where they're like my friend's boyfriend, he would see like near his periphery. Like, he's like, oh yeah, I could see something in my periphery, but I have like a block where I can't see it full on. But he's like, but I see it. It's like right there. He's like, it's nothing bad. He's like, so it was just, I needed people to like help me reality check this. Mm-hmm. And that's why I started like filming a lot of the things. But there's also some things that certain people can see and certain people can't. And I don't know why that is. But yeah, it's just one of those things.
Wow. Wow, interesting. I think that Spider can relate on a few of those things. I'm going to let Spider way back in here before we say hi to our new guest. Go ahead, Spider.
Yeah, so when you talk about the certain beings, they're called trans-dimensional beings. So they're kind of like big white lights. There's no physical matter. They're just pure energy. Is that right, Brie? Yeah, Brie.
Yes, they appear to be made out of
crystals,
light and energy, and I can feel them also. Like some beings, I feel like a static energy, And I've heard Dr. Greer talk about this. When the ETs have gotten close, you would feel like this charged static in the air, and I feel that a lot. Also, my energy body was like more charged. So for the first couple of weeks, couple of days of this whole awakening, like back in 2023, and forgive me, I'm kind of jumping all over the place because
It's okay.
it's a lot, but I had like streams of like static electricity coming out of my hands for days, and I was calling my friend because I was freaked out because I was seeing these like sparks of electricity all around me, and I'm like, what the heck is happening? And then if I would get really emotional, it would increase. If I would calm down, I would see like the energy just kind of like this floaty kind of energy. So
Yeah.
it was really weird. It was really weird.
Yeah, those beings, they're called transdimensional beings. They're kind of like just pure energy.
Right, I'll take it. Thanks, Spider. Let's say hi to our new guest, Solil. Is that right? How do I say your name?
Yes, you got it right the first time.
Hello, welcome to the panel. What would you like to share?
Thank you. I would like to share a question about what Bree just said about the thingy things coming out of her fingers through emotions. How is that possible? I mean, like, isn't that like something that just happens 24/7, but 24/7, but some people just don't realize that it happens? Because I mean, I can feel it, but I can see it, and now I'm like, I don't know the word, but now I want to know why you were able to see it. Like, what are you doing different? What did you learn that I did not learn? Or is it just about sharing stories where we have experience, like near-death experience, or like paralysis, sleep paralysis? Because when I had sleep paralysis, I was younger, and I heard whispering. Just to get into the topic of this live, I heard whispering and that stuff, and I was young, so I was also kind of scared what was coming for me, because my first sleep paralysis was about a dog jumping at me and biting my leg, and I was confused why it was biting my leg, why it was doing that. And then I heard my mom and my brother come in, but they didn't come in, and I knew that all of it was a dream. I was aware of it, but I was just thinking about how to get out of it. I was just not thinking about the dog. I was not thinking about something, and I was just thinking about, why am I here, and why am I like stuck at this place, and why is this dog just biting my leg? And I was just kind of like mad, because why is whatever this power is can let me stuck here? And then I just realized it was me, and then I just woke up. And then I had more of that, and then I've heard from Christianity that that they are demonic entities. So my story is not so crazy. Like my fingers fell cut off or something like that. I cannot talk that, but I'm yeah, I had it often, and I also was about to be over my body, like from my state, but it was, I mean, I'm like a dreamy person in general, so I don't care if it's like sleep paralysis or not. But since Christianity kind of said like it's demonic entities, blah 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 blah, I just prayed to Jesus Christ, and then it was gone. And I was like, okay, I mean, like Jesus Christ is the one where they say the demons fell down and they stopped doing stuff.
Well,
And I was like, if it's like,
do you feel okay now?
yes,
Like,
I
do you
feel okay
still
now,
feel
but I mean, I had like those experience where you would call it like astral projection when I was small. I was flying, I was breathing underwater, I was like everywhere. I just flew everywhere. I met random beings from another dimension. I just knocked onto random doors, and then I was like, that was like when I was really young, there was a house, and I walked through the house, and there were like so crazy funny beings. I don't know if it was just my imagination or if they're real, but it was funny to knock on their doors. And sometimes they opened the doors and just looked at me, and I was like a small young child looking at them, and I was just making fun because I thought it was funny to just knock on all of the doors.
Yeah, it's fun.
Yeah.
You know what? That's funny that you say that, because I had experiences where I'd go to these different dimensions and kind of play like ding dong ditch, and then like kind of run back to my body. So, and then there were these beings. They were kind of funny looking, but they were like just they were kind of like playmates. Like they would just take me places, and I would just kind of have these fun experiences and things like that.
I actually
But
have a question because you're
But
you're
how
bringing
did
up
you?
going back into like the experience where you were like out of body. Did you see yourself, or was it more like your energy?
are you
But
talking to
wait,
me or
aren't
to
we?
Salil?
Oh, sorry,
Isn't it?
I was
But
talking to Bree.
But is it like out of body? Because I don't feel like it's out of body, because isn't it like still body? Because it's like we're just trying to separate something that's together. That kind
Yeah,
of makes no
you know
sense to me.
what?
I mean, it
It's
is
okay.
out of body, but it's also still body
It's
for
definitely
me.
Yeah.
anytime I
Wait, I'm
experience
sorry.
this, and
If we got to talk one at a time, because
Yeah, we do. We need to talk one at a time.
So we
And
just
while we're doing
gotta.
that, I'm just going to go ahead and weigh in. I don't care who you are down below. If you come at one of my panelists again, seriously, I don't care if my panelist says I'm a Lyran, mermaid, princess, Satanist from Atlantis. If you mock them again, if you make fun of their truth, you and I will never run into each other ever again on TikTok, because I am currently, right now, as we speak, dating my block button. So knock it off. Knock it off and respect my panelists. I've had to already mute and block 13 of you, and I've only been up for like a half an hour. Like, what the hell? Emotionally regulate, step out of the room, get a hug from mom, do something, get a drink of water, knock it off. Be nice to my panelists, please. All right, back to you, Bree. Go for it.
Oh, so I want to address your question earlier, Salil, about the electricity thing. So people have different kinds of awakenings depending on.
Yeah, it's just really different.
People have different kinds of awakenings depending on where they're at in their journey. So some people might have like a more electrical, and it's your bioelectric field. So everybody's biofield is think of it as a battery. So most people don't need a ton of energy to function, but every now and again someone's bioelectric field will be fully charged, and you can also get like a higher charge out of it. And different people have that type of experience, and some people it's more like a slow, like they might feel like fire, like heat and that kind of thing. So it's different depending on the person, depending on your
Sign?
unique field. Yeah. So does that kind of make sense? I hope I explained that a little
Yes,
bit.
that makes really much sense
Okay.
to me,
So
because
it's nothing wrong either way. Like I've heard people say they felt like they had like this molten heat, and they felt this like love, and this, and
I don't know about love though,
you know.
because I'm like, I think like, I don't know. Sometimes I think people don't get how I view love, because I think love's just everything that is and everything that will be and was, and if we're gone, it will be there because of love again, because it's
Yeah.
just love within every system and within every sign, and
Yep.
I'm just all lovey-dovey, so I think I have heat in every part of my
Yeah,
body.
you have it. We all have that eternal love. I think we come from love, and deep down that's who we really are. And then about like some of the scary experiences you've had, I've had like nightmares, in my early years. I've had like, things I'm like, why is this thing like bothering me, when I was a teen, that kind of thing. And
How did
I
you get
didn't grow up.
out?
Well, I didn't grow up in like a really peaceful place, so I think that had a lot to do with it, like that anxiety. So when I would have dreams, they would be kind of scary. But when I got out of that environment, I got older, and I got, developed more peace in my life, I don't have nightmares that often. Like I might have one like every couple of months or something.
That's interesting. I just escaped from that. I just escaped from my nightmares, because I had nightmares, but anyways, I just wanted to ask if a nightmare is just a dream. But I escaped from my nightmares through just going through a computer. That was kind of funny. I just made myself a computer like garden where I had to go through to get away from all of my nightmares, and then it was just gone, and then I was in the completely entire darkness, and then there were big teddies, and I just remember by now, because I didn't remember what has happened but after the computers, but now I remember. That's crazy. I think I needed that memory.
Yeah.
Yes, that memory.
Well, thank you for sharing, and thank you for opening up, because I know it takes a lot to come up here and share your experiences. And I
Thank
think
you.
yeah, and I
Mhm.
just hope that you have more peaceful experiences and that kind of thing. So thank you.
Thank you, Bree. Thank you, Salil. Stick around, please, Salil. Hippie, welcome back. How are you? You said you had a question?
I'm doing good,
Welcome.
Wendy. How you doing?
Welcome. It's like the seventh circle of chaos. We just started and it's like girls gone wild down there. What's up?
It's Sunday night, so I'm a little hippied out, and this gets a little out there, but yeah, I just want to try to get it all out, the just contemplation I had and stuff. So try to keep up, but it just kind of occurred to me that in my mind, when I think of collective consciousness, I think it is a field, and not just a field, but a field that encompasses the entire universe. And it seems like humanity's always had the ability to access it, but for some reason, a lot more people are accessing it right now at an accelerated level. And I was just kind of thinking like a neural pathway. The more you use that pathway, the more solid and steady, reliable that pathway becomes. Like a Neuralink is something to that effect. And it only makes sense that extraterrestrials and other species would be connected to this consciousness as well. And that just got me thinking, that means that any species that is connected to the consciousness would be able to contact us and contact us instantly in that collective conscious field, because quantum mechanics and whatnot suggest that it's possible. And as humanity levels up into consciousness, we may be able to have more and more direct connections like Bashar and things like that. And I just wanted to bounce that off y'all.
Thank you, Hippie. Thank you, Hippie. Anybody want to respond to that? And when you're done, I have a bone to pick with you, Hippie. So anybody want to respond?
Did he ask a question, or did he just tell us what he is so fascinated about? Because I could answer, but I didn't get the question right.
Hippie, do you want to pose it as a question for the panel, if there is one?
Or it was just a contemplation of collective consciousness, and if it's a field that exists within the entire universe, and if other species, extraterrestrials, would be able to connect to that as well. I just wanted to see where y'all were at on that, and if I'm just way out there right now.
So from my point of view, I think that if there are beings outside of the world that are not non-human like, they would definitely know about the source. So I
Yeah.
mean, like the source of the beginning of time, and I think that's what we could call like mom and dad, and that's where the consciousness has started. I mean, like with every being that is in this whole entire, and there might be like differences between humans and between them, and if they're humanoid, I don't know. But I think there's a consciousness between all of those beings because they know source, but humans are getting onto knowing that source by getting into the consciousness of kind of just them, but also the consciousness of humans. Because I think, me personally, that there's like a file of every experience that humans have made, but there's also a file of the experiences that other beings have made. And since we're in a time where I would say that beings are trying to get onto the earth, where we still should be like careful, because I think we should just be careful, because it's like they're knowing. It's just like we're talking to another kind of consciousness sometimes, I think. Because I mean, we're humans, we are able to do stuff and all of that stuff. We can see energies and feel energies and all of that. But if it's going too fast, sometimes I think we might just destroy us against us, because we still have war and we should not. But that's another topic. So.
All right.
Do you get what I mean? Like, I think
Yeah, I get
there's
what you
like
mean,
pieces of the
Salil.
consciousness, and we can
Yeah.
just, yeah.
I'm with you. Hippie, I think that we come from one universal consciousness. That's my answer. I think we come from one universal consciousness. But more importantly, there were 850 people in the room the other night, and you said something. I mean, I've been to stand-up comedy acts that were less entertaining, and you said something, I do not remember what it was. I was not muted, and I spit coffee. I mean, I laughed my ass off. And a panelist was talking, and they took offense to it. And so they sent me an inbox message and let me know, I don't appreciate you making fun of me. And I truly wasn't, right? I was laughing because you were being ridiculous down in the chat. And it was funny as hell. So I, apologized and did my thing. Hope you come back through the live. Thanks for supporting the live. And before you know it, like 6 or 7 of their friends were reaching out to me, and it ended up being like this all-out gang war in my inbox because you were the most MVP player down in my chat. So thanks and no thanks.
I'm not trying to create any problems. I was just trying to have some fun.
It was funny as hell. You were just funny as hell. So I just thought I'd bring that up. But thanks for joining the panel. And what do you think? Where do you think? Consciousness, one universal consciousness, something different, fact of life? What are you thinking?
Well, that's what I'm trying to explore here. Oh, go ahead. Yeah.
I think consciousness is more complex than what we think it is. And the perfect example of that, if you watch the film Avatar and what they believe in, like everything's connected from the plants to the animals. Consciousness, I reckon it's a bit more complex than what we think. Do you agree? Hello?
Me or someone else?
Anybody? Yeah. Does anybody
Anyone.
else who hasn't had? Yeah. Does anybody else want to weigh in on this? It sounds like there's some diversity on the panel, which I love.
Oh, about what if we come from one consciousness, one universal consciousness? Yeah. I can't even fathom like that. I can't even fathom it because like with my experiences, I became aware of different universes, like different realities, and it hit me like, how big is Source? Like, how big is it? It's not just this planet, it's a galaxy. And then it's not just the galaxy, it's the universe. And then it's not just this universe, there's other universes. And I mean, it's a lot to consider. And I just feel like my brain broke. And yeah, I don't even know like how to even describe that. But yeah, I definitely think whatever Source is, it's like way bigger than anything we can ever fathom. And I also remind myself to give myself a break with trying to understand it because it's just too much. It's like I could never understand it. Like even the stuff that I have experienced or that I know, it's like 2 gigabyte. It's like nothing compared to everything. So I try to pace myself and like focus on this life, this dimension, this world, and the people right in front of me, and I try to make things as simple as possible because that's probably the only way I could function is just thinking like that.
Right. Thanks so much, Bree. Adam, hey, welcome back. How are you?
Hi. Good afternoon, Wendy. Good afternoon, everybody. Yeah, I mean, I want to respond to the last panelist. Yeah, it's true. Your mind will break, but that's the smaller mind. Your connected mind, it can conceptualize much more than yours. Your intellectual mind that you manage your day and manage your life. So yeah, it's not a journey you can take with the smaller mind or the ego mind and the separated mind or the rationale mind. That's beyond its capacity. Would be open for the possibility that a deeper part of you can conceptualize the whole. I had one experience where I did get a chance to conceptualize the whole for a brief second. It was it was in a dream. It was in my dreams. Yeah, it was. And I remember it was almost like an infinite electric field, and that you're like a piece of it, and everyone is a piece of this infinite electric field. So you're connected that way. So it was kind of miraculous. It was just a moment, but yeah, it's called enlightenment experience. It's possible. Be open for it, but no, it's not. You can't force it, and it's not something you can actually make. It's just something if you're ready for, you're in line for, you could have an enlightenment experience, and it's wonderful. Thank you.
Right. Thank you, Adam. Let's say hi to Bo for a second. Hi, Bo. Welcome.
Hello.
Good to
How
have you
is
here.
everybody?
Yeah. I think you're good. What brought you to the panel today, friend?
Well, I wanted to share, but I also want to weigh in on the universal consciousness thing.
Okay, please do.
I feel that everything in existence is consciousness. The planets are conscious. Our own planet, Mother Gaia, is conscious. The rocks, the trees, everything in nature is conscious. Even the stars have their own consciousness. Everything that was created by the single thought or the word of being brought into existence by the divine consciousness, the great spiritual consciousness, everything is connected. We are all connected. And it's through that one singular collective consciousness.
Hell yes.
That's
Hell yes. I one moment, Solil. I really like you, Bo. I believe the same. One universal consciousness. Everything comes back to you. There is no separation. It is a full circle. It's all
absolutely.
one. Hell yes. Please stick around. I like you so much.
Okay.
All right, I'm gonna jump back up. I want to hear your story, but I'm gonna jump back up to Solil for a second, and then I
Okay.
promise to come right back. All right, Solil, you're up.
Alright, I'm gonna be honest, I didn't really completely listen. I just heard some of it and I liked it too. But I just drew something down while y'all were talking because sometimes I have to get my head together while I'm listening to English because it's not my mother tongue. And it's kind of hard to listen and to also make my thoughts while listening then answer. So I think the actual source is from my drawing now, the human being, because it has like everything of the stars within all of the universes. Because what we know by now is that there's not just one universe that exists, just by the fact that in the uterus of a woman that there are many like universes for this semen that can go in. You get what I mean. But that means that we can also like we don't have to stay at one universe. We can also switch the universe, and it's not even that hard. And it's like that the source is actually like outer of the universe where we call it enlightenment just because we like went to the borders of our own universe. I don't know if it still makes sense at this point because it just sounds like I'm talking about many universes. You just have actually to get my picture because I just drew balls with universes and they're like aliens that are like out of the line and inside the line of the universe, but they're also working in the other universes. So they're be communicating through the universes to the humans that are also like able to communicate through the universes, like everything actually, because we actually are created in the image of the source. So, but we all are created in the image of the source. So it's actually really just all of it is just connected, and we are all one.
Absolutely.
I have one question.
Just a second. Did you guys know that there's up to 2 trillion galaxies just in the observable universe? Can you imagine how many races of ETs are out there? So, Leo, I'm going to have you save your question, okay? Because I'm going to jump back to Bo because he wants to share a story.
Okay.
So hold that thought, please. All right, Bo, you're up, my friend.
Okay, so this goes back to my childhood, and it wasn't until about 10 years ago that it was brought back to the forefront of my mind when I was going through an awakening experience. I remember when I was a child, my mother, who was not very open-minded when we were younger, I had playmates, people that I could see and communicate with, and I would be doing something outside, and these beings, these people, would interact with me. I would interact with them, and my mom would come out, and she would witness me, having these experiences, and she's like, "What is wrong with you? Why are you being so weird? Stop talking to your imaginary friends." And I remember at some point after experiencing that from my mother, and that at one point I was visited by these people, these beings. I call them people because I saw them as people, and now, after remembering these experiences, because I had shut it off, I had buried it away, because of these, the negativity surrounding it. I truly believe that they were either Pleiadians or the Nordics, because they were very well, to me, being like 7 or 8, they were tall beings. They were tall, but they had blonde hair, very beautiful, and they had like one piece like uniforms that they wore. And I remember, I don't remember the conversations, but I remember them being there, and I remember interacting with them. And it's just recently that I started to open up myself up back to the similar communication, because I lost that. And I'm not getting the one-on-one interactions yet.
Were they tall? Sorry for asking.
They were tall. I would say close to about maybe 6 feet tall, very lean, very beautiful men. The man and the woman, I believe there may have been a third one. I don't remember much about the third, but I think it was more like a teenage, or they were, it was short. The third one was shorter, and they didn't say much, but the other two, I remember conversing with them. But at one point I told them, I don't think I should, I don't want to communicate with you guys anymore, because I didn't want to be ridiculed by my family. And they respected it.
But when
And
you were
I am looking forward. I'm
Bo, hold
looking
on one
forward to the
second.
day.
I have a question for
Yeah,
you.
go ahead.
I want to hear the rest of your story, but I just want to get some. I just want to collect some data here. So, when you were a kid and you're seeing, did you, when you were a kid, did you fly a lot in your dreams? Did you have any astral projection
Did.
experiences that were
Did.
involuntary? Yeah. Which one?
The flying.
Okay.
Flying through clouds, through the stars. Yeah, all of that.
Awesome. And you said that you, as you got older, and a lot of people talk about how the more that they're kind of conditioned into belief systems and integrated
Right.
into society, they kind of close their mind off to it, and so it kind of goes away for sometimes decades.
Right.
And now recently you've become more open to contact. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And then I interrupted you before you were going to finish your story. Please go ahead and do so.
I really don't know how to describe this, except for being a channel. in recent years, I have become a channel.
Okay, that tracks. That makes sense to me. How did you come to the conclusion? Did you have a spiritual awakening? What happened to make you understand that there is no separation? It's all one. It's all a full circle. Yeah. How did that happen?
It goes back to the conditioning thing. I was raised Catholic, in a very devout Catholic household, and for years and years, I was told if anything tried to communicate with you, it's demonic. You need to challenge anything that you're not familiar with and stuff, and you should be afraid of it. And I was married in the Catholic Church. My kids were raised Catholic, but then I went through a very ugly divorce, and I think I went through a spiritual crisis around that time, and I basically took everything that I had been conditioned to believe, because for years and years I questioned certain things that were in the Bible that did not make sense. There are a lot of inconsistencies there. And so when I went through my spiritual crisis, I threw away everything that I thought I believed and started looking into other world religions, other belief systems, other philosophies, and I took what made the most sense and I kept it. And the things that make most sense to me is reincarnation, the one connectedness of consciousness, and alien life outside of our planet. Those are the things that make the most sense to me.
Hell yeah. Same,
And
friend.
believe me, I could write a book about the past lives that I have lived, that I remember.
That is fascinating. That's fascinating. You sound remarkably similar to so many other contactees that have been on the panel. You have no idea. I don't think it was a spiritual crisis. I think that trauma is a catalyst for awakening.
Yeah.
And I think you awakened.
I feel like I woke up.
Yeah.
I saw through the bullshit and I woke up. Sorry, I don't mean to swear.
No, you're
But
okay.
I said what I said.
Yeah. Yeah, what a fascinating, beautiful story. Thank you so much for sharing. Thank you. I hope that you have a few minutes to stick around.
Sure, absolutely.
All right. You were just an instant follow for me. Thank you for being here.
Okay.
All right.
I don't share the stuff on my TikTok page, but I want to. I want to start doing something similar to this with my most of the stuff I do on TikTok is funny stuff. But
I think you should. You should go live. Send me a notification. I'll bring some friends in.
Okay.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, Bo, stick around. I'm going to jump up to Murphy for a second. I think Murphy has a story for us. Go ahead, Murphy. You are on mute.
Sorry. There you go. I agree with him 100% on almost every single thing right there. I've always believed in a higher spirit. I don't know what people want to call him. I still call him God. I believe he knows who you are. He knows your name. He knows everything you've done in life. He knows how long you're going to live, your death date, all of it. The day I had my daughter, she was premature. My ex and I, our blood types are different. He is Rh positive and I'm not. And so I lost one before her, and I had her at 24 weeks, premature. And when she was born, I was told that my blood pressure was 205 over 199, that I was going to have a stroke. They took me in the operating table, and I remember them having my stomach cut open because I questioned being cut open. And the next thing you know, I'm looking down. I'm floating away and I'm looking down and I'm like, "Oh, I had a girl." And I saw her. She was very tiny. She was 1 pound 9 ounces. That's the girl that was with me in Hawaii. Anyways, I heard somebody, whether it was a higher power, God, the doctor maybe, but I heard somebody say, "No, go back, go back." And then I woke up like a couple days later before I could even see my daughter. So I've always had, I've also had I've been in car accidents. I've fallen in a mine shaft 75 feet down. So I've had guardian angels, watchers that have just watched over me, my family, all of us. So I got a lot of stories too, and I want to share, but I'm afraid people are like, you're crazy. But as far as the Bible and stuff, that's made up by man. So some of it's, I believe, and then there's a whole bunch of wishy-washy. And the Bible's only 2,000 years old, where people are we've been older than that. And he's right by trees have consciousness. They say the whole world is alive. Everything is alive. So 100% there's something out there for sure. And I think aliens are us. And the reason they come back is they don't want us to destroy this earth. This is maybe our last opportunity.
All right. Thank you so much for sharing your story, Murphy. Appreciate you. Adam, I'm going to have you go ahead and weigh in. Just to let the current panelists know, I'm going to start rotating you down. If you're not a regular, if you're not a moderator, I have other requests. So I'm going to go ahead and rotate you down.
Okay.
If you have more that you'd like to share, go ahead and request the panel again. It will save your place in line. Adam, you are up, my friend. Go ahead.
Real quick, thank you. Go. You can drop me. I'm sorry.
Oh no, Murphy, you're good. You can stay for a few. You're fine.
All right. I gotta go. I gotta go get dinner for everybody.
Murphy, I was going to address you. When you
Okay.
leave. Not just you, of course, everybody. But your story, you had said, afraid of people thinking you're crazy. That's something I think we all have to go through. I mean, you could be for example, you could be part of a particular religious tradition, and to say anything outside of that, you feel like there's going to be some blowback from your particular group or particular, religious building, family, whatever it is. And then of course, like society, just thinking you're crazy because you think about aliens or had experience with aliens, or all that. And that's something we have to go through because, I mean, at some point, we got to just speak our truth. At some point, it is an anxiety because you don't want to be different, because different can often mean being persecuted or isolated or kicked out of the group. Or I get that. So there has to be some intelligence. You can go about it in an intelligent way, So if you're someone who was sticking out of Christianity, for example, I don't recommend you right in the middle of Sunday service to start yelling things at people. But that bit of courage to say, this is who I am, world, and this is my belief. I think it's and you know, I think for this new age community or thinking outside of the box, or I just think that's just a trial we all have to go through. Thank you.
You bet. You bet. Thanks so much, Adam. Right. Venus, hey, my friend. Welcome back. How are you?
Hey, doing great. How are you?
Good. We're talking about all the things. We're talking about consciousness and ET contact, and somebody told an interesting paranormal story about Hawaii. Just lots of good stuff. But is there anything you'd like to share?
Oh, I missed it. I always miss the good stories.
Yeah.
Let me think here.
Any of your dreams lately?
You know, I keep forgetting to write them down. They have been so detailed. I could remember them right when I get up, like to go use the restroom, and then promptly forget. But so active. I don't know what's going on in the last, it seems like it amps up more every night. I almost like, it's like it's a different life and I'm living it. I know I remember the story of you telling about a dear friend that, you know, lived the 80 years. It's not like I'm living that whole 80 years in one night, but it's like I keep going back to the same saga. So I don't know if it's a verification of, you know, the multiverses that we live in at the same time. I don't know. I don't like
talking about Venus, are you talking about like a continuing series? Because like picking up where you left off? Because I've had like maybe, I don't know, I'm guessing maybe 15-ish panelists over the course of the past year who were like, yeah, I go to bed on a Tuesday, have a little bit more of the dream, go to bed on a Wednesday, go pick up where I left off. And I'm like, are you serious? Like, teach me how to do that. Are you doing that?
That's what it's like. And it's like, it feels like it's a saga of ongoing, just like I've got a life here and I've got a parallel life there. And it's just living my life. And but in my dream, I'm very vocal. I don't hold back anything, which I am a lot like that now, but I'm very, like I'm fussing with everybody. I'm fussing with everybody and I'm telling them, you know, what I think, and I'm setting boundaries. I'm doing all these things that I've been working on here. But it's a different life and it's a totally different people and whatever. And it's almost like it rotates. So I'll have this life that I keep going back to, and then it might be a different one, but I go back to that one as it rotates and then it'll come back. So it's like a juggle between 2 or 3 lives. It's crazy. I don't know. I haven't seen myself, but I've had visitors that have visited, you know, over the last 6 months, family or friends that'll come and visit, and we have no carpet in the house. It's all tiles. So you hear everything. And I talk in my sleep. So they're like, I don't know who you're chewing out on a daily basis, but you are completely just having no, like everything is vocal. Everything is very vocal, and I don't know, but yes, to answer your
Good for you. Good for you, Venus. I love it. Stepping into your power. Wow.
Or scaring everybody. I don't know what it is.
No. Well, thank you for being here. Stick around. I'm going to say hi to our friend Atlas. Hi, welcome back. Hi, Atlas. You here?
Yes, I am. Hello, welcome. Yes, thank you for allowing me on. What is it you want to talk? What we're talking about? Dreams?
We're talking about dreams and ETs and the unknown, and if you've had an NDE or any type of UAP contact. All of it. Just whatever the hell you want. Take it away.
I want for 30 seconds. Fantastic. Hello, elevator pitch. I've ascended in my delusion. Nothing really matters anymore apart from being as kind as I can, living in my nervous system. Not aliens, not religion, not gnosis, not being intelligent, just basically corresponding with another human being in reality and trying to be as nice and friendly and affirming as possible, because that is the power of a learned human being, to pass on the buck to open the door to pass it on to the next person so that their minutes that they spend is less shite as possible. That's it.
I love it. I'll take it. I'll take it. How's it working out for you so far? This new attitude.
I'm in heaven.
Mm-hmm.
Really? I don't want for anything. I just give smiles and observe with discernment. There's nothing religious, nothing Christian about it. It's just being a normal human being, the way we should be operating at this frequency. And if ever there's going to be intelligent life out there, I believe they're going to want a little conversation to say, how have you done it?
Yeah, I can imagine they would. All right, Atlas, stick around. Good to have you back, my friend. I hope you had a good weekend.
Always.
All right, Lottery, welcome back to the panel. How are you?
Hey, how you doing?
Good, thanks. What would you like to share?
I just wanted to finish up what I was talking about earlier because I had
You mean
something
yesterday?
No, earlier today. I believe I was here. I
We
believe
were
we were
here
talking
last
about the
night.
simulation theory.
Yeah, no simulation tonight. We're not going to do simulation. It just causes all kinds of chaos in the chat and on the panel. Do you want to talk about dreams or ETs or consciousness by chance?
It'll just eventually tie right back into it. I
Okay.
apologize. It probably would just tie right back into it because it's just ones and zeros. It's just your dreams is something that can happen literally. What you call deja vu, correct? So that means it literally can happen once time catches up to it. So it would just get right back to what is time, So if it's really just numbers, then numbers govern dreams. So then you get what I'm saying? When you have that deja vu moment, it was really you buffering until until it stopped rendering. And once it stopped rendering, then it happened, and you can see it in 4K now. It's not skipping or lagging. What I'm trying to say, so it's not buffering no longer. So now you're saying, "Hey, I remember this because until it happens, it's loading, so to speak. You know that circular loading sign? It's loading until that deja vu then happens. So again, I think it's all dreams are virtual reality by default. I really
Yeah.
do.
So I know that you believe that you figured it all out as far as the matrix, the simulation. All right. We've talked about that and how the numbers make sense. And I'm not disputing that. All truths are welcome. But I didn't have a chance to ask you to zoom out a little bit farther last night. Where do you think it all starts? Is there one universal consciousness outside the simulation? Who created your simulation?
Ones and zeros govern themselves. Geometry is its own proof. So no outside entity needs to create those ones and zeros because it's already there. It's already numerical law. So if numbers wasn't invented, it was discovered. Words were invented. So again, numerical law rings true no matter what. That's why we have a timing chain in our engine. That's why we have a wristwatch and a clock, this, that, and the third. So everything like from helicopter coordinates to ship coordinates is all ones, zeros, and ones and zeros. So who created it's just a supercomputer. So everything in the galaxy is all darkness because we're encased in a supercomputer. You get what I'm saying? So the more you zoom in, like Mandelbrot, the more you get the same exact thing. So when you zoom in into your mind, you get the same exact thing, i.e., deja vu. That's why Mandelbrot don't get enough credit. He should get as much Nikola Tesla credit. Mandelbrot should get the same exact credit, if not better, because he really debunked it. It's all the same thing over and over and over again as you zoom in.
All right. I'll take it. Thanks so much for answering my question. I'm going to jump over to Adam. Go for it, Adam.
Yeah, Lottery will give me a 1 and 0 value for infinity since numbers are so.
It begins with zero and it ends with zero. That's why it's called the Big Bang. As soon as it started, it ended. So right on the back side of that start is the end of it. So it ended where it started. And that's why you got that loop, because it ends where it starts.
It doesn't end.
In your perspective, it won't end, but it will.
Infinity, how can infinity end?
why I said in your perspective, the way you were taught to talk, the way you were taught in school, you think infinity won't end, but it will end. Like again, remember, infinity is a definition created here by words.
Is it possible to find the end of counting? I mean, you can count to
Yes,
infinity.
I just told you. It starts with zero. It ends with zero. It ends where it begins. It's no such thing as infinite, or else things couldn't build. Things couldn't gain depth. It couldn't have no width and no
10,
longitude.
100 billion trillion and one, 10, 100 and billion and
Yes,
two and
I
two.
get
It
your
just
point.
doesn't-
I get your point. But once you realize all the numbers are just another number of nine, it's just another fashion of nine, then you'll get it. It starts with zero, ends with zero. Zero is a nine, one is a nine, two is a nine. Everything are just nine, 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 nine.
Ready.
So what's the exact next number after a nine? Zero. So the last number on the number line, if you can ever get there, would end in nine, and the very next thing would be 0.0, where it starts at again. So if it's 1 trillion, trillion, nine, 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 and then it ends with nine, and then it goes right back to 0.0. Big bang. That's what I'm trying to say. So yes, you
Right.
got a point. I get infinite, but it ain't infinite.
Thank you, Lottery, for your perspective. Adam, did you want to respond to that? And then we're going to say hi to Robin. Lots of theories running around out here tonight. I just want to go ahead and throw out that the opinions of the panelists are simply their own speculation. So thanks so much for allowing all truths in this room. Adam, you're up.
No, I nothing really to argue about in that. I mean, I do understand that. I understand, but I know that I'm familiar with even the Matrix. I remember they even had that 1010 digits coming down, and I think, I don't totally understand it yet, but his explanation was reasonable, so I'm letting it rest. Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, we can't speak in absolutes, though, Lottery. Your perspective is simply your perspective. So while it does make sense, we're not going to push back at other panelists. So Adam, thank you for the questions. I'm going to go ahead and say hi to the Soul's Journey. How are you, Robin?
What's up? Oh my goodness. Hi. How's
Good
it
to see
going?
you. It's going. So where do you think that consciousness comes from? Is it one universal consciousness? Does it branch off? I'm going to start with that because that's something that Hippie brought up earlier. Great question. Actually, hold that thought.
Go ahead.
I might have worded it wrong. Hippie, how do you want to phrase it for Robin?
Well, as I was saying, if consciousness is a collective consciousness, wouldn't it be a field of energy that we can all tap into by leveling up?
So in my personal opinion, because that's all I can ever speak from, I believe that there's so consciousness is creation, right? And so we all tap into when we come here, we are now a part of the collective consciousness because we have this awareness of not just self that we exist, but we have an awareness of people outside of us and all of the things that we experience throughout our life. And we know that they have a consciousness as well, right? So collective consciousness, I believe, is more or less when we tap into the love frequency, if you will. And so when we operate on this frequency or vibration of unity and love, that to me means that we're coming from the collective consciousness, right? Because that to me is the most important lesson when we come here. I think we have the individual awareness of all things, of self, and that is where it just it's the personal perception or perspective of things, right? So that would be, I hope that answered your question. That would be my opinion. I don't want to soapbox, so yeah.
I'll take it. Thanks so much, Robin. All right, anybody else want to weigh in before we move on? All right. Are you guys living your life right now, or are your emotions living your life for you? So are you living your life, or are your emotions living it for you? Good question. Yeah.
Sorry, I'm not laughing because I mean this is a great question, and I kind of feel, I'm not gonna lie, kind of called out like in a way, because I mean today especially I've had to like remind myself like, okay, are you observing or are you attaching? And when I have this, like most people would say, ego standpoint of like being offended or like trying to prove myself or whatever, there's the emotional attachment, which means that I'm not able to live my life. I'm just attaching to something that is currently in front of me. More than likely it's going to be a trauma. But for the most part, I try to be aware and stay in the seat of observation so I can actually live and grow through this experience.
Heck yeah.
I would have to say that, I don't know, it just dawned on me that possibly, so for the last couple months, for whatever reason, I've been incredibly cranky, and my family that's close to me is like, come on, what's going on, Mom? This is crazy. And I know that some of it can be, aging, all of that, whatever. But now I have to wonder if the reason that I'm actually full blown emotional in these other realities or my dreams, if they are other realities or even just the dream, is my way of being able to do that in a constructive way so that I can have some peace here. Because I've noticed since I asked my guides, I said, I can't live like this. I've been incredibly off the wall, angry and, reactive and emotional. And I can't do that. I've got a lot of work to do. I've got a lot of things I need to focus on, and I just can't get all emotional and caught up in that. And then all of a sudden, this dream started getting stronger. So I've got to wonder if that's, my guide's way of saying, you're going to work through this. At the same time, we'll give you a little bit of peace. So I have to say, trying to take my emotions out of it has been incredibly challenging. But boy, the peace when I do is incredible.
Yeah.
Yeah. Can I respond to Venus?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, Venus. I obviously I don't know your story, but being unfiltered, without guile, without pretense, just here's my heart, world, and it's one hell of a there's a value in it. That there's a value in being and I understand that you feel your situation, you got kids, all that. So I understand what you want to do what you have to do. I'm not judging any way you handle that, but I just wanted to reassure you that being raw is being real, and it's being it's being here I am, God, here, universe, source. These are my stuff. This is how I'm feeling. This is just authentic me. You can't, that's where real growth comes from, is from a genuine, authentic place. You can't intellectualize true spiritual involvement. It has to be just raw, baby. Thank you.
Okay, Adam, did you want to answer the question regarding, are you living from your emotions?
Yeah, you living for your emotions. There's another part of it, or are you being yourself? What was that last?
Are you living your life, or are your emotions living it for you?
Yeah, I think for me, I'm living my life, but my emotions are right there with me. For me, I'm on journey. I'm on path. I'm on mission. I'm on a purpose. Not the easiest thing in the world. Last night I was thinking, there's a woman I love. She doesn't love me the same way, but I was thinking, man, how it would be nice to be in a mansion or a big house on a beach, married to this woman. And but we're not here for this heavenly experience like that, where we're kicking back. If you're on mission, that's just what you are. You're on mission, baby. So I'm on mission. I'm on path. I'm not living I'm getting all kind of feedback. Someone needs to mute. Yeah, it's not. We're
Sorry.
not. Yeah, I'm on mission, baby. So I mean, when I think about it's like, are you living for your pleasure, your personal, physical, emotional pleasure? You're living for pleasure. Are you living for comfort? Are you living in a way that you just don't want to rock the boat, and then you just you want to just create a situation for yourself, and that's just totally sanitized and totally and you can't handle any that. To me, that would be like living by emotion. No, I'm not living that way. I'm at it, baby. Thank you.
All right, you bet. Thank you. Who else wants to weigh in on this one? Are you living your life, or are your emotions living it for you? Bo, what you got? And then I'll jump down to Atlas.
I think it's a little bit of both, because if when we're in our flow, or however you want to call it, when we're manifesting, I like that word, manifesting. When our life, we're living our path life. But on the flip side of that, we are human. We are emotional beings. We are human. We are not Vulcans. There's a Star Trek reference for you if you understand what I'm talking about. We cannot suppress our emotions. We cannot shut our emotions off. So sometimes we get into this stuck mode when, things aren't going the way we want to manifest things, and we get stuck in the emotional aspect, and things don't go exactly the way we want it. So it's a little bit of both. When we're in the flow, we're manifesting, we're living the best life, but we can also get stuck in the emotions and hold ourselves back.
Hell yeah. Could not agree more. Yes. Atlas, you're up.
I am living an experience. I have senses that tell me what the temperature is, what I like, what I don't like, what the use of dopamine is. A bunch of chemicals in the body, nothing but stardust, so they say. So I like to live in emotions because I want to feel what it's like to learn empathy. If I can learn empathy, then I can learn a little bit more about what someone else is experiencing, so I can gauge myself. What are my compasses, my morality compasses in whatever paradigm or solipsism? I use that word a lot, solipsism, because I'm only in my own head, and I need someone else to gauge for me what they perceive a reality to be. So emotions has an important part for me because it's part of that flow state. If you play with words as wordsmith and you remove the E and you get motion, what is the significance of life but something other than stagnation? And when I ponder on those things, wordplay, words, sounds, vibration, it always takes me back to what is it that I'm feeling. For me, it's never been so much about what someone says, but how they make me feel by what they say. So yeah, I'm emotional.
I'll take it, Atlas. Thank you. Hippie, go for it.
Yeah, but isn't that what we're supposed to be doing? Chasing energy, chasing vibes, chasing experiences, and I'm an artist. I make music, so I need that passion. I need to explore. I need that dance. Find an experience, and try to understand the experience. Try to make sense of it. Try to rationalize it. Try to make the next dance a little bit better. But we're supposed to be out there having the experience too, guys. Never forget that this is just a dance. So dance.
Thanks so much, Hippie. Anybody else weigh in? Bree.
Well, yeah, I mean, I do live through my emotions, my senses. my creativity. Like I feel more creative, and I wish I lived through the more positive ones more often, but I think the ones that are unpleasant serve their purpose too. So I feel like I do have more control or more wherewithal to be present for my life and make choices and things like that. But I feel mostly life is to be experienced. And so I find that the more present I am, the more aware I am, the more I can act from wisdom and not reacting in my emotions. But sometimes reacting in my emotions is really helpful. So it's not like emotions are bad or good. They just are. We're meant to live through them, but also transcend them also too. So it's just like, I don't know. It's like learning to drive a car. Like you have all these different features. You could do autopilot. You can, you know, yeah. I don't know if what I'm saying makes sense, but I'm pretty emotional. I think everybody is. I don't know if there's a person that's on this planet that doesn't have emotions. So I think everybody lives through their emotions from some degree, but I think it's also important to not let them guide you all the time, because emotions can, what I feel emotions are, it's just information, and you can stand outside of them and make choices based on them. They also have a lot to do with intuition. You know, sometimes we'll feel, you know, different feelings and get a sense of what to do next. So I think emotions are very important in decision making. They can hinder good decision making. So it's all like a, you know, an expression of divine consciousness, you know, but it can be a little chaotic.
Yeah, chaotic is a nice word for it. Agree. Thank you, Bree. Luke, are you weighing in?
Oh, yeah, like what you guys were saying before about if you have positive things going in your life, then you're more excited about life, you're more stimulated, you're more driven to reach these type of goals. It's like driving you. Like if you look at things in a negative, your life's going to turn negative. If you look at things in a positive, it all turns around. I'm only still learning this at 36. Like I take things like if something happens, like my grocery bag broke the other day, so I was delayed 30 seconds, but I used to get annoyed at things like that. But then I got the green light through the traffic lights, through the traffic to get home faster. Like instead of getting held up, I look at things like that. So it drives me in a more positive way of thinking somewhat, you know what I mean?
Yeah, exactly. All right. So what happens if we just stop trying to fix emotions that are coming up and we simply watch them? What happens when you just observe your emotions instead of pushing them away or drowning in them? What happens when you observe? Has anybody tried?
Yeah, that's definitely the Buddhist way, and that's definitely the healthy way. It dissipates them. You know, I remember reading a story, a little fable. I don't know what it is. In a Buddhist little thing. I'm gonna write this. I read this years ago, but it was they were Buddhist monks were walking, and a woman showed up, and she needed help to cross a river, and one of the monks helped her. Well, this example is not going to work, but I'm going to finish it anyway. But it was another example I wanted to think of, but this, for some reason, just popped up in my head. He helped her across by giving her piggyback ride across the river, and and once he let her, then the monks continued walking, and they asked, one of the monks was bothered. He just finally asked the leader, how dare you carry that woman and touch a woman? That's against our tradition. How dare you do that? It's been bothering. And he goes, I dropped her off right after crossing the river, but you're still holding her on your back. By having those thoughts still in your head. But so I don't know if that fits what I was going to say, because it was another story I remember. when the Buddhist monk, they stay at different people's houses, and one. And the one was being tempted by the mistress of the house, whatever it was, and he just sat and just watched her, and he was able to then dissipate any kind of temptations. So yeah, absolutely, sitting and watching dissipates temptation.
Right, Adam, I'll take it. Thank you. Bree, you're up.
So if you observe your emotions, they get less scary sometimes, because I think I don't know if it's a cultural influence here, where everybody pretends like they don't have emotions and then they come out in crazy ways. But somehow I was socialized to not acknowledge or feel my emotions. So I feel them, I acknowledge them, and if you validate your own feelings, amazingly, they do dissipate. If you just, you feeling anxious and you just talk to yourself like, oh, I noticed you're feeling anxious. And then even just acknowledging that. And sometimes you don't even have to like think about it. You just have to just kind of be present with it, and you get more confidence dealing with emotions. It's not like, oh my God, this thing is it's just too much, or the sadness is too much, or whatever you're feeling. It's just like, I don't know, like I could cry a lot easier. I wasn't able to cry before, and now I can cry, and I can also laugh a lot more, and I feel more expressive, and I feel more connected to myself, and I feel more love in my heart. And sometimes I feel grief, or I feel like scared, because when you start loving people more, or even your pet, like when my cat passed on, I realized how much I love that cat, and I realized like bottling up my feelings and not telling people I care about them, because it just felt so overwhelming just to love anybody, that I kind of hid my love from myself. And so yeah, just feeling like acknowledging that love. And I felt so much love for people. Like I loved someone like 2 summers ago, and that was amazing. But it was just it felt like my heart's just opened up, and I feel really like I see who I am. I'm like, okay, this is what I am. I didn't realize this was here. And then also when you love, you have a capacity for having your heart broken or grief, and like it's proportionate to how much you love. So sometimes people can get a lot of grief, throughout the years, lost loved ones and things like that. But it's such a brave thing to come here and to love anyone. So I think it's just incredible when I see people just loving and still having their heart open. I mean, it doesn't mean you don't have boundaries and things like that, but I just feel more human. I feel more myself.
All right, thank you, Bree. Go ahead, Bo.
Yeah, I think the observation of our emotions have a lot to do, or it is a major part of doing shadow work. If you're familiar with what shadow work is, observation of what we're feeling in any given moment makes us more aware of, how we're being triggered, or if we're being triggered by an outside source, how we're being manipulated, or observing what we're feeling internally and understanding where these emotions are coming from, whether it's love or anger or frustration or joy. It helps us understand better who we are and where we need to grow still. So yeah, that's my answer to what happens when we, observe our emotions.
Well said. Well said. Really well said, Bo. Thank you. All right. Anybody else?
Oh, I also wanted to say, with love, the cool thing I realized about it is it's nice when people love you back, but when you just love them just because you love them, and that, I don't know why that's just such an amazing feeling, because it's not expecting anything back. It's just like, I just love this person. Like, I just care about them as a human. And like figuring out that that's in my heart it just felt like a miraculous thing. Like, just even that it's possible. And I know that that's where we come from. Like, that's what we are. It's like past a feeling. So it's not even a feeling. It's like the underlying current of reality. So I started to realize that more, and it's just, yeah, I don't know if that makes sense, but that's how I'm experiencing things.
Well, that's what it's supposed to be. Love isn't supposed to be a transaction. I can dig your vibe. I can enjoy your company. I can dig your energy, and I can love you for that. I don't need you to reciprocate it. I can still appreciate who you are and what you are without getting anything back. Because I'm cool like that.
Yeah, you guys got me. You guys got me thinking of stories. I read a story once about two brothers. They were older now, and one said to the other, in high school, you used to always give flowers or be nice to that girl, and every time you turned your back, she was laughing at you and laughing with her friends at you. And his brother told the other one, said, "It's not who loves you, it's what you love that gives you happiness." And it was, I thought that was so cute. I think it was actually a true story. Thank you.
And thanks, Adam. Robin, go for it. While you have the chance.
Okay, I know, right? Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, sounds good.
Okay, so I think when I actually like stand back and like observe my emotions, it's crazy because some people think that when you're in the state of observation, it means that there's no action. And that's so not even close to being what observation is all about. And so for me, if I actually stand back and like I observe my emotions, it gives me time to like recognize and figure out like where is this actually coming from, because feeling emotions is not the problem, it's attaching to them. And so if I'm actually able to stand back and if I feel triggered, if I am able to take a second and be like, okay, where is this really coming from? And why do I feel like this is really bothering me? And then it like lets me recognize where I still need to do some work. And it allows me to not become the emotion, but just see it, process it, recognize it, acknowledge it, and then, like be able to like work through it and let it go. So when you do that, it's really awesome because you kind of get closer to that state of unconditional love for self, acceptance for self, and just knowing that like you are perfectly you. You don't think that there's problems with you. You don't think that you need to be fixed or that you're broken or that you're damaged and you need to be taken back to Walmart to be exchanged or whatever. Like you realize that every part of you is worthy of love and worthy of greatness. And it's just something that was there to help you grow. When you realize the growth, that's the greatest part of it, in my opinion.
Makes sense to me.
Can I comment on Robin? Robin, what you just described is exactly what shadow work is all about.
100%. Go Robin. Woo woo. Hell yeah. Anybody else? Venus.
Yeah. So this is a great topic because it's kind of what I've been living through the last few months. And I was thinking a lot the last couple of days about how we're all connected and everybody's a different, a version of us. So when I have a problem with somebody, it's actually something that I have a problem with myself with. And I've been trying to self-reflect with that when things irritate me in the last couple of days. And I think that's when everything, like Robin said, it all kind of clicks and you start self-reflecting, and you can sit back and observe that reaction and actually analyze it. Those moments are where the peace is at, for sure, because even though I don't always get the answer right away as to why, just the fact of like admitting that is huge, right? To go, hey, there's a reason here. It's something this person's doing. It's something that I have a problem with myself about. And to keep digging at that, because that's the hardest thing in the past when I was younger, is to go through the icky moments of digging, what is that? Why do I keep being irritated by this and that and whatever? Why does this person, they've never done anything to me, why do they irritate me? Why does the sound of their voice irritate me? Whatever it is, self-reflecting on that. And yes, definitely, the shadow work in that. But I think a lot of people don't understand what shadow work is. And it's simply self-reflection and then trying to figure out what is the lesson in that and what am I supposed to learn out of this, and then the cycle breaks and you go on to the next lesson. So yeah, it's very, very important in our evolution.
Well said, Venus. Anybody else?
Yeah, that was beautifully said. That's tough work right there. But it's phenomenal work. It's shadow work. But yeah, thank you for voicing that, Venus. Yeah, that's that you are the problem. You know what I mean? But not not condemning yourself or judging yourself, but to understand why is your consciousness bringing this in your life. And it's if anybody else wants to go in deeper to this, this is a fascinating. I don't.
Well,
totally
I
understand it.
have another question, so it's along the same line. So if y'all don't attach a story to your feeling, regardless what it is, so say it's anxiety, if you don't attach a story to the anxiety, how long does the feeling last?
Definitely not as long as it would if you attached a story.
Yep. And does it change how harsh that feeling is, how harsh that energy is when you don't attach a story to it? Because I've found as of late that not attaching a story to it and simply feeling it makes it process a fuck ton faster. Excuse my French.
Yes, I agree. I've started doing this for a couple months now. I can't remember when I discovered Eckhart Tolle. I think it was like last year sometime, and then I started learning about just taking a break from the narrative, because sometimes it's like, which came first, the thoughts or the feelings? And then I'll get a feeling, and then I'll just start the script. It'll just keep looping, and then at a certain point I'm just like, you know what, I'm sick of this, let me just turn that off. So like last week that happened, and then I just thought, you know what, let me just stop rehearsing the script. I've heard it so many times. Let me just let this feeling be. And then it processed a lot quicker. I wasn't stuck in it. It's like I wasn't fanning the flames with all like the sad story and, oh, I feel like this because of this and also this, and then it's just like and it's like I don't want to be attached to that. And I also I don't want to spend hours of my day, my precious life, stuck in a feeling, not fun. And I'm not avoiding my feelings, but it's just like, I think feelings are meant to just be felt and then on to the next one. And when you live a little more fluid and more flexible, you stop getting blockages. I think I've heard someone say like that's where people get blocks from, because they just hold on to the stuff and it stays in the body. And I've been doing a lot more exercise and stretching and that kind of thing, and breathing, and that's like such a nice break from just rehearsing these thoughts over and over and over again and, you know, having it loop. I don't like that anymore. I mean, I never liked it, but now it's like I have a choice.
Thanks, Bree. Anybody else? What happens when you don't attach a story to the feeling? What happens to the feeling?
Well, it no longer becomes part of you. So, because what usually happens is like, and just really quick, when you do like inner child work, right, inner child healing, you go back to like an age, let's say like 4 or 5, right, where you first felt the feeling of like abandonment, right, because you were in a shopping center with your parents and you turned around and they weren't right there. So the initial feeling of being scared and like alone and all of that stuff, that's where that first starts. And then from that point forward, anytime you have a similar feeling like that, you react in the same fashion, right? Until you realize and you're able to go back and be like, wait a minute, if I would have just turned slightly a little bit more, my parents would have been right there. They didn't leave me. But instead, we have this initial programming that says when we feel this emotion, it means abandonment, and that's what we're supposed to attach to. And so if you are able to say like, this feeling may have been valid like at the time, right? But if I take myself back knowing what I know now, and I look at the whole situation, I was only reacting from the 4 or 5-year-old perspective, right? And so if you realize now like your 20s, 30s, 40s, and you're like able to look back and you're saying like, no, I don't need to feel that anymore because that was only my little kid version. So let me go ahead and let it go. Let me forgive the people that I thought like.
It's impossible.
Yeah. I mean, I had a whole book, anti-gravity spaceship, like book, classified information, like saved in my phone. So
Like
If I'm not mistaken, didn't Zachariah Stitchin go over this as well?
I don't remember. Oh, I know that crop circles have been like, so I watched a show about it, and crop circles have been around for a long time. Like when I say a long time, they've gone back as far as like the 16 and 1500s, like where people have said it, like they've gone out in the field at night and the next morning there's something there that wasn't there, like a circle or a pattern. Or
you heard of Agartha?
I've heard of it, yeah. The inner Earth.
Yeah, aliens inside the Earth.
Yeah, inner Earth.
Yeah, they probably can. That's probably who they were communicating with.
But like I said, some of the crop circles. There's another one. Like I said, there's another one that's by the Arecibo message. It actually shows an alien face, and it shows a geometric figure that they use and they decoded. It's actually some type of binary code that has a message into it, a literal message. It was crazy. Well, look into it. Like I said, I don't know if it's true or not. But
Hey, Waterburn, what year was it that they sent the message out, and what year did they get it?
Hold up. I got to close my book. All right. Okay.
Sorry.
November 16th, 1974, the Arecibo message. The target was Messier 13 or M13 star cluster, 25,000 light years away. It was orchestrated by Frank Drake and Carl Sagan. It's a binary code
Did the
method.
message come back, you said?
They said apparently we got an answer in 2001 called the Arecibo answer. It's a crop circle. And they're like, what's so crazy about that answer is it's in reverse. Everything is reversed. Like the where they came from, their base was silicon, ours was carbon. What they looked like was like a gray, and opposed to us being a stick man. And yeah.
Well, I see, and don't nobody really be understanding me because I told you everything is just Mandelbrot, Fibonacci zoomed in. It really is. That's what a crop circle would be. Fibonacci. It'll be the galaxy. The more you zoom in, the more you get the same exact fractal, which is that.
Hey, Waterburn, have you have you ever heard of the dark moon theory? The moon.
Dark moon theory?
The dark side of the moon theory. What's on the dark side of the moon?
You mean where there's structures and there's a whole alien base and allegedly,
Yeah,
and that
allegedly, yeah, that.
yeah, like where that's why we haven't gone back to the moon, because allegedly, when we got there, that there was some other people up there, and it was like, hold up, what are y'all doing here? And then we come back to Earth and we increase our nuclear arsenal by 10,000. Allegedly. Yeah, kind of odd, but hey, whatever.
Yeah. So you know about it too, okay? Because we even had movies talking about a dark side of the moon, which is crazy. But I digress. Allegedly.
Yeah,
real quick, guys.
Pyramids and all.
Have up and been a part of this open discussion. I do appreciate you guys so much. And here's a hand for every single last one of you guys. All right, guys. At this time, I do want to say I appreciate all of you guys tapping that button for me. We are already at 64.2K likes on the day. I appreciate you guys so much. And here's a cheer for every one of you guys tapping that screen for me. If you're enjoying the live, enjoying these panels, guys, do me the favor of hitting that follow button as well, so you can get here on the next one as well. And I do enjoy having you on this episode of Conspiracy Nights. And at this time, we do want to go ahead and get our next panelist up. And up next, we do have the real one. We're going to get 3 minutes on the clock for you as well to get your best conspiracy.
Hey, I sent in a cook.
Open discussion. Oh, hold up 1 second. I got you. Thank you.
All right.
At this time, guys, 1 second. We are going to get a let him cook session for that last discussion we were just in, guys. And at this time, we're going to get 5 more minutes on the clock. So sit back, relax, and you already know what's coming. Get your plates ready, and
Let me cook for you.
5 minutes on the clock. Let's get into it.
See, the crazy part here, and why I kind of wanted to cook, was for this. If you look at the signal that was sent back to us, if it's traversing 25,000 light years, right, it will still take exactly 25,000 years to arrive. So I wonder what technology that they were using that they were able to send the message to and from.
Okay, so it went deeper. So you see, if you look at that picture, if you Google the Arecibo message, or not like Arecibo answer, and if you look at that machine that they sent back as a picture of what could possibly that actual machine is another crop circle that has been found, and also that same image was found on a rock at what's that place called? Roswell, New Mexico, by a guy. Some man found that rock. So like it goes down a really deep hole. This, like I said, the whole crop circle thing. Like some of them are fake, but the ones that you cannot fake, nah, it's impossible.
Well, the host brought this up at one point. If you remember, not too long ago, we heard that the WOW signal.
The WOW signal was 1977.
Well, it revamped whenever they saw Atlas or A1 or whatever that was not too long ago.
Well, allegedly they say that's where the signal came from.
They won't have that from the ship.
And I will say this too, that this ain't the only time that we've ever gotten an answer too. You can look into the BCI-1 in 2019. A radio signal appeared to come from Proxima Centauri, the nearest star system to Earth.
4.2 light years away.
Yep.
I know about
After
that.
an intense study, they concluded that it was a highly sophisticated human radio interface.
So I'm gonna tell you real quick, conspiracy. I tell people all the time I'm only half human. That's no bullshit. For years, when I say for years, bro, for like years, I've been telling people I'm from Alpha Centauri. It used to be called Alpha Centauri. Now it's called Proxima Centauri. And I know exactly how far it is and everything. So recently, within the last 7 to 15 years, apparently there is a planet in the habitable zone of Proxima Centauri. So allegedly, apparently, conspiracy, I might be going home soon, my dude.
So from what I heard, that same planet that they saw, it literally has a land strip that goes around the middle and it's water on top and bottom.
Wait a minute. There's a guy that I used to follow heavily, Waterburn. His name was Smart Banana on YouTube, and all he would put is nothing about space and planets that are inhabitable for us to live on. If we got close in that solar system, that's what he literally make his YouTube videos on YouTube about. You might want to go check him out. His name is Smart Banana, and he would literally post allegedly videos of how the planet's supposed to look like from NASA, allegedly what they've told the public, and these planets are inhabitable. They look similar to Earth, but in different solar systems. What if allegedly we all say about Mars, right? Allegedly, quote unquote, we say Mars, we need to go inhabit Mars, quote unquote, allegedly. Well, what if it does get to a point to where we actually get more contact with these other planets, allegedly? We already had the Galactic Federation, allegedly. Not everybody knows about the Galactic Federation, allegedly, but we had the Galactic Federation already in place since the 40s, allegedly, quote unquote. But what if we do go to some of those other planets near those other species of aliens and lived next door to them, allegedly, quote unquote? That into what you're saying.
Look, let me tell you something. In the vastness of space, bro, nothing personal. We live next door to a motherfucker. Part of my language. You can't tell me we don't. Like if Alpha Centauri is 4.2 light years, and I'm sure that Conspiracy looked it up, and if there is a planet in the habitable zone, that's close, bro. 4.2 light years is like a hop, skip, and a jump. We might not be able to get there in our lifetime, but it's a hop. Yeah, no, Conspiracy. 4.2 light years is a hop, skip, and a jump in the vastness of space. And as far as what the young lady said, she said that like 20. It should have taken 25,000 years. What could have they sent? Like I said, it could have been intercepted by somebody else. Like we're sending signals out into outer space. We don't know who the hell is picking this shit up.
I was gonna say, just here recently, I did see a picture of our current president walking with two aliens.
They were all dressed in red as well. Like
my man said, a hop, skip, and a jump. Jeez, yeah, yo, bro, it is like 4.2 light years as opposed to 110 light years.
They are literally already visiting and hanging out here. What makes you think 4.2 light years is a lot?
Because it's not. If you think about it, it's like folding space.
Good yet?
The wormholes could be a possible thing. You bending space and making it a shorter distance between point A and point B.
Van?
Oh shoot! What did he say?
It's called a sensory deprivation van. All right.
No,
so what they do is you can pay, and what they'll do is they'll put you inside of the back of this van, and what'll happen is they start sending frequencies into the van, right?
Hold on,
like
dude.
Sound waves and stuff. And apparently, while this is happening, supposedly you can open up wormholes in your mind.
That's okay. I hear frequencies all day, every day. I don't need to go in no van.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't need no van.
Bro,
I don't need to go in no van to hear frequencies. I hear that shit all day, every day. It drives me crazy. I'm good.
They
can't afford
just like the unaliving wagon, bro. You
No,
can rent it now. They'll pull up to your
Go ahead,
house.
host. Go ahead, host.
No. So real quick. Let me give you guys a been a part of this Let Them Cook session. I appreciate you guys so much. Say they can pull up to the house. That's the type of shit you watch from a distance. All right, so real quick, I'm gonna thank you so much to Taffy Moonchild for coming to you guys as nice honors this evening. Have been a part of this nice at the round table, and here is your nice honors for this evening. And we are at 70K. It is knocking on up. That is crazy. I appreciate you guys so much tapping that screen. Let me give you guys a cheer as well. All right, and up next, we do have the real one. I'm going to get 3 minutes on the clock for you as well to get your best conspiracy theory. And after that, the 5-minute open discussion to see why you think and feel the way that you do. And after that, guys, I will present for you guys. But at this time, sit back, relax, and 3 minutes on the clock. What is your best conspiracy theory, the real one?
All right. My best conspiracy theory would be that like the president is like an alien and he's talking to aliens and communicating with them, and they're like the world, the dragons used to exist and still exist, but they're hiding, and like Tartaria, and giants existed you know, we come from them, and that another one is Hitler is black, and
Mustache Man.
what's his name? Abraham Lincoln is black. Abraham Lincoln is black, and that black people are the actual Jews.
Yeah, watch it. Be TikTok friendly, my guy. TikTok friendly.
You know, Agartha. Have you ever heard of Agartha? That the Earth is actually like hollow, and that aliens live inside them, and those are the aliens that Trump is communicating with, and that's why we can't go to nuclear war, because they're going to intervene if a nuclear war ever happens. And we are mixed with some of those beings, and that Yakub is one of those beings from there, the person they call the devil. So it's mixed with another one, like the cone head, mixed with something else. And that Yakub dude is the devil. He's really just a scientist, and he created a race, you know. If I don't know about the race he created, a lot of conspiracy. Telekinesis is real, and we can levitate, you know. Pyrokinesis, all of that good stuff. Wizards are real still, and they used to be more wizards, more like, you know, everything used to be more magical. You know, people actually couldn't fly. Had anti-gravity technology. Unicorns probably existed. Had ninjas, you know. The Great Wall of China, you know where that come from? Like, black people built that, like, that looked Asian. It's like, it's a lot. There's a lot. It's a lot. That America is built on top of an ancient civilization.
So real quick. You did give us a little chunk of information there. I do want to give you a hand for coming up and sharing with us your best conspiracy theory. Thank you so much. That's how so people can ask you some questions to see why you think and see and feel the way that you do. At this time, let's get into it.
Okay, so which one would you put your last dollar on? Because you gave like 50 different conspiracies.
A whole lot of it. Okay, I'll say probably.
That's a lot of ground to cover, brother.
I want it to resonate. I don't like talking for no reason.
All right, so I'll start off with a little something. All right,
America's
you
built on top of ancient civilization and Tartaria.
Well, see, I believe in the United States is Egypt theory. So I think you're right. If you look at really what we're looking at here, right? So what about over there looks like the promised land? Don't worry, I'll wait.
What about over where it look like the promised land?
We're talking about where Israel is.
I didn't say it was the promised land. I never said it was the promised land. But like, all of it used to be connected, you know, when it used to be Pangea. It probably was a bridge that connected like that part of the world to this part of the world. And that was all Tartaria. You know what I mean?
Tartaria stretched from the whole part of Asia and China, and stretched from Russia all the way here to America.
Yeah, it was the whole earth.
Into Mexico, and no, it wasn't the whole earth. It stretched
Almost, like all the continents
to America, and it stretched into Mexico, and it stretched into Canada, and that's where it stopped. That was the whole majority of what I just said, that what Tartaria was. Now, do I agree with what you said about America is built on ancient civilizations? Yes. The Aztecs, the Mayans, the Incas.
I said all of it because all of it connects. All of it connects together.
Yes, but after Pangea, though, also, too, you got to also understand that after Pangea, the continents were still a lot closer, even though when they split apart. There was more continents than just Pangea. There was also a so-called allegedly supercontinent allegedly they found under New Zealand. It's in the ocean. It was connected to New Zealand and connected to Australia. But that majority of that is in the ocean. It was a so-called supercontinent, allegedly.
Where is it now?
It's in the bottom of the ocean in New Zealand, the bottom of the ocean in New Zealand and off the coast of Australia. It's literally in the ocean floor. So-called, they say it collapsed thousands of years ago. You mentioned a whole lot. I want to touch on the supernatural point of view you brought into this, which I was a little curious. When you talking dragons or anything like that, that's my wheelhouse right there. Number one. Number two, I think all those things existed at one point in time. The original name before dinosaurs, there was dragons, and then before the word dragon, there was a other word called wyverns. Those were the two names before the word dinosaur was even invented.
Right. I always
get
think that
technical
dinosaur.
about it.
Right. I always think that dinosaurs are like dragon bones. They always look like dragon bones to me. Like I always think of dragon bones when I look at dinosaurs.
You can look throughout history.
I can agree with that. I can agree with that right there.
I was going to say you can look throughout history, and there's multiple Renaissance paintings of people slaying dragons. I believe we hunted them to extinction.
I wouldn't go. I could possibly see it. Ball, I could possibly see it, man. But on another note, too, what if the dragons, what old boy said, some of the dragons are in hiding? What if they are, allegedly, quote unquote? Because it's not
And
too
that's how we might be getting our reptilians then. If they're not from space and they come from the earth, there could be women laying with dragons and we get our reptilians.
I'm going to have to disagree with you on that. I'm going to have to disagree with you on that to a extent. Because he'll describe
I'm just throwing something out there,
reptilians.
that's all.
The dragons were known as flying creatures that breathed fire. And
All
also,
right.
Maybe Yaku got in the lab and he wanted to make him some. That's maybe
You
what
want me to
happened.
tell you what dragons are?
please enlighten me if you know what dragons are more than all of us. Please enlighten me.
So 6,000 years ago, there was a cult called the Brotherhood of the Dragon.
Where you're going with this?
And they speak in a hidden language of symbols and symbology. So to them, they're dragons. Because so ancient civilization was much more advanced than what they're letting on, because they've been controlling history so strictly.
So
Flying
the
saucers are their
people of the
ancient
dragons.
technology.
One second. So real quick, guys.
They drop. They've been nuking.
A second. Real quick, I do want to say thank you guys for being a part of this open discussion. Let me give you guys a hand right quick. But don't go anywhere, because we do have a Let 'Em Cook session sponsored by Baltinian. We're going to get 5 more minutes on the clock, guys. So just sit back, relax, get your plate ready, and
Let me cook for you.
Ooh. 5 minutes on the clock. Let's get into it.
Hold on. So you telling me that this grand chamber of like lineage of dragon people 6,000 years ago are the ones that took control of the dragon world, and so like were they like in cahoots with the Chinese and Japanese, because like they got a whole calendar and the dragon was on there. So like did they like I'm just wondering.
And I believe actual dragons exist.
No, I'm asking the guy from the top. I'm asking the guy up top because
Yeah, I know.
he said that there was a whole lineage of dragons 6,000 years ago of like a King Arthur and the Knights of the Dragon table. Like I'm just confused.
You gotta unmute.
See.
Sorry. I guess I accidentally muted. But yeah, so at one time there was a one world religion that they performed blood sacrifice on the Earth's electromagnetic grid that we call ley lines, and they built ancient sites on these ley lines. So the whole world, so the word America, they say that it's named after Amerigo Vespucci, but that was actually a lie from the Vatican. It actually derived from the ancient Mayan royal family, whose surname was Amaru, which means shining serpent or something like that. But the word Ka in Mayan means the land of. So Amaru Ka means the land of the feathered serpent. That's what it is. It's feathered serpent. So a feathered serpent is a dragon.
Yeah,
so
you're
America
right.
is the land of the dragon.
Right. We're the dragons, huh?
But
I'm a
I
dragon.
mean, that's not to
We
say
all
that
do.
it's not all that they don't know. Also,
It's like we the
observe
dragon
that
people.
those beliefs in China, because the world was at one time controlled by an ancient religion.
Specifically the like the people that was found in America when Columbus came are the dragon.
So just in the last, I always study this type of stuff. So probably in the last week, I feel like I've unmasked the hidden identity of Satan. And what I think it is there's a secret group, and I'm not going to say the names of them, but I'll say what they've done. And they've created a cyclical timeline that's it's a scripted timeline that they use, and it's based on the original 48 constellations and the sun's path through the cosmos, with the backdrop of the constellations telling a story. And this secret group, they have a very careful vetting process for selecting what they call adepts to carry out what they call the great work, which is to keep the what I think is the great dragon, the beast or the machine, as they call it, firing on time. So
you don't think that actually we had actual dragons back then that existed? Like, let's think about this for a whole different thing. Dragons allegedly are a mythological creature, but also they fly most of the time. I don't like the dude who originally presented all these theories and stuff. Go ahead.
No, after you. I just want to know the name of the group, but after you.
And that's what I'm about to get into next too. I want to know the name of the group, please. Please enlighten me, because
it's Mystery Babylon is what the Bible calls it, but it actually goes by many different names. But its original name was called the Brotherhood of the Snake or Dragon.
I'm good. That's not even incredible. So, sir, just to fact check you a little bit, you said they went back 6,000 years. Well, the Chinese and their culture, dragons go back as far from 5,000 to 8,000 years, sir. So your timeline is kind of off. I don't mean to fact check you and blow you out the water. So basically, I just need to know where you're getting your text from so I could do my own research on the text you're prescribing to me. Please and thank you.
Okay. So there's this guy. He wrote a book called Behold a Pale Horse.
Yeah, I know about it. That's years ago.
He had a radio show that ran from 92 to 01. And he had like 1,945 episodes. And his whole goal was to expose the ancient cult that I'm talking about. So he could tell you way more than I ever could about it. But I listen to
you're
a lot
saying
of
are true,
all the
some are
time.
false.
What'd you say?
I said, I think some things you're saying are true, some are false. Like,
Yeah,
you probably
you just
been
gotta
read too
don't
many
believe what
books.
I
You know,
say.
it's like
Just
it's all
go
opinion.
check it out for yourself.
I totally agree with everything you said.
Yo. Real quick.
Host.
Real quick. First, let me give you guys a hand for a better part of this open discussion. I do appreciate you guys and a little cook session. Thank you guys so much. And here's a hand for you as well. Second, I also want to say thank you so much to Skyline E-Waste Recovery for coming in and sending your Knight's Honors this evening. It's been a night at this round table, and here is a Knight's Honors for you this evening. And at this time, guys, I'm going to go ahead and get this conspiracy out of the way for you guys and get it out in the open. Well, not open because it's something that I've talked about before, but at this time I'll present for you. So it's time to back, relax, and let's get into it. Because tonight we're talking about Dyatlov Pass, the Dyatlov Pass incident. So, in February 1959, 9 experienced Soviet hikers set out into Russia's Ural Mountains. These were skilled outdoorsmen and women who had survived harsh expeditions before, but none of them would return. When rescuers finally found the campsite, they discovered something bizarre. The hikers had cut their tent open from the inside, leaving behind their boots, coats, food, and supplies. Instead of leaving through the entrance, they escaped through the side of the tent and walked into temperatures that were nearly negative 40 degrees. Many of them wearing nothing more than underwear or socks. Why would experienced hikers willingly run into the freezing wilderness, nearly barefoot? As search teams found the bodies over the following months, the mysteries only deepened. Some had simply frozen to death, but others had injuries that didn't make sense. 2 hikers suffered from crushed chest. Another had fractured skull. Yet many of these devastating injuries show very little external damage, also as if they had been hit by an immense force. Then came out of the most disturbing discoveries. One of these hikers, Lyudmila Dubina, was found missing her tongue, along with parts of her lips and soft tissue from her face. Those others were missing. 2 others were missing their eyes, and some clothing to be also tested positive for radioactive contamination. Naturally, people began asking, what could have done this? Some people believe it was a military experiment gone wrong. Others point to reports of mysterious orange lights seen in the sky around that time, leading to theories involving secret weapons or even UFOs. There's also the theory of an avalanche or collapsed snow slab. In 2021, researchers concluded that a small slab avalanche could explain why the hikers fled their tent in such a hurry. The injuries may have occurred later when they fell into some snow-covered ravine, and the missing tongue and eyes may have been caused by natural decomposition and scavenging animals after the bodies remained under the snow for months. But critics argue that the footprints leaving the camp appeared calm rather than panicked, and some still believe the official explanation doesn't answer every question. So after more than 65 years, the mystery still remains. 9 experienced hikers, a tent cut open from the inside, massive unexplained injuries, a missing tongue, radioactive clothing, and a night that no one survived to explain. So what do you think, guys, happened at Dyatlov Pass? We got 10 minutes on the clock, and let's discuss it.
I love you, bro. I'm going to give you another 5 on it. We're going to cook on this one. Bro, they actually did a movie about this. There's a movie that came out, ladies and gentlemen. If you guys want to check it out, it's called the Dyatlov Pass Incident. So basically, a lot of people don't realize, people think that these were like just regular campers or something like that. No, ladies and gentlemen, these people were experienced hikers going out to win the next step of like badges or like getting like award, like a next step of hiking, like how we have the Boy Scouts and you get like badges for like being a weed blower.
They were fixing to get their masters, basically.
They were going out there to go and become like the next step in the process of being a black belt, red belt, yellow belt. That's what they were doing. And apparently, like they say, and I remember seeing that whole thing about an avalanche. And so for me, it was the fact that, number one, like you said, the tents were cut from the inside out. Like there was bludgeoning to their body. But there was no bludgeoning to their body, but there was blunt force trauma. Their tongues were taken out of their, not taken out, sliced out. Like their eyes taken out. And I was like, and then there was radiation found. Man, aliens, allegedly. Like,
So,
but like,
I was also gonna say, like whenever you're talking about cold, we're talking like minus 30, minus 40 Celsius. It is like snatch the breath out of you cold.
ma'am, hypothermia, yes, it'll set in. You start to feel warm. You start to get delusional. 100%, ma'am. I've studied hypothermia. But however, my only thing is, as I'll say it again, like I said in the beginning, ma'am, they were experienced, trained people going out. Also, ma'am, I mean, I don't mean to sound, I am by no means racist. I don't like humans or anybody. They were Russians. They're used to that type of cold, ma'am. It wasn't like they're like us going out to Russia, trying to go out to Dyatlov Pass to go camping. No, they have been doing this there, and this is what they did, ma'am. I'm sorry. This is what they did.
I'm also going to just kind of detail this as well. I kind of think they may have known what they were signing up for, because if you look at the name of the actual mountain, it's called Kholat Syakhl, or however the heck you pronounce that. To Unalive Mountain.
Mm-hmm. Please
I
and
think
thank
they
you,
may have
guys.
known what they were getting themselves into, and they may have found exactly what they were looking for.
Please and thank you. I am begging y'all to go. There's a movie called The Dyatlov Pass Incident. It's like a found footage movie. It's kind of like on the lines of if y'all have ever seen the movie about the monster coming from New York. Oh my God, why can I never get my mind right?
About the Ring or the
No, the monster where they're filming in New York, and the monster comes and knocks down the Statue of Liberty's head, and Cloverfield. I love you, God. It's kind of like the Cloverfield. I'm not too sure what it comes on. I could put an app in the comments in the section where you guys can watch it for free. I put it on that app on there. You can watch any TV show you want on that app. But it's called The Dyatlov Pass Incident. It is phenomenal. Hey, yo, conspiracy, bro. Check that movie out. You're gonna be like, ain't no what, and pay attention, y'all. Pay attention to the.
I just didn't like that it was dubbed, unless. But
It's not. It's English.
The Dyatlov Pass movie.
Yeah.
I'll go back and look. But snap. Real quick, I do want to say this is in Russia. That's what for the person that was asking in the comments. This is Russia. Sorry, I keep using my page in here too. Actually, real quick, we still got about 5 minutes left, guys. If anyone wants to add more to this, please feel free.
I gotta ask, how in the heck did the radiation end up there?
Well, that's what I was just about to say. Some people theorize it was a military experiment that went wrong. But I haven't seen any post or like what's the names like saying like, hey, there was maneuvers in that area at the time, you know. And then people say they reported orange bright lights.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yep. And for me, I had always wondered about, and then like I said, when you go and you look at the explanation, an avalanche would denote that everybody got covered up at one time, or people got covered up first, and yeah, maybe they were trying to run, but honestly, that's another thing too. If they were experienced hikers and they know what they were doing, they would know what to expect, know what to do in time of an avalanche.
I mean, ultimately, whenever it boils down to it, too, an avalanche doesn't rip out your eyes and your tongue.
This is true, ma'am. Nor produce radiation.
Well, the animals get to you.
No, I wouldn't say animals. Fuck, I'm sorry, excuse my language. Fuck the animal shit. We don't know really what the hell is out there besides beyond the natural animals that we know of.
And also, we got to remember, Russia's quite secretive. They're not telling anybody nothing.
Thank you.
For all we know, a Yeti could be normal over there.
Oh, okay. Thank you. So who does Ball? You brought that up. Thank you for bringing that up. That's what I was about to pinpoint to. Okay, overseas. I don't know if nobody's real deep with this, but overseas, allegedly, their Sasquatches allegedly are primarily called Yetis, allegedly, quote unquote. Now, what if just hear me out on a limb here, allegedly. What if they encountered a creature and they were in that creature's territory, that creature got pissed and started going after them?
Only reason why I
Whole
can't
thing-
follow that up is
They
because there
called
was
for-
no
Go ahead.
blunt force
Well,
trauma.
what if
There was
they
no
called for
bludgeoning.
help?
Okay. Yeah,
There was
I
no
can
like
see
on the
that.
bodies. There was no trauma. Like
Mhm.
there was no like beating. Like for instance,
Yeah.
their chest was crushed, but like there was no like you couldn't tell that their chest was crushed. Like to look at them, if when you look at a cadaver after something has happened to them at such force, like you know whatever, like you would see the marks on the body visibly. There was no. Am I correct? Conspiracy. There was no bludgeoning. Correct. There was no like these people had like their chest pushed in.
Minimal marks.
Like my man had his lungs crushed, bro, and like he had scratches on him. Like what? What kind of animal does that? Ain't no animal.
Definitely an
That's
animal.
not no animal. No
An
animal
animal?
can do that on this earth. No animal on this earth can
A
do
scratch
that.
mark?
A scratch
No.
mark and then crush your chest.
Thank you,
Animal.
Waterburn. Like, no, Lottery. No animal, no normal mammal that we know of that can do
Only I
that
can
with that
do that.
kind of power.
Only I can do that.
That could have
I'm
been
not
done
worried.
with
The
sound.
avalanche could have got the chest crushed. I'm talking about.
I don't
scratches,
believe that
period.
avalanche part. I don't believe that avalanche part.
Well,
I don't
lottery.
believe no normal animal can do it.
Lottery. The reason why we is suspect is because like what conspiracy said, there was no blunt force trauma to the bodies. You know what I mean? So like,
they didn't
so like,
find
if
anybody
it's
under
an
piles of
avalanche,
snow either.
I'm sorry.
They didn't find people under piles of snow either.
Exactly, my guy. Yeah, like so, like there was no blunt force trauma. Like their bodies weren't.
They dig you out of there and drag you where they want to eat you at, allegedly.
Yeah, but
You get
that's what I'm saying. Like there was no like visible marks. Like my guy. Thank you, my God. There was no bruising, my G. Do you see what I'm saying? Now do you understand what I mean? Like there was no body bruising. Do you understand?
So just scratches.
Like yeah, but scratch yeah, and they're like bro, like eyes were taken out, tongue was sliced out, chest was crushed, and it was just scratches.
All of those are delicacies.
Just say-
All of those are something a mammal would want first. The soft, tender
Just say
stuff.
3 of them had damaged soft tissue to the head and face, but we don't know. Erica, we at this point, it still remains a mystery to this day. They've even renamed the name of that mountain to Dyatlov Pass due to the hiker leader of that group.
Yeah, but no one knows what it was. All they know is that, and that's why I keep going back to it. And I'm glad the conspiracy brought it. You're my bro. You my dog, bro. I swear I love you, man. Like, pause. Like, it's the fact that everybody talks about how they were just hikers. No, ladies and gentlemen, these people were experienced. Like they were trained hikers. Like they knew what they were doing in times of distress, or they know how to react, what to do, how to do it, and so for this to happen the way it happened is quite odd. Quite odd.
Real quick, I do appreciate all of you guys coming up and being a part of this open discussion. Let me give you guys a hand right quick. Thank every single last one of you guys. We are at 87K. I appreciate you guys so much for tapping that button for me. We are almost there. I say almost, but we are like halfway there. Thank you guys so much. Let me give you guys At this time, we're going to go ahead and get our next panelist up. And I do appreciate you guys listening to that conspiracy theory for me. Up next, we do have... Okay. Up next, we do have Vouch. I'm going to get 3 minutes on the clock for you to get your best conspiracy theory. After that, the 5-minute open discussion to see why you think and feel the way that you do. And at this time, 3 minutes on the clock. What is your best conspiracy theory?
Hey, I'm gonna do we're talking about it earlier, but like predictive programming and like in specific like predictive programming for what happens in RFK and the connections and all the weird things going on. But it's going back like 10 years. There's a movie by MGM directed by Anthony Guy that came out in 1951 called The Tall Target, and it predicted programs like people who are involved in the thing that happened. Like the main character's name is John Kennedy. That's not the actor's name, but then this is an actress's name in the movie, Ruby Dee. Right, another actress's name who's playing a character in that movie is Paula Raymond. And Raymond is a reference to the Manchurian Candidate, which is one of like the strongest and weirdest ones. Right. There's a guy in that movie called, like, the actor's name is Will Greer, and obviously that's a reference to the guy who's going to be driving the car with Bill Greer. Bill Greer was driving JFK's car when he got, you know. And also the guy that he's playing, Will Greer's playing, is named Homer Crowley in that movie. And obviously that's a reference to like Aleister Crowley. Freaking. Then we go to 1954, right, with the movie Suddenly. That has Frank Sinatra. Frank Sinatra's going to play a big role in this. He's an interesting character, right? He's a Knight of Malta, supposedly. He has a lot of connections through his mafia connections, right? He has people in the Rat Pack who are married to the Kennedys, so becoming like JFK's stepbrother, right? Obviously, there's also the rumor that he was having an affair with Jackie Kennedy, right? So he's gonna be an interesting character, but he plays a character in that movie named John that tries to assassinate, you know, the guy that our lovely president. Oh no! But there's also a guy in this movie called Sterling Hayden. He's an actor. He is literally an OSS agent, right? OSS turned into the CIA. Bleh. So we got the CIA, we got a C group agency guy in a movie with Frank Sinatra, who connects to JFK, right? It's interesting, but also there's a really weird part with Sinatra. He has a song in a movie. Like the song's name is High Hopes, right? That was used in JFK's promotions. This is gonna sound crazy. It's from a movie called A Hole in the Head. Are you kidding me? That's cray, right? But then there's the Manchurian Candidate, right? The Manchurian Candidate is like crazy because even the name alludes to what the movie's about. MC, mind control, right? That's what like the Manchurian Candidate's about, like a character named Raymond who's a task for, you know, unalivements under the mind control, and the director of that movie is freaking, what is it? Who's his name? It's John Frankenheimer or something. What is that? Let me find it. I wrote it down. But yeah, this John Frankenheimer, right? His name's cute too, kind of like JF, right? John Kennedy. He is friends with Robert Kennedy, right? Right, and he became close friends with him while he was directing the Manchurian Candidate. But also, obviously, Frank Sinatra's in this movie as well. And so there you have... Okay.
So real quick, let me give you a hand for sharing with us your best conspiracy theory. I do appreciate you so much. This time I do want to say I appreciate you guys coming in and saying all those gifts. I do appreciate you for the hand hearts and the... What is these things called again? The Knight's Brews. For the Little Cooks, of course. The Knight's Brews, and I appreciate you coming in and saying your Knight's honors. Again, Sky Blue, I appreciate you. Here is your Knight's honors as well for being tonight at this round table.
Hey, conspiracy. Can I say something real quick? Please and thank you, sir. Hey, we got 90,000, y'all. Can we, like, bro? Like, can y'all hear my thumb? My thumb is broken, bro. I'm tapping with bone, y'all. Help me out, my guys. That's it.
That being said, we're gonna get 5 minutes on the clock. Ask some questions to you, Bosh, to see why you think and feel the way that you do. And at this time, 5 minutes on the clock. Let's get into it.
I want to say I agree, and I haven't talked much all night, so let me just speak real quick. I agree in totality. They spend big budgets on movies. Why? Because they did a lot of research on it. Why? Because they have a lot of people who literally get into the business to sell their, SOUL, allegedly. So on behalf of that selling, we need to know how you're going to be unalived to the exact T. This is part of the selling. No, we don't think you're going to go to some horn guy and say, hope our deal made out. You really... What you sold. Yeah, right. They know the exact step, the exact date, the exact anything.
You have anything to say
for the
about
person who signed up for it. No, what I'm saying is, you think it's what that is, when they signed up for the program, they knew exactly how they were going to be expired, quote unquote. So
Yes,
it is
that's
true. They got budgets for these movies for a reason. They got superstars for a reason. Anybody can do Denzel. Anybody can do Little Wayne. Well, not Little Wayne. Well, anybody can do 50 Cent. So my whole point is the only difference is you're not willing to be unalive for it, and that's the difference between why they make billionaire rappers and Lupe Fiascos who ain't worth even $1 million.
Yes.
You get what I'm saying? They already know how they're going to expire. That's why it's not a conspiracy. It's really not. You're tying it in because it's really true, allegedly. Mic drop.
Yeah, man. Yeah. Dude, but also get this Lawrence Harvey, right? He was
Yo,
in a
I
movie
can't.
with
I
Peter
love it.
Lawford.
Your ass is the
Right?
yo ass. I fuck with you, ass. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Vosh. Go ahead.
Yeah,
Vosh.
I was saying that Harvey Lawrence, right? And that also, that, like you're saying, like these people, they're down for this because they're connected to all these secret societies. Even JFK is connected to secret societies with him being a Knight of Columbus and his dad being a Knight of Malta, right? And then him being surrounded by a whole buttload of Jesuits, right? Who are obsessed with the weirdest things possible, right? And then they're predicting these like straight up rituals that they're about to do, right? But Harvey Lawrence, that's not his real name. Right, he changed his name in prediction of this, so he could be similar to the like predictive programming, whatever the hell they're into, right? And obviously that's a reference to Harvey Lee Lawrence, right? Lee Harvey Lawrence, fuck, fucking
What?
shit.
What movie is that?
Sounds like you particularly programmed right now.
Wait, I can't
Sounds
hear
like
him.
you're
I'm sorry.
particularly programmed right now. You good over there, my guy? You better
Yes, I
reboot.
can't hear him because you keep cutting him off. Vosh, what movie was you talking about, honey?
All right, I'm talking about 3 movies here. The Tall Target, which is about Abraham Lincoln's like unalivement. You guys have probably heard of all the connections to Abraham Lincoln, right? That movie is about the unalivement and its predictive programming for the JFK event, right? With characters John Kennedy, Ruby, what?
Just go. Just keep going.
Dude, Ruby D, which is obviously a reference to Jack Ruby, right? Who's freaking psychiatrist, was literally an MK Ultra doctor, right? Jack Ruby's a psychiatrist, right? So there's a character named Ruby D, Paula Raymond, right? That's a reference to Raymond in the like. Okay, you guys have to keep in mind the Manchurian Candidate came out in like year right before.
I can't
the
keep up with
assassination
all
of
those
JFK,
connections, though. Those are
right?
too many for me. If you give me the main movies, though, I'll go look it up on ChatGPT because you probably went deep in
ChatGPT is not
it.
gonna tell you nothing. You got to watch these movies and actually just like look at it and be like, holy crap! Why is there a guy named Homer Crowley in a movie that's so obviously about the prediction of JFK's assassination, right? I don't know what ChatGPT is going to tell you about that, but if you watch it and you understand these people and how they're all just trying to reference each other because they're into these weird rituals of predicting this for us, right? Because it puts it in our subconscious,
It's not
right?
a
Like the idea of
prediction.
them
They
predictive
already
programming
signed up
things is like
for it.
freaky. And when you actually see it, like you can physically see it, that the guy who's playing Homer Crowley in The Tall Target, which is about the unalivement of Abraham Lincoln, is named Will Greer, and how the driver of JFK's car when he was unalived was Bill Greer, and how he's playing a guy named Homer Crowley, obviously a reference to Aleister Crowley. Like you're actually seeing predictive programming, and you're seeing how some of these celebrities are born for this, right? You gotta fuck. It is fucked,
Okay,
guys.
I get what you're saying.
You know what I would call it? Mass consent programming.
Thanks.
I mean,
I'm
yeah,
trying to
kind
tell
of.
you, they
Imagine, 'cause,
signed
like,
up for it.
we're allowing it in our subconscious. The idea that a movie about people being mind controlled to like unalive people, right? With the Manchurian Candidate, and obviously I keep bringing up Frank Sinatra. He's a Knight of Malta, right?
You sound like Marky Mark.
I was holding it. Yo, I go mute.
But fucking dude, Frank
You might
Sinatra's
be
a Knight of Malta, has a supposed affair with like Jackie Kennedy, right? And that's a whole thing. Like they have all this
What's a
weird.
Knight of Malta?
A Knight of Malta is it's a cult. It's a secret society, right? But they're not.
So real quick. Appreciate you guys being a part of this open discussion. I appreciate every single last one of you. Let me give you guys a hand right quick. And at this time, we're going to go ahead and get our next panelist up. I appreciate all you guys for tapping us up to 99K. We are right there on the cusp of 100. Let me give you guys a cheer. Up next after the mouse, we do have lottery. I'm gonna get 3 minutes on the clock for you as well to get your best conspiracy theory, and after that, the 5-minute open discussion to see why you think and feel the way that you do. And 3 minutes on the clock already. What is your best conspiracy theory?
Awesome. And why the crop circles existed to perfection, that is the rays from the sun coming in at that exact precision, that exact position of that crop circle if it's not man-made. So it would be the rays eating up that one location at that one particular time to where it fried it basically. Just for example, if you ask me, I'm going to make mine again about, instead of simulation theory, I'm just going to say about something you can debunk yourself if you go look into it. Tupac was another person who signed up for it. You know, Young Dolph was a person who signed up for it. Nipsey Hussle was a person who signed up for it. So just like any president want the lavish life and the the who's who of everything they do, they sign up for it. So signing and selling your SOUL, it's not some guy with glasses on in a room saying, well, once you sign, I sure hope the DEVIL is going to do its thing and come and get you. Like, we're going to hope it happens. No, your signing is you're letting us depict what's about to expire you. That's what the signing is about, and that would be self unaliving, right? So then you're guaranteed to be in the fiery place. So basically, selling your SOUL is really just self unaliving, basically. So for the riches. So Tupac was under investigation that night. When it first comes in and the MGM videotape starts, you see Orlando Anderson with the 1 and 3 jersey on, and technically Orlando Anderson had on pants. If I'm not mistaken, the guy who got jumped on at the fountain had on shorts. The person who took pictures of Tupac when he first exited the arena had on a white shirt and blue shorts. It was a paparazzi guy. And Tupac went to go holler at this girl. And guess who was right there? The paparazzi guy. So apparently if Kadada is at the hotel waiting on him, he don't need these images coming out on the breaking news or, tabloids that next week Tupac is seen with this beautiful woman. Who is she? Just to break it up with Kadada, somebody he's marrying. So he whoops his ass. Get camera out my face. So when they say it was a random act, it wasn't. When Tupac jumped on him, he figured since he made Toss It Up his last video he ever did, calling Dr. Dre fruity as this Alizé, Dr. Dre put on Snoop. Snoop is already sus, painting nails, all of that. The only people who's thriving right now in hip hop is people who you just found out is sus. So you got Snoop saying Diddy is his homeboy. Diddy in jail for some sus stuff. If that's your homeboy, why you think Daz Dillinger said, Snoop, why don't you take up for Diddy? He your homeboy. He your buddy. Basically, they toy with each other. They in the bed with each other. So basically, with that being said, that's why Snoop asked Tupac, was he going to the casino, the MGM Grand? If I have another Let Him Cook, I'm going to get into great detail about how the popos who are detecting him, you get it? Who's undercover watching him? Oh, you need me to wait?
First, let me give you a hand and share with us your best conspiracy theory. Second, don't be dragging Snoop into this. You didn't do nothing here. Let me get 5 minutes on the clock so people can choose a question, see why you think and feel the way that you do. And 5 minutes on the clock, let's get into it.
Dude, I really think that the reason why Hollywood's so sus, just like you say, is because that's what these secret societies are really into, right? When we suspect these people of being a high-level Freemason past like the 30 degree, and like if they're a 33rd degree, then like the truth is they're like been sodomized and stuff. Like the Scottish Rite Freemasonry logo, right, is a double-headed eagle because it's a reference to like Horus and Set, right? Horus sodomized Set to conquer the throne, right? That's his little nephew, right?
So let me ask you a question. Hold on.
That's
Wes.
how far back and weird this shit is getting at these highest degrees. So when we really do like see that these Hollywood, like people like P. Diddy and stuff, right? When we see that that's like his whole thing, right?
So anybody who's a 33rd degree Mason or higher is into sodomy and stuff?
Probably, dude. That's
Oh,
like
okay.
No,
so like that's how they
that's what you just said.
right?
Talk
People
about
like
Tupac.
Crowley and stuff talked about
Hold
how
on.
the Eye of
That's not
Horus.
what I didn't ask you about. That's not what I asked you. Please and thank you. Listen to the question because I'm following up what you said, and I'm gonna ask again. So anybody who's a 33 degree Mason or higher is into sodomy and such? Yes
That's what
or
I
no?
believe, because that's the
Yes
secret.
or
That's
no,
the highest
sir?
degree
He
secret.
can't
That's how
know
they're
that
reaching
for a
this
fact.
so-called fake
He can't
enlightenment.
know it for a fact, dude.
Right.
No, because he definitely did say that, and why I took offense to it because unfortunately,
You're a
sir.
Freemason.
No, not at all.
No,
My mom and my stepdad were, and I've gone to meetings, and I know that my mom and my stepdad behind closed doors, but I ain't hear no moaning and groaning or chanting or humming or none of that.
Okay, so I don't know. Have you ever like looked into ritualistic abuse and stuff?
Real quick, Lottery. Go ahead, take back over. Ask a question again. See what.
Okay. So anybody want to ask a question about the Tupac situation being undercover Popo hit, basically? It was payback for OJ, basically. But he did sign up to be taken out by the people he signed the contract with.
How was it Popo thing hit because his own son, who's literally on TikTok, his own son was talking about the other day how the one who's in jail right now and others were sending him unalivement threats and shit about revealing the truth.
Who did
How
it?
was it a Popo fucking hit?
Did he, son?
No, Tupac's son. He's own
Tupac's son.
His actual son is
Nah,
on
dog.
TikTok.
Nah.
No, I'm dead ass serious.
Okay.
His actual son.
Okay, allegedly. Anyway, that wouldn't even be
No, it's
nothing I'm
been
worried
fucking
about.
proven, but
Okay, hold on.
it's been fucking proven.
Okay, hold on. Let's just get back to the hit. When MGM security was ready to step in to apprehend the people who they just witnessed, they got told to stop and wait. You don't believe me? Rerun the MGM Grand tape. This will stop your Tupac son situation. See how they instantly stopped trying to go get them. Who has the authority to stop the MGM Grand security if not the MGM Grand? Somebody with a higher badge than them. Why you think the camera stayed on Tupac and the camera stayed on Orlando Anderson only? Only, not Suge, not nobody. It stayed on Tupac and it stayed on Orlando. Allegedly, Orlando. So my whole point is, if they already have undercover agents in LA from Compton just for Tupac them, then they know that he just violated his probation when he got to fight. He did it on purpose because he said during the Toss It Up video, he's about to be on the live and he can feel it, he knows it. So guess what he's trying to do? He's trying to get locked up and get 3 to 5. That way he can live long enough to spend his money. But they let, you signed up for it. We still gonna get you. You ain't going to the slammer. Oh no, you ain't getting out of it. So my whole point is, it was mastermind, not random, and it wasn't no hood stuff. It wasn't no little bitty Orlando doing it. I guarantee that. I got the facts to prove it. Allegedly. Snoop is all the way involved. Allegedly.
But how would that correlate with the whole thing? The whole thing with him and, because that whole thing was made for Diddy to do that. He wanted Biggie and Tupac to literally start a whole fucking beef for unalivement records and for Big Boy Records.
If I get to let him cook, if I get a sponsor to let him cook, you know. But Biggie and Tupac. Biggie was a casualty of war because Tupac made stupendous money after he was unalive, and Diddy want some of that money. So he figured, hey, since this man could barely walk, let me get them same homies that I know do some evil stuff to go handle this Biggie situation for me, because Biggie is already talking about leaving me. So once Suge made a stupendous amount of money, Diddy got the bright idea to do the same exact thing. That's why he forced him to go to to go to LA. Biggie didn't want to go to LA. It was just a casualty of war because they wanted to make a lot of money. Tupac's stuff was more serious because he could have led the revolution, and they didn't want that to happen. Popo wasn't going to let that happen.
So real quick, I do want to give you guys a hand for having this open session with us. We do have a Let 'Em Cook session coming up, sponsored by Balchinian. But first, let me give you guys a hand for this one right here. So we're going to get the 5 minutes on the clock, of course, for the Tupac Shakur conspiracy theory. So, sit back, relax, and
Let me cook for you. Ooh.
5 minutes on the clock. Let's get to it.
Okay, so the reason why I know it's not random is because everybody who said they didn't have nothing to do with it was seen on camera there. Reggie Wright, Right Way Security, was head of Death Row Security. They told him not to bring no pew pew. Why did they tell him not to bring no pew pew? Because Tupac them knew something was up with that part. But because, again, they got something planned out. They said Snoop told all the DPG. Snoop told all his boys, don't go there. Nate Dogg like, F that, I'm going. Whatever. So the whole situation is Snoop them knew something was up because he's already calling out. This is the first public appearance of a rapper calling out another rapper to be fruity, like very on a high scale. And they already suspected Dre to be something like that. So as you see what's going on now, the only people who live to tell about it is the people who are sus. The only people who is the multimillionaire, the most richest, is the people who are sus. Why? Because people who put on Dre, Jimmy Iovine, bona fide rainbow. If he put on Dre and Dre is already sus, then Dre put on Snoop. Snoop's already sus. Then don't. If it happened to me, then I pass it down to you. Ain't that called trauma? So you see how shy and timid Snoop was at the beginning. What was Snoop major song? Murder was the case. Unalive was the case. And he said the DEVIL will make him the biggest star ever until Tupac got in there. And now everybody want Tupac and not Snoop. And now Snoop like, what's up with my contract? I'm supposed to be the biggest ever. Oh, you will be. Don't worry, you will be. And that's why they had to get rid of Pac. Wasn't nobody album selling when Pac dropped. Anytime Pac dropped, nobody album sells. Only Pac. Any question?
I don't have a question, but I heard another theory to that is that the cult knew that Pac was the return of Hermes or something, some kind of liberator that was reincarnated, and they had to take him out.
That's like what they're like doing though. They're making these people act like archetypes of Horus and like freaking Osiris and stuff.
I don't think they make him act. I think those are real people
No, like-
that are reincarnated.
I'm surprised nobody's mentioned one time the Black Panthers when they're talking about Tupac, because the FBI used to interview him when he was in elementary school.
Correct.
His mother who was in the Black Panthers.
Correct,
and all
correct.
his male role models were either murdered or put in jail for 40 years
Unalive.
for speaking
Unalive.
against police corruption and brutality.
Well, that's because we're just gonna get to what's on camera versus what somebody's intuition of
So
somebody's
somebody
personal
wrote
hatred.
a book called The FBI War on Tupac. And in that book, they mentioned that when Tupac died, he had a special visitor. And
Like I
what
said,
if
it's
I
gonna be a
told you
revolutionary.
what if that special visitor was standing next to Martin Luther King when he got shot?
I
Would
can
that
believe
shock you?
No,
And
not at all.
That special
Jesse?
visitor was
Jesse?
30. That special visitor was 33rd degree Freemason Jesse Jackson.
Thank you. I already knew you were gonna say. Why? Because we were bought and sold. They were bought and sold, rather. Jesse and Sharpton. Why you think nothing never happened to them? Bought and,
You know
bought
who?
and paid for.
You know, one of Jesse Jackson's proteges was Lawrence King. Are you familiar with that name?
I'm not, but I guess part of the King family.
Well, no. Look up the what is it called? The Franklin cover-up. You ever heard of that conspiracy?
Not sure. Oh.
Let's
But
just say
okay.
that has to do with blood sacrifices and satanic.
Kool-Aid.
Is that the safe word?
Yes.
Gotcha.
The Franklin cover-up refers to the 1988 collapse and investigation of the Franklin Community Federal Credit Union in Omaha, Nebraska, which led to unproven allegations of a politically protected pizza abuse rings, ritual satanic abuse, and massive institutional cover-up. The credit union collapse of Lawrence E. King Jr., the manager of the Franklin Credit Union, and well connected to the Republican Party activists. But you guys know how I feel about either of the parties at this point.
Right.
At least I hope you guys.
Let me give you a little
Two
jewel.
sides of the same.
Let me give you a little jewel to research. If you go to Training Day, watch when Denzel first started firing at some people. He fired at the Crips. You know what the Crip did? They came from around a car. Guess what type of car it was? A white Cadillac. Guess what music the white Cadillac was playing? Tupac. So the nasty, devilish, corrupt cop was shooting at the Crip, basically. In other words, put two and two together. Once you understand it, that's why they were playing Tupac out there. They don't play anything unless it's a intentional thing. Everything in a movie is perfectly intentional. They played Tupac while the Crips came from around the car and shot at Denzel, and Denzel shot back at them, basically trying to show you it's some crooked cops that handled that.
Real quick,
Well,
I wanna
yeah.
say thank you guys so much for being a part of this Let 'em Cook session. Let me give you guys a hand right quick. Give everybody a shout out because we are at 115K. Let me give all you guys a cheer right quick. Let's go. I appreciate every single last one of you guys tapping that book for me. Thank you guys so much. We are almost there, almost to the 180. You guys might like knock that out tonight. It might be crazy. At this time, though, let me give you guys a cheer for smashing it for me. Also, thank you so much to Backwoods Boy, to Ash, to Hyde Area 57, and Stephanie Baker for coming in, guys, and sending your Knights honors and being Knights at this round table. And here is your Knights honors for this evening. Thank you, guys. Wait, hold on. Yes, thank you guys so much. And at this time, up next, we do have Observer Friday. Welcome to the panel. I do appreciate you being here. And at this time, we're going to get 3 minutes on the clock for you to get your best conspiracy theory. I do ask everyone does meet up, so there's no interruptions at this time. What is your best conspiracy theory?
The live honeypot theory.
Say that one more time.
So, the live honeypot theory. So it's where TikTok lives will hold certain topics. For example, what's your best conspiracy theory, or rage bait, or others that we've seen what's that noise?
Sorry, I got a puppy. I had to situate.
Can you please? Anyways, so that they're being used to gather information, create profiles on people. Basically, it's a big data set that is very rich in information directly from the people, from these lives. Everything is recorded. Everything is backed, and I'm sure it's a live where people are sharing things, and I think that some people probably don't think twice before sharing very intimate personal things about themselves. But so basically the theory like this in particular, or other political or whatever topics are used as a honeypot for data collectors for whatever they might collect it for. It could be the military, it could be something worse, but nonetheless, that's basically it. And they have agencies behind them. Is my time up?
No, I thought you said that was
okay. There's agencies, and I asked you earlier in the comments if you were part of an agency, but I mean, I don't know if you want to divulge that or not, but there are these agencies here on TikTok available for creators and livers who want to have protection. If they're getting bananaed or restricted or whatever, they can use the agency to dissolve that, and so that they can keep on keeping on with whatever they're doing. But they do have to follow rules, and they have meetings, and that's perfect formula for propagation through them if that's what they're doing. The live honeypot theory.
So real quick, first let me give you a hand for coming up and sharing with us your best conspiracy theory. I do appreciate you so much. First, I'll say right quick before I get the 5 minutes up. This is interesting. I went like 4 months with this show, and I just said this earlier, and I have not gotten asked that question one time. But today I've gotten asked it twice now. So like, what is it, guys? Is there a sign that somewhere that says I work for the CIA or some shit like that? What's happening? Is somebody spreading rumors out there? Because I promise you guys, I am just as a regular civilian as the rest of you guys, if not more. I'm getting shitted on just like the rest of you. So that being said, though, with the agency thing, I do actually have an agency. I don't have to do all the meetings and stuff like that. I just let them handle the restrictions and the bananas and stuff like that. Other than that, we barely talk. That being said, though, I do want to get the 5 minutes of the clock to see if anybody else has the open discussion points about this topic, and let's get into it.
I want to go
So can I
first.
respond?
I want
Well,
to
hold
go
on. Can I
first.
respond to what he just said really quick? So it's either whether you know it or not, it's being used as a data set. So go ahead.
Oh, is it my turn?
Yeah.
Okay. She's 100% correct, but you are not part of it. And so, like, you're not part of what they're doing. So they are also looking for, because I was approached by somebody after I was on a live. They're looking for something, especially, and that's why you see I'm talking about the Anunnaki. There's other people that are sponsored, and they're looking for like actual gifted people, and they're finding them through the sources and people who've had experiences with aliens, and they give it all and they report it into different. She's right, they're all different agencies, but I know you're not one of them. There are some of them that are, but they're not hard to tell if you're sensitive to that kind of thing. Does that make sense?
Yeah. And also, I think they're using it as a way to figure us out and socially engineer us better to keep their secret or to better perpetuate their agenda. So they're learning what we're thinking, what we're talking about, so that they can also soup up their AI to make sure that the truth isn't being spoken about too much, and so that they can create their propaganda.
I don't think so, ma'am. I think it's the total opposite. I think that we're winning. And why do I say that we're winning? Is because the whole propaganda about flat earth and all this wouldn't be coming out now. Well, I think we're winning. I think
The flat earthers have been sponsored by the Muslim community, or
no, ma'am.
a lot of.
Let's leave the flat earth back there for just this conversation, guys. That we all know how
I just think that we're doing better than what people think.
No, we're getting our butts kicked. They're recording everything all the time, anywhere, in your house. Anything you say, you are basically being watched. And they have keywords, and they clock in. They can clock in any of the keywords. You have to be careful what you say, because then it turns on their little monitor thing. But she's absolutely right. In these lives, they record everything. They know everything. You have to be careful what you say, especially with experiences with extraterrestrials, that kind of thing, because they will show up. Okay.
Okay, if you say so.
So everybody got to leave.
I guess my question would be, like, what would they do with it? I guess, because at this point, this isn't like a type of data or information you sell to people. This is just, like you said, like something could show up just by like talking about it, or like manifesting the energy around your atmosphere and stuff like that. So, like, what would the idea of them needing to steal it be for?
So this ties in to the whole the country that we're supporting right now. America's word. This ties into all of that. So now we've merged, or maybe not merged, but like our military is now protecting them officially. I forgot what the word they used was, but and then so they had all the people that they've been against moving here, right? So now our military is protecting them, and they're looking for antagonizers. They're looking for influencers, people with a voice that are being listened to, who are antagonistic to them, and they're already attacking our free speech. And now they're going to hunt down people who are antagonizing, and they're going to make it so that our military and their military will be able to go against us, and they'll also use the certain people of a certain religion as a false flag because they've been talking about sleeper cells.
Sounds like blue beam.
And well, yeah, so they'll perpetuate the sleeper cells, and then they'll move in, and then there will be WHR here in USA, and we will be caught in the crossfire. So it's all the tactics of war.
Aren't you glad to know that I'm not behind this and I'm not collecting you guys' information? And
I'm super glad because I wouldn't be here if I didn't know you were safe. And you're one of the because you can tell because there'll be loaded questions for what they're asking, and yours is
You
not.
may not have intent, but they're definitely listening to this. You doing anything, but it's just this is what's happening on this app and
Nothing personal.
probably
If
on
y'all
any
think
type
it's
of
just
internet.
if y'all think it's just happening now, then you guys are just blind as hell. I mean,
Well,
it's been happening. It's been happening forever. Like
Okay,
this is
but
what
that
kills
was
me
my-
about you guys, everybody. It's like everything is now. Oh, it's happening now. It's happening now. They haven't been watching us before now. They haven't been tapping in before now.
Well, the live streaming
No,
has
because
been heavily amped up.
ma'am, we didn't have cell phones. We didn't have chirps.
I was talking about the live honeypot theory. Live honeypot. theory.
I've never heard of that. I got to look into the live honeypot theory. 'Cause I've never heard of it.
But wait though, Waterbird's onto something here, allegedly, quote unquote. 'Cause my dad was telling me a few years ago, allegedly, he was telling me about how I think it's out in Nevada or it's out in Utah, allegedly, quote unquote. The Central Intelligence Agency has a whole building, allegedly, quote unquote, dedicated, y'all, allegedly dedicated to listen to every American's phone call
Everybody
and
knows
text
this
message. Not everybody knows this. A lot of
Yes,
Americans
everybody
are blind
does
to
know
this.
this. It's called
No.
intelligence gathering. Okay, so I mean, if they don't know about it, I don't know.
But
I mean,
your
it's up. I
honeypot,
mean,
your
everybody
honeypot
knows.
theory.
Uh-huh.
Not everybody knows this because I've even asked people before. Everybody knows that your honeypot theory. I kind of can see it because I've been alive before, and I've been in a live where I would literally be talking about one thing about a conspiracy theory, maybe 5 minutes, and I scroll for maybe 5 minutes, and it literally brings up videos about my exact theory that I was talking about.
So real quick. First, let me give you guys a hand for being a part of this open discussion. Thank you guys so much. Also, I'm gonna put. Oh, let's see who it was for. All right. So real quick, we are under a restriction. Let me see for how long, or if it is a time limit.
Did I say it?
10 minutes. 10 minutes. No, I don't think it gave me a person actually. I think it's the whole life. So real quick, I do want to ask. I guess I'm gonna put the poll up to answer with a smiley face or a sad face. If you is yes or no, and that is to the question. Let me get it up. If in high school or history or English, whatever class it was, if you guys were made to read the book 1984 by George Orwell, put the smiley face or the sad face, and there's really a good description of what we're talking about. I feel like in the outside the virtual world of it, sorry, not in the, but outside the virtual world. So with that being said, I do want to give you guys another hand for me to part of the open discussion again. 1984 by George Orwell. A lot of people seem to be familiar with it. Not too many people not. Well, like I said, we do want to go ahead and get our next panelist. Do look into that book, guys. Do look into it. Up next, we do have Liz Pizzata. Liz Pizzata, I'm going to get 3 minutes on the clock for you to get your best conspiracy theory. And after that, the 5-minute. At this time, 3 minutes on the clock. What is your best conspiracy theory?
I'm trying to pick which will keep us safe without getting in trouble.
Oh, you're good. You're good. Just use words like allegedly and I believe, and you'll be fine.
I believe. Let's go with Drake. Drake is fun. You guys want to go with Drake, or do we want to go with Draconians? Which one do we want to go with? Okay, let's go with Drake. Drake just dropped, or he didn't just drop an album, right? But he said something in his album that made me think. He said something to somebody about how many names did you have to add to your will? And then I realized, oh, I think that when they say they sell their soul, I think that they get life insurance policies, like they got to be big ones because they're worth a lot of money, right? And then they sign a life insurance policy. Of course, it's all illegal, but they sign a life insurance policy to accidentally die somehow, and then they have these people, their names, they're people on their will that they have to add to for like favors and stuff, and then they get unalived, allegedly, I think, and then those people get to cash out that life insurance policy, and that has to be huge. Like, imagine how much Whitney Houston would have been, or Michael Jackson, or any of those people, how much their life insurance policy was, and they have to accidentally die because they can't be purposely dying, right? To get the money, I think. What do you guys think? I'm done.
Like I said, you want to give your hand for coming up and share with us your best conspiracy theory, and at this time, here's a hand for you. She knows. She knows. She knows. And I know she knows. We're going to 5 minutes on the clock to see what you think and feel and why. And at this time, guys, 5 minutes on the clock. Let's get into it. All right.
I thought you was gonna say something,
I got conspiracy.
that I never heard before. But yeah, you're on to something with the life insurance, but it's the label that gives you the life insurance.
That makes sense. I totally get. I would totally. I was like, I bet Aaliyah, when she died in that plane crash, was worth a lot of money.
Mike was 1 billion. He was insured for 1 billion.
Wow, that's crazy.
Allegedly, for entertainment purposes, of course, guys.
Yeah, allegedly.
Okay. I believe that
So real quick, I'm going to get to you for your conspiracy right quick. We got about 4 minutes left. If anybody does have anything to add in about these disappearances and unalivings of actors and famous people for their insurance money.
all the gods are real.
Mean real.
All of them.
But what do you mean real?
Define real.
Well, it's all right. It's already gone.
Am I allowed to say something about that? Is that the next thing that we're on?
Are we going to a new topic? Let's go to a new topic.
So we still got 3 minutes for whatever.
Oh, nobody wants to talk about that. I only put that out there so we could get off of our thingy. I didn't want to start anything that was hype.
I mean, you guys, whatever you like to talk about. It's your time.
Oh, I can talk about more stuff. You guys want to talk about the gods?
We're in open discussion now, but
well, we're still trying to define what real means. Like, are they like? Is there an actual body? Is there?
I believe in Odin. I saw Odin once, and I saw Lilith. Those are the two I saw.
Are you trying to say they actually existed, or they?
No, they're here
existing right now.
Or they exist on our plane.
They're here. They could be here on this plane.
So allegedly, you think they exist on this plane? Allegedly, they exist.
I think Odin is an alien. He's too fast and he's too strong. There's no way.
Sky, it's still open discussion. You're welcome to talk, Sky.
I don't know how this works. I tried to be polite.
You're fine, Sky. You're fine.
Sorry, I like to be polite. I have a tough time in open topic discussion group conversations. Anyway, so I too also believe that all of the gods are real. Sorry, I mean tikka masala. Anyway, I believe that they're all real because I believe that all realities are a plane of existence. So I believe whatever you believe is what your afterlife is going to be. If every possibility is a possibility, then all possibilities are possible. So nobody's right and nobody's wrong. And so we fault everybody for being wrong when it comes to religion. But what if what you believe is just what it is in the afterlife? And why do we all have to fight about this shit when we don't have to fight about nothing if we just believe what we believe and let everybody live and let live?
What does that have to do with the gods?
I agree with that 110%. I agree with that.
I like it.
Because here's why, like, okay, I want to take it for the women in the panel, I want to take who was the first woman allegedly. Who was the first? We'll take it to that point of view real quick.
I mean, I
Thank
think
you.
Lilith
Lilith
was the
was the first.
Tiamat was the
And
first.
allegedly.
Actually,
I mean,
Barbella.
allegedly. It's really hard to say because
Barbella
yeah,
was the
me too,
first
Caleb.
of all.
According to
I did my research, and it kind of it mind blown me because I grew up believing, and I was told. I grew up Southern Baptist, so I was told that it was Eve was first. But then when my own father set me down a few years ago, 2 to 3 years ago, and told me Lilith was the first, I went and did digging, and yeah, there's text stating before the King James version allegedly that Lilith was the first.
well, allegedly, if you go back and look at other religions as well, allegedly, the Egyptian mythology predates Jesus by 2,000 years, and it was Ra, the sun god, the main god, with his 12 apostles. I mean, every religion is a subscript of another. You had Gilgamesh with the Great Flood, the first written account of religion. And it's literally a mirror copy, allegedly, when you go into Christianity, allegedly. It's a mirror copy of itself, and they keep recycling the same stories over and over and over again because they want to make one better than the other so that somebody can be better than
And that's what
somebody
the
else.
wars were probably over, to silence the truth, the ones who knew the truth.
We'll see, Sky, you're on to a point here, and here's why. Like, I was talking to somebody literally last night, early Sunday morning. It's now Monday in the Eastern Standard Time. Basically, we were talking about how the Greek and Roman mythology, the Romans ripped off the Greeks, and so on and so forth. Like, every culture, allegedly, quote unquote, has ripped each other off, quote unquote, allegedly.
And who was the middleman with that?
So real quick,
that I don't know.
Sorry.
Let's, let me say I appreciate all you guys for being a part of this open discussion. Let me give you guys a hand right quick. I think it was mirrored, so she knows, you know. But real quick, let's see who we have up next. All right, up next, Sky, you are up next. I'm going to get through this in the clock for you as well to get your best conspiracy theory. And after that, 5 discussions. So I think I feel the way that you do. And 3 minutes on the clock. What is your best conspiracy theory?
Okay. I just okay. This is gonna be completely off topic for like 90% of what we've been talking about. I don't really like talking about the schmoverment and stuff like that. Everybody talks about the schmoverment, but we saw a peak in Schmeriel Schmillers back in between the mid 70s through the early 90s, and I'm fully convinced, and no one can tell me different, that it is not because of the use of lead paint. I think that lead paint was used so predominantly from the 40s through the 60s, even in children's bedding and cribs and stuff like that, that once these kids grew up, it had done so much damage to the forefrontal and prefrontal cortex that it caused hyper states of aggression. And that's why during that time, we saw a spike in the Schmeriel Schmillers. And I think it's all because of the lead. I think the lead did it. I think it was the lead. Because they banned lead in, I think it was 78. And then we saw a rapid decline of Schmeriel Schmillers post 90s. And then some people will say, well, we have better, surveillance and we have better technology and blah, 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 blah. And sure, maybe. But the proclivity for aggression, in my opinion, was heightened during that time because these wackadoodles came into their, maybe not their peak, but their physical peak and their own proclivities during that, mid 70s to early 90s time frame. Anyway.
What about MK Ultra?
Real quick. First, let me give you a
because
hand.
that was around.
Let me give you a hand right quick before we get to the questions. I appreciate you coming up and sharing with us your best conspiracy theory. At this time, I'm going to get the 5 minutes on the clock so people can ask you some questions to see why you think, and we're going to do as well for these open discussions. At this time, let's get into it.
Jax, who's that propaganda for?
I agree 100%. Why? Because most school scenario, Miller, usually come from a home that their parents had since the 70s, grandparents had since the 60s. And when they go to the schools and do what they do, it's usually the same type of people who stayed in the house, who not in an apartment, not in a duplex, in the same house that their parents had and parents had and parents had. Now that's making a lot of sense.
See?
I digress.
MK Ultra started in 53. and
Well,
worked
I
its
mean,
way up.
lead started being produced in paints. I think it was in the mid 20s. So it's not that it couldn't have happened. It did happen before, but I don't believe that police actually crack down on things like that until we get more into the 60s, 70s, when we started seeing more of the prolific serial killers, the serial killers with 9, 10 body counts that were caught. The ones that were actually caught, because you could have had the same thing back in the 50s. They just weren't caught, but people were horrified when they found out about Ted Bundy.
Do I look Jewish?
I think that's a great. I think that's a great. And do you think that the government might have let lead paint on purpose to see if they could get these killers to be killers, or what?
Honestly,
I mean,
don't
they
think
gave
so.
rap rollers it.
I think they didn't understand because it's the same thing as like vaping now. There's no long-term studies on it. People will just say, it's better for you than smoking. And sure it is. I believe that it is because it's not the same chemicals, but there's no long-term studies on it. Just like then they used lead in paint. There was no long-term studies. There was no funding for the studies. They didn't know what the effects could be.
I don't know, ma'am, because I kind of Googled it a little bit. I looked it up real quick, and you have some validity with Ted Bundy, maybe Jeffrey Dahmer, but Gary Ridgway from the 1980s and 90s, Eileen Wuornos, Dennis Rader, among
Can't
others.
really be lumped in that one. I mean, the ones I'm talking about are more like the co-ed killer and Ted Bundy and Ed Kemper. Well, Ed Kemper was a co-ed killer, my bad. You had the Kobe cannibal. I mean, these are people.
Well, ma'am, understandable, ma'am. But even so, I mean, Jeffrey Palmer was a serial unaliver. Gary Smidgeway, he unalived 49 people, mostly women.
Okay.
Eileen Wuornos. So, like what I'm saying is, yes, your lead paint could possibly be true, but only for a couple. The rest, they were just nuttier than fruitcakes.
Yeah, but what made them is what I'm saying. Everybody's looking for a connection between schmillers. And what I'm saying is, why can't lead paint be that connection, considering lead paint was something that was prolifically used?
Because lead paint was stopped in 1978.
It was stopped in 1978, but these people grew up at a time when lead paint would have been in the house.
Correct.
But
two and two together.
If lead paint stopped in 1978, then the government would ensure that people don't have any more lead in their home. Hence, we wouldn't have any those commercials on
test
TV.
for lead paint now and still find lead paint.
When has the government ever been thorough to get rid of anything?
Yeah, there's still lead paint.
Everywhere.
When people started suing, y'all don't remember, there was commercials back when I was a kid where if there was lead paint in your home, call 1-800-836-4486 or something like that. And you can get.
I got a better
They
question.
probably made people stop using lead in their paint so that the MK Ultra could take better effect.
I have a question. And it may not have been anybody in this room, of course, because I'm not trying to call anybody old, but listen. When I was in school, I didn't look at the wall and see the paint chipping off. What were you guys, if anybody in here can account for that time period anyways, what were you guys thinking?
Baby cribs used to be painted with lead paint, and babies are going to chew on a crib bar.
Oh, that makes sense. I chew on soap. I have a thing for soaps. I don't know.
Kids always put stuff in their mouth.
Yeah. I bet I licked balls as a kid. I used to eat pennies when I was a baby. No one watched me as a child.
Us 80s babies must be a little cray. We're a little cray.
Okay.
Y'all think it's from chewing on the daggone crib, but not drinking from the water hose? From the water hose?
Water
I
hose.
love the water
It's
hose.
water.
That's
It's
in a lot
hold
of
up.
stuff.
It's water hose. Come on now, water burn. You
Come on, bro.
motherfucker.
Oh, chewing on the crib that you only chewed on for like maybe 8 to 9 months of your life, or drinking from the
Yeah.
water hose you drank.
It would have some very clinical effects on you. I
Every day
guarantee
we
it.
drink from that water hose. Go outside and don't come back in the house until I say to. What?
I grew up the old school way. My parents from the 80s and 90s, and my
Oh,
grandparents
yeah.
from like 40s and 60s.
I love that water hose water.
Hey, I drank water hose water. That's some of the best water ever in my life.
Turn that motherfucker
I
on
like
for
that
a few
double
seconds.
filter.
Let it get cold. Once it get cold, it's on and popping.
Yes, it's that well water. Oh my Lord, yes. That's some of the best water for you. And it's naturally has natural minerals in it. Yeah. Well water from a hose. Oh yeah.
I don't know, but there's something about the smell of dial where I want to bite it. I really want to bite the dial. I don't know what's wrong with me. I think I have pica or something.
Did you say dial like DIAL the soap?
DIAL like the soap?
Oh, it's the most delicious in Irish Spring, and it's a thing. Like they actually made gum for it because like people crave. But it's like
That's disgusting. You said
When I was
gum?
pregnant, when I was
You said
pregnant, I
gum?
really wanted to eat those OxyClean crystal scent beads that you put in the washing machine. I would sit there and just
That became a
smell it
trend.
dry. I would smell it.
Oh my
and
God.
hope that I
Now
could
I
eat it. And
don't.
I was like,
I
can't do
don't
that.
eat the soap, but I want to eat the soap. I sometimes lick it.
Okay, what kind of houses did these serial unalivers live in?
Hold on, y'all. Close.
First, let me give you guys a hint because I do appreciate you guys being a part of this open discussion. It's been very interesting. I will say, let me give you guys a hint. And we do have a Let 'em Cook session coming up. It is sponsored by Tired of the Bully Cock. I do appreciate you being a part of sponsoring this. Let me also give you a hand as well. And real quick, we are at 123K, guys. That is amazing. Thank you guys so much for tapping that screen for me. I appreciate every single last one of you guys. If you haven't already, make sure you hit the follow button as well and then the repost so we can get that back on the FYP as well. At this time, let me give you guys a cheer. All right, that's time. We got 15 minutes back on the clock before I Let 'em Cook session. Sit back, relax, get your plates ready, and
Let me cook for you.
15 minutes on the clock. Let's get into it. Go ahead, Sky.
You want to talk about Schmeriel Schmillers? Oh, we want to
Yes,
talk about
it
this.
is,
Wait, Sky, I just thought about something. Hold up.
Yeah. I love it that way.
Hold up. I just thought about this for a moment, y'all.
Yeah.
With the Smillers.
Schmillers, yeah.
You're the Smith with them. Okay. Majority of them were male, right? Okay. Why is there? Yeah, predominantly they were male, right? Okay. And what is that? What is that dude's name? He was over in the UK. What was his fucking name?
Jack the Ripper?
Thank you. That one. That whole.
that was unsolved, though. That was unsolved, though, wasn't it?
Yeah, it's unsolved. It is unsolved. They
Recently, they do think that they've solved it. They used DNA thing on uncorrupted DNA, and they think they've solved Jack the Ripper. If I'm not mistaken, they may have gone back on it now.
I agree.
So here's my. They supposedly they solved it, CK, but I don't believe that. There's still a lot of evidence left in that whole ordeal. But
Bro, he was a doctor, bro. Whoever it was, he was a surgeon. He surgically removed those body parts with precise accuracy.
Yeah.
Like it wasn't even a game, bro. Like, and he came and went. They were all apostrophes. So if you know what I mean, like you know what I mean when I say apostrophes, right?
People, that's the thing, though. People theorize it was a doctor. Well, listen. Go ahead.
No. Where I'm going with this is okay. That became the trend back in the old days for some weird reason, allegedly. I know it sounds crazy. But the Schmers were it's like a popular thing back in the old days.
Well, that's because,
And then-
especially in like England and stuff like that, you had a very allegedly heightened schmafficking and like schmoshmashmooshmen, and so people were going after the schmoshmashmoots.
No, ma'am. It was only him, ma'am. So you don't understand. Like y'all don't remember. Like so back in those days, apostrophes, they were kind of revered. It was cool to be an apostrophe back in the day. Like they had whole houses.
Yeah.
Like, what do they call them back in the days?
They were called brothels.
Thank you. There you go. So it wasn't like they weren't. It was him. He did not like them himself. He felt like they were something.
He thought it was in. I don't know the word I use, inhumane. He thought it was disgusting for them being what they were. But also, too, what I'm going with this is, Sky, primarily all these Smurfs were all primarily men, right? There's only been, how many women? No offense to the women here. How many women were there? Women Smurfs? How many were there?
One.
I mean, they didn't. No.
Hold on. We just were too smart. We didn't get caught. That don't mean we didn't exist.
No. I'm not. What I'm saying is.
Wait, hold on. Were you about to say something, Sky?
There were women. There were women serial killers. I mean, if you look it up, you'll find all of the women serial killers. But women.
Unalivers.
Sorry, schmurers. They weren't as horrific of schmurmers as what the men were doing, because the men with the testosterone mixed with whatever else they got cooking up in their big old brains and their need for whatever. Anyway, my point is, you got schmin that schmurder and schmuck women on the schmove, and then you have Andy. I mean, she schmilled her schmovers and stuff.
I mean, I don't know, ma'am, because Mr. Abney Dapple, when he didn't unalive any women. All his people that he ate literally were men. Pause.
Women. That's not what I'm saying at all. I'm saying that their schmurmers were more aggressive than what schmurmer would be. They were the ones. I mean, you had Ted and did weird stuff, but there were many schmurders. A woman schmiller very well may have schmillered several people, but it's not as notable. They're not going to get their weird little names, especially back then, because of how prolific the men were and how freaking whack they were about it.
I don't know. I honestly, ma'am, I can't agree. I believe that being a cereal eater with Captain Crunch, it doesn't. I don't think gender has a matter at all. I don't think gender. I think gender has. It doesn't even matter what gender, because like I said, you look at what Apple Dapper did, and Apple Dapper OD'd, bro. Like all his victims none were women.
Well, I can agree. I don't think that Schminder has anything to do with who gets killed. Schmilled. I think that Schminder has something to do with how aggressive the schmillings may be. That's all I'm saying.
I don't know. I mean,
I disagree with your point.
That man ate them. He put them in the fridge and had them for later. That's crazy.
I don't know.
Entertainment purposes.
Allegedly, these things are what could have allegedly have happened. I'm not saying that a woman didn't do that to a man. I'm not saying that at all. What I am saying is that men have more proclivities, allegedly, towards aggression. You see,
I will say this. Hey, y'all, look, we had 125. We almost had 190, y'all. Let's get it, bro. I love y'all. Let's go. Tap, 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 tap.
I'll say this. I think it's been, proven scientifically that men are supposedly more the emotional creatures, but the social norms say otherwise. So I think that could be a big,
It's the lack of smecks. It's the lack of smecks. The uglier, the more trouble you're gonna be.
Oh, I would know men were more emotional creatures. That's so cute.
What?
It's the lack of smecks. Jack the Ripper had to be mighty ugly. Period.
All I know is that I know some nurses that are like the nurses I know, they will take you out if you give them a hard time, and they don't think about it. Like they were talking about like it was like it was nothing. I was thinking like, oh my gosh, I never thought about you guys, but now I'm aware.
You don't want nobody at your door. I wouldn't say nothing else like that. Because you got evidence. They gonna want to come to you.
They would know. They talk about it out loud. They're not scared.
No, the people with badges gonna want you to list the people you talking about now.
I am.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, you said it right.
So it says they are equally as emotional. I'll just say that when you look it up, it says equally as emotional. That being said, though, we got 7 minutes on the clock. Let's get back to it, guys.
Back to what I was saying to Sky real quick. I'm just pondering this. I pondered this in my head for a moment. What if all those smurfs? I'm trying to say, or I'm getting tongue tied right now. I don't know why. Smurfs. What if all those? Okay, they went crazy, right? Okay, let's put that out there. They all were sick and twisted individuals. Okay, but what if also too, they were possibly, quote unquote, were into some dark shit, quote unquote, allegedly. Now for anybody in the comments, anybody on the panel, I'm not defending those individuals at all, because all those individuals, all those murderers, were all disgusting and vile individuals. It all should go burn in the fiery pit. But I'm saying is, what if they were into some dark shit, not just unaliving people? I mean, more beyond that.
I'm sure they were, or some of them were. But did you know that a lot of serial killers become surgeons? That have that tendency that instead of being serial killers, they turn to becoming actual surgeons.
You just had my fucking skin. My fucking skin's crawling right now for you to said that. That's fucking. That's
But
a
it's
weird thing to know. That's
Yeah.
no offense. That's a weird thing to know, sweetheart.
But it's good. It's good for them because they turn their passion into something that was not that.
I'm sorry. I gotta go mute for one moment.
Yeah, evening. You good backwoods, my guy? This man said I gotta dip out and gotta shake it off.
Yeah, bro. Wait, no, nothing against what she just said. Nothing against what you said, sweetheart. It just made my fucking skin crawl. Like saying they were surgeons or they become surgeons after that.
That's because
Yeah, because they
That
want
just
to
made my
cut
skin
skin,
crawl.
and they have an obsession with cutting skin and blood and stuff like that. And so the only way to do that is to go to surgery.
Allegedly, sweetheart, allegedly, like that. I'm sorry, that just made my fucking skin crawl and my.
Killers kill a lot of Jews. You knew that? They target Jews exclusively.
I didn't
why.
hear what he said. I'm sorry.
Because you're a Jew.
I'm a Jew?
Whoa! You can't say that.
I am 2% Jew. Why?
It doesn't matter. It don't matter. That was bro.
That was out of context, bro.
Who was
That's
that?
right. He's gone. He's cool. He's gone.
Fucking
He's got,
jackass. Fucking jackass would have burned.
Bro, I was ready. My clip was loaded.
I didn't know if I had my mod power still, and I was about to say mute that mother. I was about to mute that motherfucker. What the hell?
All right. So real quick, we got about 4 minutes left, guys. Let's get back into it.
Wait a minute. Hold up. I know my skin just crawled metaphorically, but y'all bring up Elizabeth. CK, let me brief you what I just said. What I just said.
I heard what you said. You said your skin crawled metaphorically. I don't know how you can do that though. But keep going.
No, CK. What I'm saying is I got chills down my fucking spine and my whole body, and I just got a disgusting feeling. That's what I meant metaphorically.
I understand.
I gave you a disgusting feeling.
No, you didn't give me no. You didn't give me no disgusting feeling. It's just how it from what I was seeing it as, where I never heard that they become surgeons. I never heard that. So that kind of, I don't know.
I'm sure they're not all that, but some of their studies show that they have the same, the same.
It sounds like you can't get it out. Basically, ma'am, he was thinking it and you said it, and that's why it made his skin crawl. Like, oh shit!
No.
Yeah.
It's not even thinkable. I got.
Is that it backwards?
No, Dan Waterburn, you're correct. You're correct.
Wait. Backwards, you want to hurl about stuff you was already thinking about, but he said it before you.
Crossed my mind. It crossed my mind all of a sudden out of fucking nowhere. I don't know why.
No.
Oh, neat.
I heard something totally different. I heard that
What
you
the
can't
fuck
even.
you heard totally different? Because
You said you can't even fathom why she would know something like that.
No, I couldn't even fathom it because I couldn't even fathom why the hell it crossed my fucking mind anyway.
Oh my god, you must be MK, dude. You
No, the
just.
fuck I
Oh
ain't, but
Lord,
okay.
Lord have mercy.
All right, so real quick. Minute 57 seconds is left, guys. Sky, would you like to add anything for closing remarks?
No, thank you.
You awesome sauce, Miss Sky. Go ahead with your BSL talking about Schmuriel Smillers. Schmot me smoking and schmeeking like this all day. I'm gonna be sneaking with an SM from the rest of the day. I'm like, yo, but schmup, y'all.
That's cute.
Bro, that's fire, bro. You know how much you can get away with?
All right, so real quick. Let me give all you guys a hand for this Let 'em Cook session. It is once again interesting. Like I said, let me give you guys a cheer and a hand right quick. So our last one for today will be one by me, guys. Well, not by me, but read and inspired and whatever you want to say by me. So at this time, we are at 126 first. Let me give you guys a cheer. I appreciate every single last one of you guys for tapping that button for me. And up next, the next thing you'll be hearing is a conspiracy about New Mexico. All right. In July of 1947, something crashed near Roswell, New Mexico. The official story says it was a military balloon used for spying on Soviet nuclear tests, but the conspiracy theory claims that something much bigger happened. What if Roswell wasn't a balloon? What if humanity recovered something that wasn't made on Earth? In 1947, rancher Mac Brazel discovered strange debris scattered across his property outside Roswell. He reported materials that describe as unusual, lightweight pieces, foil-like material, and objects that seemed unlike anything that he had seen before. The local military initially announced something shocking. The U.S. Army had recovered a flying disc, but within that same day, the story changed. The military said it wasn't a flying saucer. It wasn't a flying saucer. It was a weather balloon. And that sudden change is where this conspiracy begins. Believers urge that the government quickly change the story because they weren't prepared for the public to know the truth. The theory says the crash site contained materials with unusual properties, technology far beyond 1947 human engineering. Possible alien bodies were recovered by the military, allegedly. Some witnesses later claimed they saw small humanoid bodies being transferred, or that the military immediately sealed off the area. One of the biggest ideas connected to Roswell is the U.S. government recovered advanced technology and spent decades studying it. Some conspiracies believe that Roswell could have influenced stealth aircraft technology, advanced materials, microelectronics, modern military inventions. So the question is, did we invent these things or did we learn from something that crashed? That being said, we're going to get 10 minutes on the clock and let's get into it.
Yeah, bro. So, Roswell, 100%. What got me, I've been on that for like over 40 years plus. Roswell is what really set me in, among other things, set me in motion on my path to the paranormal and conspiracies. For one, it was the fact that in the newspaper, they found a crashed UFO. Like that, the Army found crashed UFO. And then they recanted and said it was a weather balloon. Look, and this is what you guys understand. My mom is in an army, was in an army, God rest her soul. Sergeant First Class, Military Intelligence, E7 for the U.S. Army, was the highest rank she achieved. We've been all over the planet. I can tell you all the places I've lived. And, bro, let me tell you something. For the U.S. Army to not differentiate from a crashed unknown aircraft to a weather balloon, that's when I knew. I was like, yeah, I'm good. I'm good. I'm like, we pay these people like, brother, like the Army's paid well. I know that. I wish I could have joined. If I didn't have asthma, I wouldn't have been able to. I would be probably in the Army doing something else. Probably not doing this because I probably couldn't have TikTok. But
some people, it did say that as well, that some people think that it was like a plot or a plan. Like it was like say, for example, it wasn't a weather balloon or like an alien spaceship or anything like that. It just like made that happen almost like a movie, for example, and they made people see it to cover up something that was actually happening, like whether it be a secret invention or a military project or anything like that.
Well, I don't know. I don't know. All I know is that if you go deep into the story, the rancher where it crashed at, they did say, and the people in the area said earlier prior that week, they had seen lights in the sky, number one. And also that particular night, there was a really bad lightning storm. Like you could look at it, you can actually look that up. Allegedly, there was a really, really bad lightning storm the night of the crash. So I don't know, bro. I think something did crash, bro. Because from that day up forward, after 1947, and then from 1954, after our allegedly president had a secret meeting, allegedly, our technology, like people think that China is the most technologically advanced country in the world. They really aren't. We're the most technologically advanced country in the world by leaps and bounds, and people don't even realize that. When people really think it's China, it's not. But yeah, bro.
So do you think this contributes to the inventions and innovations that we have today's time? And like
100%. I think that's what started it.
51.
I think that's what started us on that path. And then what's called reverse engineering. Like, look, I don't know if you did as a kid. Like, bro, as a kid, I was a cornball. I say I was a cornball. Like I had Transformers, and like I had a very vivid imagination. And like, especially after watching the Transformers movie, like I would take screws and unscrew my Transformers and put them back together to figure out how to do it. So I was like, all right, Backwoods, take care, bro. Like, why couldn't scientists look at something and figure out how to make it work?
Where's all our people going? It's just gonna be us two?
I guess so for the last 6 minutes. It's all right though.
And the 95 people in the live, or 94 people in the live.
Yeah, we got plenty of people. It's okay.
But yeah, bro, like
I did look into a little bit of what people think could have like came from it invention wise, and it says integrated circuits / microchips, fiber optics, and night vision technology.
Aluminum foil,
lasers, and wireless communication.
No aluminum foil?
Does not say aluminum foil. Well, it does say titanium alloys and memory metals and carbon fiber composites.
See, it's funny because allegedly, was it Jesse Markham? Was that the guy's name?
Which that did what?
Was Jesse Markham? Was it the name Jesse Markham just popped in my head? I don't have nothing written down. Most of my shit's written down, but was Jesse Markham the guy's son? What was the name of the? Let me see. Hold up. Where the fuck I get the name Jesse Markham from? It just popped in my head. Jesse Markham.
I know that whenever you go to those areas, like I don't think it's you hear all these
Marcel. Jesse Marcel. Yes, there it is. Thank you, my brother. Like, so him and his son, like he allegedly brought some stuff home from the crash, and allegedly one of the things was a beam that had some type of writing on it that they did not understand. And also, why I said aluminum foil is that allegedly there was a piece of like what appeared to be like some kind of really thin alloy that he squeezed in his hand, and it balled up into a ball, but then opened right back up into the flat piece of paper it was with no wrinkles. Like literally, like it was like you take aluminum foil and you crush it up into a ball, and you open your hand up, and it stays like a ball for a second, and then it opens right back up into the regular form of aluminum foil that is when you initially pull it off the sheet. That's how that material was, and that's what Jesse Marshall and his son was speaking about. Like, bro, like this whole that Roswell is what set me on my path. Like I said, among other things, but that's what really set me on my path to the conspiracy shit. Because I was like, yo, like my mom was in military intelligence, so my mom don't know shit. Like that's what I was at with it. Like real talk. Like, and I'm not trying to be funny, God rest his soul, I miss you, mommy. But like, I'm like, yo, if my mom was military intelligence, she's not dumb. So you mean to tell me they was dumb back in the day? Ain't no way. That's where I was at with it, bro. Like for real.
You know what I always wondered? Why didn't they move it? Like I know it crashed there, but like they made the whole base there.
No, they did move it.
Like
First,
Area 51.
they moved it allegedly to White Patterson
overnight.
Air Force Base.
Wait, but where's Area 51? It's not there in New Mexico where they crashed?
No, it's in Nevada.
Oh, okay. Because I was wondering, like, why didn't they move that? No, I mean, not even, they left it in the same state? Like, wouldn't you take that somewhere else?
And they did. It's in Nevada, among other places. Wright Patterson Air Force Base. Miss Jill said in the comments, they've crashed all around the world. That's 100% true, man. That's 100% true. Russia as well. And that's like, to be honest with you, like that's why the Dyatlov passing set that they spoke of earlier fascinated me so much, because the factors behind it. I always look at not just the end game, as they said in Marvel, but you look at the factors leading up to everything toward the end. So you see the end. We already have the end. But now let's go back. Let's string the factors back that led to the end. And that's what got me with Roswell. I was like, so they basically said that it's not crashed down aliens, allegedly. It's crash test dummies. You guys are our military, and you thought that these were crash test dummies instead of alien bodies. And also there were alleged witnesses who watched some of the bodies who were there. Allegedly, I don't know if it's true or not, allegedly there was a priest from a town who prayed over the bodies that were gone. So I don't know if it's true, my G, that's all alleged. That's what I'm saying, allegedly. I don't know if that's true or not. But for me, it's like that was my biggest thing. You all put out, we have a crash alien craft, down saucer. The very next day, it went from a saucer to a weather balloon. Nah,
I think another alien group here is crashing them, because with that kind of tech, how are they hitting or crashing here? You know what I'm saying? Like, that sounds dumb. How could they can't get around the Earth? They're crashing into the Earth? No, there's not that many crashes ever. They're getting forced here. Something is forcing them to crash.
Well, ma'am, you got to remember, Earth is a very big globe, and we don't know what their crafts are powered by. Because remember, allegedly that night there was a really big lightning storm, and supposedly they heard a large explosion before the crash happened.
Those Department of War videos that they put out a couple or 2 months ago, same thing. They showed those things getting shot down. They depicted those things getting shot down. And so I asked them when they first came out, like, why are we shooting these things down if we don't know what they want, what they're here for, and such and such? And I never really got a definitive answer on it. So I'm thinking, like, the crashes, like people are saying, like, either A, aren't just crashes, or B, like what's really going on behind the scenes. But I do want to thank you guys for being a part of this open discussion. That is the last one for this evening. Thank you guys so much. I'm going to give you guys, a hand as well. At this time, I do appreciate everyone that was here up on the panel and that has came through, giving their conspiracy theories and been a part of these open discussions as well. Really appreciate it tonight. Thank you guys so much, and let me give you guys a cheer as well. As well as us getting up to 128.2K, guys. I appreciate you guys so much. We got very close to breaking that record up in here, but nevertheless, I appreciate you guys trying and tapping that button all the way up to past 100K. Thank you guys so much. Here's
I tap that button way too much, like more than I even tap myself. So you're welcome.
I appreciate you so much. I do hope to see all the panels here back on the next episode of Conspiracy Nights back here tomorrow night at 9:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. And thank you guys so much. Have a great night. At this time, guys, we're getting to 5 minutes of the clock for our closing credits music. And I do hope everyone did enjoy the show. If you haven't already, make sure you hit the follow button so you can get back in here on tomorrow night's episode. And at this time, this has been Conspiracy Nights, and the book is now closed of conspiracies. And at this time, let's get the 5 minutes of the clock and the music. Let's get into it. Thank you. I appreciate it. I appreciate you guys loving it. I appreciate it. Appreciate it. Yeah, exactly. Me too, buddy. Me too. But I could do that for you, buddy. Me too. And at this time, guys, I do appreciate everybody coming out for this episode of Conspiracy Nights. I do hope everyone has a great night. I do hope to see you guys back here tomorrow night on this episode of Conspiracy Nights. And if you haven't already, go by YouTube, type in conspiracy_nights and type in that, and you will pop up with these lives, or you can watch them rent-free. Scroll through and hear whatever conspiracy you'd like. And this time, guys, yes, that is where you would go. And here is everyone's night's honors to dismiss you. I do appreciate everybody coming in tonight. And here is your night's honors.
Is that what you said, a Wicked?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, we appreciate you.
Thank you, quick. Sorry, y'all. I'm okay. So who's up here? Negro Beige.
You know what? I didn't even look at that name. Why the fuck would that be your name? Come off mute.
That's crazy.
Come off mute.
Why is everything so offensive to you? Why can't it just be funny?
No,
You see how you laughed when you saw it? Soon as you
I didn't
saw
laugh.
it,
I didn't laugh.
that's
I
why.
didn't laugh. I didn't laugh.
That's why.
I didn't laugh. I didn't
I'm sorry,
laugh.
sir. I'm sorry. My bad. You
Bernie
did
laughed, and that's because
Bernie laughed, but
Bernie
that's why.
gentrified. Bernie only laughed. Bernie only laughed
That's what
because
it was
he's
for.
gentrified.
Wait,
That's
wait,
what.
hold on. Wait,
Ber-
no.
Bernie,
Wait, hold on. Wait. Quick. I only laughed because I didn't see the whole name at first. That's why it's just a natural like response. I was like,
because
oh,
why
wait,
would you pick that as your name as a black man, Negro Beige? So let me guess, you biracial. Beige. He said he was new to TikTok. He might not know how to work it.
Nah, y'all muted me, but so it was
Oh, okay.
fun. People
No,
pick
because
fun at light skinned people. People
Well,
pick
I
fun at
muted you
light
because
skinned people. They call you beige.
you talking run on sentences, so that's why I muted you. But listen,
You see what I'm
are
saying?
you
You know,
biracial?
you asked me a question.
Are you
I'm
biracial or are
African,
you
bro.
black? You African?
I'm
Like, are you
African.
from the continent of Africa?
Yes.
What country?
I'm shit. Yeah, I'm biracial. My father's from
I
Nigeria. My mother's
know.
from
You got
my mother's from Bahamas. But
You
it was
said
a joke.
your father's from
People
where?
call you from Lagos, Nigeria. My mother's from the Bahamas. But it was a joke. People pick fun at you when you're light skinned. They call you stuff like beige
Wait,
and stuff like that.
No. That's fine. That's fine. Hold on, because I want you to understand why people may be picking fun at you. All right, you said your mother is who's from
Because they're just
Lagos,
not good
Lagos,
people.
Nigeria?
Yeah, my father's
No.
from
Who's from
Nigeria.
Okay, is he black?
My father. Yeah, he's black.
Yes.
Close your
Okay, and then you
eyes.
said your mother's from the Bahamas. Is she black or is she white
My
from the
mother's from the
Bahamas?
Bahamas. She's black from the Bahamas. She's just light skinned.
So you're not biracial. You're black. Again, this is why people
Yeah,
be
I'm
picking
just
at you
light skinned.
because. But why would you say you're biracial?
I'm actually because I am, because my ancestors, my
No,
mother's ancestors are
no,
people of mixed descent. So it's
that
a few
doesn't make
different
you
people that,
biracial. Hold on.
okay.
Skin tone does not make you biracial.
Educate me.
This is.
I didn't say skin
I
tone.
want people to understand. People will sit here and say, "Oh, I'm getting picked
No,
on.
don't
People
mute
don't
me
like
because I
me."
said ancestors. I said nothing about skin
That's fine. Yeah, I
tone.
got you. You said
You
ancestry. I
keep
got
trying
you.
to control
Wait,
my
time
answer.
out.
Don't ask me a question
Dennis.
and then
Okay,
answer for me.
wait, time out, really quick.
You can't answer for
Wait,
me.
hold on, time out. No, wait, quick. I'll let you finish really quickly, but just to get back on the topic, but you go and finish your point with him, and then
Yeah, I'm gonna be real
see.
quick.
Yeah.
I'm gonna be real quick. You have to, like, as a black man, even if you trolling, especially in 2026, because I'm gonna get out your way, but I just think this is so serious. As a black man, you have two